There are tombs that walk, ancient warriors encased in adamantium and ceramite, preserved beyond death itself, waiting in darkness for the call to battle once more. These are the dreadnoughts of the Adeptus Astartes, and some have slumbered for millennia, their dreams filled with battles fought when the Imperium was young and their primarchs still walked among men. But what happens when the greenskin tide finds one of these sleeping giants? When orcs, those brutal, cunning, and utterly destructive Xenos, stumble upon a dreadnought that has been lost to time, buried beneath centuries of rubble, and forgotten by the very chapter that once revered it. The answer is a story of violence, dark comedy, and the terrible awakening of a warrior who has outlived everything he once knew. This is not a tale of glory. This is a story of what happens when the past refuses to stay buried, and when the galaxy's most enthusiastic looters find a prize beyond their wildest imaginings. 5,000 years is a long time, even for a space marine entombed in a walking sarcophagus. Wars have been fought and forgotten. Empires have risen and fallen. The very stars have shifted in their courses. And through it all, one warrior has slept in darkness, waiting for a call to arms that never came. Until now. Until the orcs arrived. The setting for our tale could be any one of 1,000 forgotten battlefields scattered across the Imperium. Let us imagine a world that was once called Talassar Prime, a hive world that fell to Xenos invasion during the Age of Apostasy, reclaimed at great cost during the Wars of Vindication, only to be abandoned when the forge complexes that had sustained it failed. The planet became a graveyard, its vast cities crumbling into dust, its billions of dead lying where they fell. Among the ruins, entombed deep within what was once the fortress monastery of the Celestial Lions chapter, lay a dreadnought. Not just any dreadnought, but a venerable, Contemptor-pattern war machine, a relic of the Great Crusade itself. Inside this ancient shell rests Brother Captain Ethan, who last saw battle when the Emperor still walked among his people. Ethan remembers the Great Crusade. He remembers fighting alongside warriors whose names have become legend. He remembers when the galaxy seemed full of hope and possibility, before the heresy tore everything apart. 5,000 years ago, during the siege of Talassar Prime against a Chaos incursion, his dreadnought's stasis systems activated automatically when catastrophic damage left him unable to continue fighting. The retreat order never reached him. The Tech Marines, who might have recovered him, died in the final evacuation. The chapter, devastated by losses, eventually withdrew from the sector entirely, and Ethan slept on, alone in the darkness, dreaming of battles that had become ancient history. The nature of the dreadnought. To understand what the orcs are about to encounter, we must first understand what a dreadnought truly is. These are not mere machines. They are not simple weapons of war, though they function as such on the battlefield. A dreadnought is a tomb, a prison, and a terrible form of salvation, all wrapped into one towering construct of blessed metal and humming machinery. When a space marine suffers wounds so catastrophic that even their enhanced physiology cannot save them, when their body is broken beyond all hope of recovery, the chapter faces a choice. They can grant their brother the mercy of a quick death, preserving his gene seed for the next generation. Or, if the warrior is deemed worthy enough, if his experience and tactical knowledge are considered too valuable to lose, they can offer him a different path. They can seal what remains of his shattered body within the armored sarcophagus of a dreadnought, preserving his consciousness and giving him the ability to fight on for centuries, even millennia, beyond his natural lifespan. The process is horrifying in its clinical precision. What little remains of the Space Marine's body is carefully extracted from his ruined power armor. Often, this consists of little more than a torso, some vital organs, and crucially, the brain. The body is suspended in amniotic fluids within an armored coffin, connected to life support systems that will keep the organic components alive indefinitely. Then comes the neural interface, the mind impulse unit, that links the warrior's consciousness directly to the dreadnought's machine systems. This is not like piloting a vehicle. This is a complete sensory replacement. The dreadnought's optical sensors become the warrior's eyes, seeing the world through targeting matrices and thermal imaging systems. Acoustic sensors replace ears, translating sound into data streams. The massive limbs of the dreadnought, mounting weapons that could level buildings, become the warrior's arms. Every movement, every action, is filtered through layers of mechanical interface until the line between man and machine blurs into something neither fully human nor completely mechanical. A standard castroferrum pattern. Dreadnought stands roughly 12 to 15 feet tall, a towering construct of ceramite armor plates and adamantium skeletal structure. It moves with surprising agility for something so massive, powered by plasma reactors that provide nearly limitless energy. One arm typically mounts a close combat weapon, a massive power fist capable of crushing enemy vehicles, or a chain fist that can tear through the thickest armor. The other arm carries heavy ranged weaponry, assault cannons that spit out hundreds of mass-reactive shells per minute, multi-melters that can reduce ceramite to slag, or twin-linked lascannons that punch through armor with beams of superheated light. But the Contemptor pattern is something else entirely. These are relics from the Great Crusade, designed when the Imperium still possessed technology that has since been lost to the ravages of time and the degradation of knowledge. A Contemptor stands taller and moves with even greater fluidity than its more common successor. Its systems are more advanced, incorporating atomantic shielding that can deflect energy weapons and even minor psychic attacks. The internal architecture is more sophisticated, providing better integration between the organic pilot and mechanical systems. When the Emperor still walked among humanity, when the Mechanicum still remembered how to truly innovate rather than simply maintain, they created these masterworks. The weapons a Contemptor can mount are equally impressive. Keres pattern assault cannons that are more powerful than anything available in the current age. Plasma blasters of compact design that would make a tech marine weep with envy. Graviton weapons whose principles are only partially understood by modern imperial scientists. These are weapons from an age when humanity thought itself destined to conquer the galaxy, and they built their war machines accordingly. But perhaps the most important aspect of a dreadnought is not its weapons or its armor, but the consciousness trapped within. These are space marines who have served for so long that their memories stretch back to eras that have become legend. A venerable dreadnought might remember battles from the founding of their chapter. An ancient like Bjorn the Fell-Handed of the Space Wolves has fought beside Primarchs and spoken with the Emperor himself. These warriors are living history, repositories of tactical knowledge and strategic wisdom accumulated over centuries or even millennia of warfare. This is what makes their existence so tragic, because the human mind, even one enhanced by the gene seed of the Emperor's sons, was not meant to endure for such spans of time. The neural stress of maintaining constant interface with the dreadnought systems is immense. It causes dyschronometria, a distortion of time perception where minutes might feel like hours or decades might pass like moments. Confusion becomes commonplace. Memories blur and fade. Some ancient dreadnoughts can no longer remember their own names, knowing themselves only by the titles their chapters have given them. This is why, when not actively deployed for battle, dreadnoughts are kept in stasis. Deep within every chapter's fortress monastery lie sacred halls where these ancient warriors sleep away the centuries, their consciousness suspended in a dreamless void. They are awakened only when the chapter faces its direst threats, or when the wisdom of the ancients is needed to guide strategy. Each awakening takes a toll. Each period of consciousness erodes a little more of what made them human. But they endure because duty demands it, because the Imperium requires their service, because to be a space marine is to know no fear, accept no defeat, and serve until the very end. Brother Captain Ethan knows all of this. Or rather, he knew it 5,000 years ago when they sealed him in his contemptor. How much he remembers now, after so long in the dark, after so many years without waking, is another question entirely. The stasis field that preserved him should have prevented any degradation of his consciousness. Should have. But 5 millennia is a very long time for systems designed during the Great Crusade to function without maintenance. And the galaxy is not kind to those who sleep unguarded. The long sleep and the weight of ages. 5,000 years. The number alone is difficult to comprehend. It is a span of time that dwarfs entire civilizations. 5,000 years ago in our own history, humanity was just beginning to develop writing, to build the first true cities, to discover the fundamental technologies that would eventually lead to agriculture and organized society. In the grim darkness of the far future, 5,000 years is equally transformative, though in different ways. When Ethon first entered stasis, the Imperium was still recovering from the age of apostasy. Goj Vandira's reign of madness had only recently ended, broken by the courage of Alicia Dominica and her sisters. The imperial cult was consolidating its power, transforming from one interpretation of the Emperor's divinity into the monolithic state religion it would become. Entire Space Marine chapters were being founded to rebuild the Adeptus Astartes after the losses suffered during the civil war that had consumed the Imperium's soul. That was the galaxy Ethon knew. A wounded Imperium, certainly, but one that still possessed knowledge and resources that would seem miraculous to the current age. The Mechanicus still maintained forge worlds that could produce contemptor-pattern dreadnoughts, still remembered at least some of the principles behind atomantic shielding and graviton manipulation. The Imperium's maps of the galaxy were more complete, its reach more extensive. There was a sense, however fragile, that humanity might yet reclaim its lost glory. Now, 5,000 years later, the galaxy is a vastly different place. The Imperium has endured, but endurance is not the same as thriving. Countless worlds have been lost to Xenos invasion, chaos corruption, or simple administrative oversight. The maps that guided fleet movements in Ethon's time are now riddled with errors and omissions, regions of space labeled as safe passage that have long since become death zones. Entire segmentums have been isolated by warp storms that rage for centuries. The technology that seemed commonplace when Ethon fell has become the stuff of myth and legend. The contemptor pattern itself is a perfect example. In the current age of the Imperium, these dreadnoughts are treasured relics, each one irreplaceable. The knowledge to construct new contemptors has been lost, surviving only in fragments of data that tech marines guard jealously. When a contemptor falls in battle, entire companies will fight to recover its shell, because they know that once destroyed, it can never be replaced. The fact that Aethon's contemptor still functions at all after 5,000 years of neglect is a testament to the quality of that went into its construction. But what has this long sleep done to the warrior within? Dreadnoughts are meant to be awakened regularly, to maintain the connection between consciousness and machine, to prevent the drift that occurs when a mind exists in isolation for too long. The recommended interval is no more than a century between awakenings. Ethon has slept for 50 times that long. His mind, preserved in amber like some ancient insect, has known only darkness and silence, and the ghost-thin dreams that sometimes penetrate stasis fields. What does someone dream about for 5,000 years? What thoughts circle through a consciousness that exists in suspended animation, aware on some level, but unable to act, unable to wake, unable to even mark the passage of time? The human mind is not designed for such isolation. Even a space marine, gene-forged for resilience, modified to endure conditions that would break a normal human, has limits. And Ethon has been pushed far beyond those limits. There is also the question of physical degradation. The amniotic fluids that preserve his organic remains should be regularly filtered and renewed. The neural interface connections should be checked and maintained. The life support systems that keep his brain oxygenated and his remaining organs functional should be serviced according to strict schedules laid down by the Mechanicus. None of this has happened. For 50 centuries, Ethan has existed in a closed system, sustained only by the robust engineering of a lost age and perhaps the mercy of the machine, God itself. Yet he endures. The monitoring systems that still function within his sarcophagus show life signs, faint but steady. The reactor that powers his dreadnought continues its slow fusion reaction, producing energy that cycles through ancient capacitors and feeds into systems that have not moved in millennia. The weapons that arm his chassis remain charged and ready, their machine spirits patient and faithful. Somewhere deep in the ruins of what was once the Celestial Lion's Fortress Monastery, in a vault that has become buried under rubble and time, this ancient warrior waits. The fortress monastery itself has not fared well. The upper levels collapsed during the final assault that drove the Chaos forces from Talassar Prime. Orbital bombardment, necessary to cleanse areas of demonic corruption, brought down entire spires. The evacuation was rushed, desperate, conducted while enemy forces still held parts of the complex. In the confusion, in the desperate fight for survival, the deeper vaults were forgotten. Records were lost. The Tech Marines who knew the full layout of the fortress died in the fighting. And when the Celestial Lions withdrew to rebuild, they left behind more than just a facility. They left behind one of their own. The planet itself became a dead world, its atmosphere poisoned by the weapons used to cleanse it, its cities empty shells, populated only by the ghosts of billions. For millennia, it remained untouched, a monument to a battle so desperate that even the victors chose to forget it existed. The warp routes that once connected Talassar Prime to the wider Imperium shifted, making the journey there difficult and unrewarding. Pirates occasionally used the ruins as a temporary base, but never stayed long. The world had an aura of death about it that even the most hardened criminals found unsettling. But the galaxy is a vast place, and nothing remains hidden forever. Orc spores, those remarkable reproductive mechanisms that ensure the greenskin menace spreads wherever orcs fight and die, can survive in almost any environment. They drift through space on solar winds. They hide in the hulls of spacecraft. They lay dormant in the soil for decades before germinating. And several centuries ago, during a brief orc incursion into the system that was quickly repelled, enough spores fell on Talassar Prime to begin the cycle anew. Slowly, patiently, the orcoid ecosystem established itself. Squids appeared first, feeding on fungus that grew in the ruins. Then snotlings, tending their fungus farms in the darkness. Gretchen followed, building crude settlements and fighting amongst themselves. And finally, the orcs themselves began to emerge, small at first, but growing larger with each generation as they fought and established dominance hierarchies. After a few centuries, Talassar Prime had a thriving orc population, unnoticed by the Imperium, growing in numbers and sophistication. They called themselves the Rusty Cog Tribe, taking their name from an ancient piece of machinery they'd found and erected as a tribal totem. They were primarily a Blood Axes clan, unusually cunning for orcs, with a tendency toward looting and scavenging rather than pure frontal assault. This made them perfect candidates for exploring the vast ruins that covered their world, delving into collapsed structures in search of technology they could strip and repurpose. And one day, following a tunnel that descended deeper than any had gone before, a mob of orc looters found something that would change everything. A vault, still sealed, its blast doors intact despite the millennia. And behind those doors, a prize that would drive the entire tribe into a frenzy of excitement and greed. They had found a Space Marine dreadnought. Understanding the greenskin mind. To understand what happens next, we must understand the orcs themselves. They are not simply brutal and stupid, though they certainly embrace both brutality and a certain cheerful disregard for complex planning. Orcs are one of the most successful species in the galaxy, precisely because they are far more sophisticated than they appear. They are living weapons, designed by the ancient Old Ones during the War in Heaven to fight against the Necrons and other horrors of that long-ago conflict. And like all good weapons, they are designed to be self-sustaining, adaptable, and extremely difficult to eliminate. The Orkoid species exists in a symbiotic relationship with fungal organisms at the cellular level. An orc is simultaneously animal and fungus, flesh and spore. This gives them remarkable resilience. They can survive injuries that would kill almost any other species. They regenerate damage at astonishing rates. And perhaps most importantly, they reproduce through spore release. Every orc constantly sheds spores throughout its life, and when an orc dies, it releases millions more. These spores can survive almost anything, from hard vacuum to extreme heat, waiting patiently for conditions favorable to germination. This means that wherever orcs fight, more orcs will follow. You cannot simply kill all the orcs on a planet and declare it cleansed. The spores remain, working their way through soil and water, eventually producing new squigs, new Gretchen, new orcs. The only way to truly eliminate an orc infestation is total planetary sterilization through exterminatus, burning everything down to the bedrock. Anything less, and they will return. But physical resilience is only part of what makes orcs so dangerous. They also possess a form of collective psychic power that manifests as the WAG. This gestalt field is generated by all orcs, growing stronger as more greenskins gather together. It serves multiple functions. First, it allows orcs to instinctively recognize which among them is bigger and therefore in charge. Orc society is based entirely on might makes right, and the WAG field provides an unconscious method of establishing and maintaining hierarchy. Second, and more remarkably, the WAG appears to have reality-bending properties. Orcs believe that red things go faster, and so, when enough orcs believe this together, their vehicles painted red actually do move faster than identical vehicles in other colors. They believe that if you put enough DACA on something, it will shoot good, and so their ramshackle weapons that should barely function manage to fire reliably. They believe that the biggest orc is the best fighter, and so their war bosses genuinely do become nearly unstoppable in combat. This is not simply superstition. Imperial tech priests have documented cases of orc weapons that refuse to function when wielded by non-orcs, despite being mechanically sound. They have observed orc vehicles that should not be able to move under the laws of physics managing to operate anyway. The prevailing theory is that the WAG field provides a sort of quantum probability manipulation, making unlikely things become likely when enough orcs believe they should. It is unconscious, instinctive, and absolutely fundamental to orc technology and society. This brings us to the odd boys, orcs who are born with specialized genetic knowledge hardwired into their brains. Mech boys are born knowing how to build and maintain orc technology. They do not learn these skills through study or practice. The knowledge simply exists within them, an inheritance from the old ones, who designed their species millions of years ago. A mech boy looks at a pile of scrap and instinctively knows what can be built from it, how pieces should fit together, what will work and what will not. Similarly, pain boys are born with understanding of orc anatomy and medicine. They know how to graft cybernetic enhancements, how to stitch wounded boys back together, how to create the combat drugs that orcs dose themselves with before battle. Weird boys are psychic sponges, absorbing and channeling the WAG energy that surrounds them. When enough orcs gather and their psychic field intensifies, weird boys can unleash devastating psychic attacks, calling down the foot of Gork or Mork to crush enemies, or opening portals to teleport orc mobs across the battlefield. But for our purposes, the most important odd boys are the mech boys. These are the orcs who will examine the dreadnought and determine what should be done with it. And their approach to technology is fundamentally different from that of any other species in the galaxy. Orcs do not research. They do not experiment in any systematic way. They do not carefully document their findings or build upon the knowledge of previous generations. Instead, They loot. They scavenge. They take what others have built and bash it into a form that pleases them, welding spiky bits onto smooth surfaces, painting everything in garish colors, and adding more guns because you can never have enough Dakar. The fact that this produces functional technology is partly due to their innate odd boy knowledge, and partly due to the WAG field making up for the gaps in their engineering. Orc looting culture is all-consuming. Nothing is sacred. Nothing is off-limits. They will loot enemy weapons and armor. They will loot vehicles, from simple trucks to imperial super-heavy tanks. They will loot buildings, food, fuel, ammunition, even other orcs' possessions if they think they can get away with it. The Death Skulls clan has elevated looting to a cultural identity, believing that everything blue is lucky, and that the more they loot, the luckier they become. Their warriors go into battle painted blue, carrying looted weapons, riding in looted vehicles, convinced that their thieving ways are blessed by Gork and Mork themselves. When orcs find something particularly impressive, something that speaks to their love of violence and destruction, they become almost obsessive about claiming it. A Space Marine dreadnought would qualify as perhaps the ultimate loot. It is huge, bristling with weapons, made of the finest armor in the Imperium, and carries the reputation of being nearly impossible to kill. For an orc, especially a mech boy, finding a dreadnought would be like a human child finding a room full of toys. The Pshonsong, possibilities for looting, modification, and general mayhem would seem endless. But there is another aspect to orc psychology that matters here. Orcs genuinely do not understand fear the way other species do. They comprehend danger in an abstract sense. They know that some things are more likely to kill them than others, but they do not experience the existential dread that grips other species when facing overwhelming odds. Instead, they feel excitement. The bigger the threat, the better the fight, and the more glorious the potential victory. This is why orcs will charge headlong into situations that any rational being would flee from. It is not bravery, precisely, because bravery implies overcoming fear. Orcs simply do not have that fear to overcome. They see a battle, any battle, as an opportunity for fun. They see danger as challenge to be met with enthusiasm. And they see death, when it comes, as just one of those things that happens sometimes. Other orcs will loot their body and carry on. So when the looters of the Rusty Cog tribe breach the vault and find Ethan's dreadnought standing silent in the darkness, they do not feel afraid. They do not recognize the ancient warrior for what he is, a vengeful angel of death waiting to be awakened. They see only the most magnificent piece of loot they have ever encountered, and they want it. The culture of looting and the mech boys' art. The orcs of the Rusty Cog tribe are experienced looters. They have been scavenging the ruins of Talassar Prime for generations, pulling ancient technology from collapsed buildings, stripping components from long-dead vehicles, hoarding anything that looks even remotely useful. Their settlement, built in what was once a manufactorum complex, is a ramshackle mess of looted structures held together with rusty bolts and welded plates. Gretchen slaves scurry through the warren of corridors, carrying scrap to the workshops where mech boys hammer away at their latest projects. The war boss of the Rusty Cog tribe is called Scrubnuts, a particularly large and scarred orc who earned his position by defeating the previous war boss in single combat, and then, in a display of cunning unusual even for a Blood Axes orc, immediately promoting all the old war boss's rivals to positions of authority in his new regime. This prevented the usual period of internal fighting that follows a leadership change, and allowed Scrubnuts to maintain a larger and more cohesive tribe than would normally be possible. Under Scrubnuts' leadership, the Rusty Cog tribe has thrived. They have established dominance over the other orc mobs on Talassar Prime, forcing them to either join the tribe or flee to the wilderness. They have accumulated vast stockpiles of looted technology. and they have been conducting increasingly bold exploration missions into the deepest parts of the ruins, seeking the biggest and best salvage. The looter mob that finds Ethan's vault is led by a knob called Gearskull, so named for the elaborate metal plate that covers half his skull after an unpleasant encounter with a collapsing ceiling. Gearskull fancies himself something of a treasure hunter, though his methods involve less archaeology and more smash everything until something valuable falls out. He has 30 boys under his command, along with twice that many Gretchen, to carry loot and perform the dangerous work of crawling into collapsed tunnels. They have been working this particular ruin for weeks, following ancient power conduits deeper and deeper into what they correctly identified as an important structure. The fortress monastery of the Celestial Lions was built to withstand siege warfare, with vaults and bunkers extending hundreds of meters below the surface. Most of these have collapsed or flooded over the millennia, but Gearskull's mob has been persistent, bypassing obstacles and forging new tunnels where necessary. When they finally break through into the vault where Ethan rests, the orcs stop and stare. Even by orc standards, this is impressive. The chamber is enormous, carved from solid bedrock and reinforced with adamantium supports that run floor to ceiling like the ribs of some great beast. Emergency lighting still functions after all these centuries, powered by some deep and patient source, bathing the chamber in a dim red glow that makes shadows dance across the walls. The vault itself shows signs of the ancient battle that raged above it. Cracks spiderweb across portions of the ceiling where orbital bombardment stress reached even these depths. Scorch marks, faded but still visible, speak of weapons fire that penetrated this far during the final desperate hours of the siege. And in the center of the chamber, locked in place by stasis clamps that haven't moved in 5,000 years, stands the Contemptor. It is magnificent. Adamantium and ceramite plates cover its frame, each one bearing the heraldry of the Celestial Lions. The golden lions on their azure field have faded over the millennia, tarnished and dulled by time and the thin patina of dust that covers everything in the chamber, but still visible to anyone who knows what to look for. The azure background has darkened almost to black in places, but the craftsmanship that went into the heraldry's application remains evident even after such vast spans of time. The dreadnought's right arm mounts a Keras pattern assault cannon, its 6 rotating barrels dark and silent. Even inactive, the weapon radiates menace. Each barrel is easily as thick as an orc's arm, and the ammunition feed system that snakes from the weapon back into the dreadnought's torso suggests a capacity for sustained firepower that makes even the trigger-happy orcs pause in appreciation. The left arm bears a massive power fist, currently deactivated, but still radiating a sense of potential violence. The fingers, each one large enough to crush an orc skull, are locked in a half-closed position, frozen mid-grasp as they have been for millennia. Embedded in the wrist assembly is a storm bolter, its twin barrels visible among the mechanical workings, and beneath that, the nozzle of a heavy flamer, dark with ancient promethium residue. Purity seals and oath papers cover the chassis, layered one atop another in some places, scattered individually in others. Some are so old they have crumbled to dust at the slightest air current from the orcs' breathing, their words lost to time forever. Others remain intact, their vellum yellowed and brittle but readable, their high Gothic scripts promising vengeance upon the Emperor's enemies in flowing calligraphy that speaks of a more hopeful age. One seal, positioned prominently on the dreadnought's chestplate, bears the personal sigil of a tech marine whose name has been worn away but whose devotion remains evident in the elaborate illumination surrounding the text. The dreadnought stands 12 feet tall even in its dormant state. Its optical sensors are dark, lifeless, like the eyes of a statue. No sound comes from within its armored shell, no hint of the consciousness that lies preserved within. The stasis field that has preserved it for so long has only recently failed, its generators finally exhausted after millennia of continuous operation. The field's collapse is recent enough that frost still covers portions of the dreadnought's surface, sublimating slowly in the vault's atmosphere and creating faint wisps of vapor that curl around the ancient war machine like funeral shrouds. The dreadnought is technically active now, its reactor ticking over at idle speed, its systems on minimal power in standby mode. Indicator lights, barely visible in the dim red emergency illumination, blink slowly on various panels. System monitoring continues automatically, patient and faithful, waiting for the activation codes that will bring the war machine to full readiness. But with no tech marines to provide those codes, no chapter serfs to perform the rituals of awakening, the dreadnought simply stands and waits as it has waited for 5,000 years, a silent sentinel in a forgotten tomb. To Gearskull and his boys, this is the ultimate treasure. They immediately begin arguing about who gets to claim it, with several boys suggesting they should just start shooting each other to establish dominance. Gearskull, demonstrating the cunning that makes him a respected leader among the Rusty Cog tribe, settles the argument by declaring that the dreadnought belongs to the whole mob and that they will take it back to the settlement to show war boss Scrubnuts. This satisfies the boys, who immediately begin trying to figure out how to move something that weighs several tons and is locked in place by massive clamps. The Gretchen are sent to fetch tools and equipment. The boys examine the stasis clamps, trying to understand how they work. One particularly enthusiastic orc tries to simply shove the dreadnought, with predictable results. It does not budge. This only increases their admiration for it. Anything that heavy must be really good for stomping enemies. After several hours of work, including one incident where a Gretchen accidentally triggers an ancient defense turret that wounds 2 boys before being destroyed, they manage to release the stasis clamps. The dreadnought shifts slightly, settling into a more natural standing position, but otherwise remains inactive. The orcs rig up a system of pulleys and supports, planning to drag the dreadnought back through the tunnels they have excavated. It takes 2 days of constant work, with the Gretchen doing most of the actual labor, while the boys supervise and occasionally hit things with hammers. When they finally emerge from the ruins, dragging their prize, the rest of the Rusty Cog tribe erupts in excitement. Orcs pour out of the settlement to see what Gearskull's mob has found. The shouting and bellowing can be heard for miles. Several fights break out as orcs argue about what should be done with the dreadnought. War boss Scrubnuts has to personally crack a few skulls to restore order. The dreadnought is brought to the largest workshop in the settlement, a vast space where the tribe's mech boys conduct their most ambitious projects. The Big Mech, an ancient and scarred orc called Rustgut Spanner's Masher, takes one look at the dreadnought and declares it to be the finest piece of loot he has ever seen. He immediately begins planning what modifications will be necessary to make it properly orky. Rustgut is old by orc standards, having survived countless battles and accumulated enough cunning and mechanical knowledge to make him invaluable to the tribe. He has built everything from crude wagons to elaborate stompers, and he has an instinctive understanding of how technology works that borders on supernatural. When he looks at the dreadnought, he sees possibilities. He sees a walking weapons platform that could be enhanced with more guns, more armor, more spiky bits. He sees something that, with proper orky modification, could become a terror on the battlefield. But first, he needs to understand what he is working with, and that means taking the dreadnought apart. The Mech Boys' investigation. Rustgut Spanner's Masher approaches the dreadnought with the careful reverence of an orc, examining something he plans to thoroughly disassemble. He walks around it several times, running his hands over the ceramite plates, tapping the armor with a wrench to listen to the sound it makes. Other mech boys gather around, offering suggestions and arguing about what should be done first. The first order of business is removing the external armor plates to see what lies beneath. This proves more difficult than expected. The ceramite is bonded to the underlying structure with molecular precision, and the orc's usual method of hit it with a hammer until it comes loose is not effective. Several boys try using cutting torches, but the armor resists even sustained plasma cutting. Eventually, Rustgut finds the maintenance access points, hidden beneath purity seals and covered by decorative armor panels. These were designed to allow tech marines to perform repairs and maintenance, and they open much more easily. As the mech boys begin their examination, they discover layer upon layer of sophisticated technology. The reactor that powers the dreadnought is like nothing they have seen before, a compact fusion core that produces phenomenal amounts of energy with minimal fuel consumption. The servos and actuators that move the massive limbs are made from alloys the orcs cannot identify, far stronger and lighter than anything they normally work with. The weapon systems are equally impressive, with targeting computers and fire control systems that would put most Imperial Guard vehicles to shame. But what really captures their attention is the sarcophagus. When they finally access the central chamber, they find the armored coffin that contains Ethon's remains. It is covered in Imperial iconography, sealed with purity seals and warded against corruption. The orcs, of course, do not understand or care about any of this. They see only an interesting box that is very securely locked. Opening the sarcophagus becomes an obsession for Rustgut. He spends days trying to bypass the locks without damaging the systems connected to it. The sarcophagus is designed to be tamper-proof, with multiple redundant security measures. Any attempt to force it open will trigger automatic defenses. The orcs discover this the hard way when one enterprising mechboy tries to cut through a seal and receives a powerful electric shock that sends him flying across the workshop. During this investigation, something begins to happen inside the dreadnought. The extended period of handling, the removal of armor plates, the poking and prodding of systems that have been dormant for millennia, all of this is feeding power into circuits that have been inactive. The reactor, responding to increased demand, begins to spin up from its idle state. Monitoring systems come online. Diagnostic routines start running. And deep within the sarcophagus, suspended in amniotic fluid that has slowly become cloudy over the centuries, something stirs. Ethan is beginning to wake up. The process is gradual, like surfacing from a very deep dive. His first sensation is pain, sharp and all-encompassing. His body, what little remains of it, has been motionless for 5,000 years. Muscles that still exist have atrophied. Nerve endings that connect to the neural interface have been dormant so long they protest when forced to transmit signals again. His brain, preserved but not entirely unchanged by the long sleep, struggles to process sensory input. His second sensation is confusion. Where is he? What is happening? The last thing he remembers is the siege of Talassar Prime, the Chaos forces breaking through the defenses, the order to retreat, fighting a desperate rearguard action to buy time for his brothers to evacuate, taking catastrophic damage that forced his dreadnought into emergency stasis. And then, nothing. Darkness. Silence. The void. How long has it been? The chronometer displays in his optical systems are not functioning properly, showing nonsensical timestamps that cannot possibly be correct. 5,000 years. That cannot be right. That would mean... His thoughts are slow, sluggish, like moving through thick mud. His processors, the electronic systems that augment his cognitive functions, are running diagnostic checks and finding errors. Many errors. Too many errors. Gradually, he becomes aware of external sensors. His optical systems are registering movement, shapes, heat signatures. But the images make no sense. He sees green-skinned creatures swarming around his chassis. He sees crude tools and ramshackle equipment. He sees what appears to be the interior of some kind of workshop, but not one built to Imperial standards. The architecture is wrong. The technology is primitive. And those creatures are those orcs. The thought triggers something deep in his conditioning. Orcs. Xenos. Enemies of the Imperium. The response is automatic. hardwired into his very being by decades of training that predated his internment in the dreadnought. Orcs must be destroyed. Orcs must be purged. The Emperor demands it, but he cannot move. His motor systems are not responding. He tries to activate his weapons, to bring his assault cannon to bear on the greenskin filth that dares to touch him, but nothing happens. The weapons are offline, their machine spirits dormant. He tries to access the dreadnought's Vox system, to call out to his brothers, to demand support, but the transmitter is dead. He is trapped in his own body, conscious, but helpless, able to see and hear, but unable to act. The frustration is overwhelming. 5,000 years of darkness, and he wakes to find himself surrounded by enemies, his dreadnought violated by Xenos hands, and he cannot even cry out in rage. He tries to force his systems online through sheer willpower, but there are safety protocols, activation sequences that must be followed. The dreadnought was not designed to be activated by its pilot alone. It requires external input, tech marines running startup procedures, sacred oils and prayers to awaken the machine's spirits properly. Outside, the orcs remain blissfully unaware that the dreadnought is waking up. They continue their examination, arguing about what parts should be removed and what modifications should be made. Rustgut has developed a plan for the dreadnought's future. He intends to remove the sarcophagus entirely, replacing it with a simple cockpit where an orc pilot can sit and control the machine. The dreadnought's weapons will be replaced with bigger, shootier versions. More armor will be welded on. And of course, it will all be painted red, because red ones go faster, even if dreadnoughts do not normally move very fast. Several of the younger mech boys are already working on sketches for these modifications, drawing crude diagrams that show the dreadnought covered in additional guns, spiked plates, and various orky glyphs. They argue about whether to mount a second assault cannon or replace one weapon arm entirely with a massive power claw. They discuss adding a force field generator looted from an orc stomper that was destroyed months ago. They plan boarding ramps that will allow boys to hitch rides on the dreadnought's shoulders. The possibilities seem endless, but they need to get inside the sarcophagus first. Rustgut has determined that the locking mechanism is controlled by a complex series of electronic seals that respond to specific code sequences. These codes would normally be known only to the chapter's tech marines, carefully guarded and changed regularly. But the orcs have their own methods. Rustgut begins trying random sequences, literally just pressing buttons and seeing what happens. This should not work. The security systems should lock down completely after too many failed attempts. Should not. But the security systems have been without maintenance for 5,000 years. Circuits have degraded. Backup protocols have failed. And when Rustgut, more by luck than design, enters a sequence that happens to match an emergency override code, the sarcophagus unseals with a hiss of escaping gas. The orcs cheer. They have done it. The box is open. Several of them immediately try to peer inside, curious about what an ancient Space Marine dreadnought sarcophagus contains. What they see makes even orcs pause. The interior of the sarcophagus is filled with cloudy fluid, and suspended in that fluid is something that might have once been human. Cables and tubes connect to what remains of the body. Life support systems continue their patient work, keeping cells alive and brain tissue oxygenated. It is a horror, a preserved nightmare of flesh and machinery fused into something that should not exist. The orcs, however, are not horrified. They are fascinated. One of them pokes the fluid with a stick. Another suggests they pull the whole thing out to get a better look. Rustgut is already thinking about whether any of this biological material could be useful. Painboys sometimes like having spare parts to work with. And inside the sarcophagus, Ethan screams. It is not a sound that anyone can hear, because his vocal cords have long since been severed and replaced with electronic systems. But it is a scream nonetheless, a howl of rage and despair that echoes through his consciousness. The orcs have opened his tomb. They have violated the sanctity of his preservation. And they are treating him, a space marine, a warrior of the Emperor, like nothing more than an interesting curiosity. The fury that fills him is incandescent. It burns away the fog of confusion, the lethargy of the long sleep. It focuses his mind with laser precision, and it triggers something deep within the dreadnaught's systems. The machine spirits, dormant for so long, respond to their master's rage. They recognize the righteous anger of a loyal servant of the Emperor. They wake. The dreadnaught's reactor surges to full power. Energy floods through systems that have been dark for millennia. Weapon systems come online with the hungry growl of machine spirits eager for war. Servos lock and load. Ammunition feeds cycle, chambering rounds that were manufactured before the current age began. Targeting matrices activate, painting everyone in the workshop with acquisition locks. The orcs notice something is happening. The dreadnought is making noise now, a deep thrumming that they can feel in their bones. Lights are activating along its chassis. The optical sensors are glowing with an angry red light. Rusgut, who has survived this long by having good instincts for when things are about to get dangerous, takes a step back. The step saves his life. The awakening. The transformation from dormant relic to active war machine takes less than 3 seconds. That is how quickly the dreadnaught's ancient systems respond to Ethan's will. 5,000 years of inactivity, and the mechanisms designed during the Great Crusade snap into readiness as if no time has passed at all. This is the engineering prowess of an age when humanity reached for the stars and found them within grasp. The first system to fully activate is the dreadnaught's auger array, a sophisticated sensor suite that provides 360-degree awareness of the battlefield. It immediately identifies 18 life signs in the immediate vicinity, all matching the profile for Orkoid Xenos. Threat assessment algorithms classify them as hostile. Rules of engagement protocols, unchanged since Ethan's last deployment, provide clear guidance. Purge the Xenos with extreme prejudice. The second system is the Vox system. Ethan tries to broadcast on standard Imperial frequencies, attempting to raise any Space Marine forces in the area, any Imperial Guard units, any servants of the Emperor who might provide support or at least acknowledge his awakening. The response is static, the empty hiss of dead channels. There is no one to hear him. He is alone, surrounded by enemies, with no support and no hope of rescue. The third system to activate is the weapons array. The Keres pattern assault cannon mounted on his right arm is a masterpiece of destruction. 6 rotating barrels capable of firing 800 rounds per minute of mass reactive ammunition. The targeting computer interfaces directly with Ethan's neural systems, allowing him to aim with thought speed precision. The ammunition counter shows 900 rounds remaining, loaded 5,000 years ago and patiently waiting to be used. Ethan's left arm bears a dreadnought-sized power fist, augmented with a built-in storm bolter and equipped with an auxiliary heavy flamer for cleansing entrenched positions. The power field generator spins up, wreathing the massive fist in crackling energy that can pulverize ceramite and crush armor with equal ease. The heavy flamer's promethium tanks register as full. Everything is ready. Everything is functional. He does not hesitate. He does not issue warnings or demand surrender. These are orcs, and orcs deserve only death. His assault cannon begins to spin, the barrels rotating with a rising whine that fills the workshop. The orcs, who have been staring at the dreadnought with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, suddenly realize that something has gone very wrong. The workshop erupts in a storm of mass reactive destruction. Mass reactive ammunition is designed to penetrate armor before detonating, maximizing damage to the target. Against unarmored or lightly armored opponents like the orcs in the workshop, the effect is catastrophic beyond description. Each round that strikes an orc body punches through thick green skin and dense muscle tissue before detonating inside, blowing the target apart from within in a spray of blood and bone fragments. The Keres assault cannon fires so rapidly that individual shots become indistinguishable from one another, creating a continuous roar of explosive death that drowns out even the loudest orc war cries. The first 3 orcs die before they can even register surprise. One moment, they are standing near the dreadnought, pointing at something interesting on its chassis and arguing about it in their crude language, debating whether the shiny bits would make good trophies or better ammunition. The next moment, they simply cease to exist as coherent entities, reduced to component parts scattered across the workshop floor in patterns that speak of tremendous explosive force concentrated in very small spaces. The orcs behind them, who might have survived if they had possessed any sense of self-preservation, instead stare in momentary confusion at where their companions had been standing. They do not survive their confusion. Ethan sweeps his assault cannon in a controlled arc, the targeting computer tracking multiple targets simultaneously with the precision of machinery that has not forgotten how to kill efficiently, and more orcs die in rapid succession. The workshop's metal floor becomes slick with blood and other fluids, making footing treacherous for anyone foolish enough to try running across it. Fragments of orc anatomy decorate the walls and ceiling, painting abstract patterns in red and green that would be almost artistic if they were not so gruesome. Shell casings from the assault cannon pile up around Aethon's feet, still hot from firing, bouncing and rolling across the uneven floor with metallic clinks that provide counterpoint to the thunderous roar of the weapon. To their credit, the orcs do not panic. Panic is not an emotion they readily experience, a gift of their genetic engineering that makes them nearly fearless in the face of almost any threat. Instead, they react with the instinctive violence that defines their species, pivoting from confusion to aggressive action in the span of heartbeats. Those who have weapons begin shooting back immediately, filling the air with the crude bullets of orc shooters and the bright traces of heavy sluggas. The volume of return fire is impressive, if wildly inaccurate. Orc weapons are notorious for their lack of precision, being designed more for volume of fire than actual marksmanship. Bullets ricochet off every surface, creating a storm of lead and sparks that is more dangerous to other orcs than to Ethan. Those without weapons grab whatever is available, showing the resourcefulness that makes orcs so difficult to completely eliminate. Wrenches become clubs, pipes become spears, chunks of scrap metal become thrown projectiles. One particularly inventive orc grabs what appears to be a promethium canister and hurls it at the dreadnought, presumably hoping it will explode on impact. It does not, instead bouncing harmlessly off Ethan's chest plate and rolling away across the floor. The orc looks disappointed for approximately half a second before an assault cannon burst removes the problem of his disappointment permanently. More orcs charge directly at the dreadnought, driven by the simple orc philosophy that the best response to any threat is to get close enough to hit it with something heavy. This would be a viable strategy against many opponents. Against a contemptor-pattern dreadnought piloted by a warrior with 10,000 years of combat experience, it is suicide. But orcs are not particularly concerned with concepts like survival odds or tactical viability. They see a big metal thing that needs to be bashed, and they charge toward it with the single-minded enthusiasm that characterizes their approach to most problems. Their courage is admirable. Their tactics are not. Orcs' small arms cannot penetrate contemptor armor. The bullets spark and ricochet harmlessly off ceramite plates that were designed to withstand anti-tank weapons. The orcs who charge into melee range discover why that is a terrible idea when Aethan's power fist descends like the hammer of an angry god. The first orc to reach him is a knob, larger and tougher than the regular boys, wearing scavenged armor plates and wielding a crude power claw of orc manufacture. He is fast, surprisingly so for something his size, and he manages to dodge the initial swing of Ethan's power fist. But the backswing catches him full in the torso, and the power field does its terrible work. The knob's armor crumples like paper. His body is crushed to pulp. The force of the blow sends his remains flying across the workshop to impact against a wall with wet finality. The auxiliary stormbolter adds its voice to the carnage, pumping bolt rounds into any orc foolish enough to approach from the left side. Each bolt round is a miniature rocket, propelled by a solid fuel charge and armed with a mass-reactive warhead. They blow fist-sized holes through orc bodies, detonating bone and organ tissue with brutal efficiency. The heavy flamer remains silent for now, Aethan conserving its promethium for when it is truly needed. 15 seconds after the firing began, 12 orcs are dead. The workshop floor is slick with blood and littered with body parts. The surviving orcs are beginning to reconsider their situation. Even for greenskins, this is going badly. Their weapons cannot hurt this thing. Their best fighters are being cut down like vermin, and the dreadnought shows no signs of slowing down or running out of ammunition. Ruscut Spanner's Masher, the big mech who has survived countless battles through a combination of cunning and good fortune, makes a tactical decision. He grabs the nearest Gretchen and hurls it at the dreadnought as a distraction, then turns and runs for the workshop exit. Other orcs, seeing their leader retreat, follow suit. In seconds, the workshop is emptying as orcs flee for their lives, trampling slower individuals in their haste to escape. Aethan considers pursuing them, but tactical analysis suggests this would be unwise. The workshop has only one exit, and he would have to navigate through cluttered terrain filled with obstacles. Better to secure his position and assess the situation. He stops firing and watches as the last orc disappears through the doorway. Silence falls, broken only by the idling hum of his reactor and the soft drip of various fluids from damaged orc bodies. Aethan stands motionless, running diagnostic checks on his systems. The engagement lasted approximately 45 seconds. He expended 120 rounds of assault cannon ammunition. His Power Fist's energy field showed no degradation. All systems are functioning within acceptable parameters. But where is he? His geographical positioning systems are offline, unable to acquire satellite signals that should be standard across any Imperial world. His communication systems receive nothing but static. His chronometer insists that 5,000 years have passed since his last deployment, but that cannot possibly be correct. Can it? He reviews his memory banks, searching for his last clear recollection: the siege of Talasar Prime, the Chaos Invasion, the desperate defense, his dreadnought taking catastrophic damage and entering emergency stasis. And then nothing. 5,000 years of nothing. His brothers, the Celestial Lions, where are they? His chapter, his companions, the warriors he fought beside for decades before his internment. Are any of them still alive? After 5,000 years, the answer is almost certainly no. The realization is crushing. He is alone. Everyone he knew is dead. The galaxy he fought to protect has moved on without him. He was forgotten, left behind in the ruins of a battle so old that even the records of it have probably been lost. He is a relic, an ancient thing, as out of place in this age as a man from ancient Terra's history would be in his own time. But he is still a space marine. He is still a servant of the Emperor, and as long as he functions, as long as his consciousness persists and his weapons can fire, he has a duty to perform. The orcs are still here. He can hear them outside, shouting in their crude language, organizing for another assault. They vastly outnumber him. They will likely have heavier weapons now that they know their small arms are ineffective. And he is trapped in this workshop with limited mobility and no support. The tactical situation is poor, but Space Marines have faced poor tactical situations before and emerged victorious. He begins planning his defense, analyzing the workshop's layout and identifying positions that will maximize his firepower while minimizing his exposure. The orcs will come again, and when they do, he will be ready. Outside the workshop, Warboss Scrubnuts is organizing the tribe's response to this unexpected development. The Humi's metal box has woken up and is shooting his boys, which is both surprising and offensive. But it is also, he has to admit, pretty impressive. That kind of firepower is exactly the sort of thing the Rusty Cog tribe could use. They just need to figure out how to get it. Rustgut, nursing a wound where a piece of shrapnel caught his arm during the retreat, proposes several options. They could try to overwhelm the dreadnought with sheer numbers, sending wave after wave of boys until it runs out of ammunition. They could bring up heavier weapons, the big guns normally mounted on Orc vehicles, and blast it to pieces. Or they could try something clever, like collapsing the workshop on top of it or setting the whole place on fire. Scrubnuts considers these options. The first would work, but it would cost a lot of boys, and while Orcs are expendable, losing too many at once is bad for morale. The second might destroy the dreadnought entirely, which would be wasteful. They want to loot it, not scrap it. The third option has potential, but workshops full of fuel and ammunition have a tendency to explode when set on fire, and the settlement is already too close to the blast radius. He makes a decision. They will lay siege to the workshop, surround it, cut off any escape routes, and wait for the Humie's metal box to run out of power or ammunition or whatever it is that keeps it going. Then, when it is weak, they will swarm it with numbers and take it intact. It is a surprisingly patient strategy for an Orc, but Scrubnuts did not become war boss by being stupid. Sometimes the best way to get what you want is to wait for the right moment. Inside the workshop, Ethan is reaching the same conclusion. He is trapped. The Orcs have him surrounded, and while he can hold this position for a considerable time, eventually his ammunition will run out, or his reactor will need maintenance, or something will fail. 5,000 years of neglect, no matter how good the engineering, leaves vulnerabilities. He needs to break out, find a defensible position, and determine what has happened to the Imperium's presence on this world. But first, he needs to deal with the immediate threat. The Orcs will attack again, probably soon, and when they do, he will teach them the price of defiling a Space Marine dreadnought. The siege and the breaking of the Green Tide. The Orcs return in force 20 minutes later. This time they are prepared. Rustgut has organized them into mobs, each with a specific objective. The first mob, expendable boys with basic weapons, will charge the workshop entrance to draw the dreadnought's fire. The second mob, carrying looted Imperial Guard weapons and a few Orc heavy guns, will provide covering fire. The third mob, led by Rustgut himself and including the tribe's best mech boys, will attempt to circle around and access the workshop through a side entrance that they hastily smash through the wall. It is, by Orc standards, a sophisticated plan. Under other circumstances, it might even work. But they are facing a Space Marine who fought during the Great Crusade, who learned tactics from commanders who walked with the Emperor, and who has personal experience dating back 10,000 years. Ethan has been listening to them organize through his external audio sensors. He knows what they are planning, and he has prepared accordingly. When the first mob charges through the workshop entrance, screaming their war cries and firing wildly, they do not find Ethan waiting at the back of the chamber where they left him. He has relocated to a position that provides maximum fields of fire while offering some cover from return fire. More importantly, he has rigged several surprises using materials available in the workshop. The first Orc through the door triggers a tripwire connected to several barrels of promethium that Ethan found stored in a corner. The explosion is immediate and devastating, turning the entrance into an inferno and immolating the first dozen Orcs instantly. Those behind them stumble to a halt, temporarily blinded and disoriented by the flash and the heat. They are perfect targets. Ethan's assault cannon speaks again, and Orcs begin dying. He fires in controlled bursts now, conserving ammunition while maintaining effective suppression. Each burst takes down 2 or 3 Orcs, the mass reactive rounds punching through bodies and detonating in spectacular fashion. The Orcs, caught in the bottleneck of the entrance and blinded by smoke and flames, cannot effectively return fire. They try to retreat, but more Orcs are pushing forward from behind, creating a crushing press of bodies that only makes them easier targets. The second mob, providing covering fire from outside, finds themselves ineffective. Their bullets spark off the walls and ceiling of the workshop, doing nothing to suppress the dreadnought that they cannot even see through the smoke and fire. They hear the assault cannon's distinctive roar. They see Orcs flying backward out of the entrance in pieces, but they cannot acquire a clear target. Rustgut's flanking maneuver fares better initially. His mech boys blast through the workshop's side wall using a demolition charge, creating a new entrance that bypasses the kill zone at the main door. They pour through, expecting to catch the dreadnought from the side and overwhelm it with heavy weapons before it can respond. What they find instead is that Ethan has anticipated this as well. He has positioned himself so that he has clear sight lines to both entrances. As the mech boys come through their newly created hole in the wall, they are greeted by a burst of stormbolter fire that kills 3 of them instantly. The survivors scatter, diving behind whatever cover they can find, and begin returning fire with their own heavy weapons. Now Aethon is engaged on 2 fronts, splitting his attention between the main entrance where orcs continue to push forward despite horrific casualties, and the side entrance where Rustgut's mech boys are employing heavier firepower. A rocket launcher fires, the crude rocket spiraling through the air and detonating against Aethon's right pauldron. The explosion rocks the dreadnought but fails to penetrate the Contemptor's armor. Ethan responds with his heavy flamer, sweeping a gout of burning promethium across the side entrance and forcing the mech boys to retreat. The battle has now been raging for 2 minutes. The workshop is filled with smoke and the screaming of dying orcs. Bodies are piled at the main entrance 3 deep, creating a macabre barricade that the surviving orcs are trying to scramble over. Ethan's ammunition counter shows he has expended 400 rounds of assault cannon ammunition. His power fist has crushed 2 orcs who got close enough to engage in melee, their bodies now decorating the workshop floor. His heavy flamer has consumed 30% of its promethium reserves. Outside, Warboss Scrubnuts is watching the assault fall apart and making calculations. They have lost somewhere between 40 and 50 boys already, with more being wounded or killed every few seconds. The Humi's metal box shows no signs of weakening. His plan to overwhelm it with numbers is not working. The dreadnought is simply too well positioned, too heavily armed, and too well armored for their current tactics to succeed. He needs to change approach. But before he can issue new orders, something unexpected happens. One of the weird boys attached to the tribe, a particularly unstable specimen named Zapskull, has been absorbing the WAG energy generated by all the fighting and dying. The psychic pressure has been building inside his skull, and it has reached critical mass. Zapskull's eyes begin glowing green. Energy crackles around his head. He points at the workshop and screams words in a language that predates the current orc civilization. The WAG! Energy gathered from hundreds of orcs focuses through him like a lens, and he unleashes it in a directed blast that tears through the workshop wall. Like it is made of paper, the psychic shockwave hits Ethan's dreadnought with the force of an artillery shell. His systems register a massive energy surge. Electromagnetic interference scrambles his sensors. The dreadnought staggers, servos screaming as they fight to keep him upright. For a moment, his vision goes dark, systems overloading and rebooting. When his optical sensors come back online 2 seconds later, he finds orcs pouring through the breach that the weird boy created. 2 seconds is a long time in combat. It is long enough for a dozen orcs to close to melee range. It is long enough for them to swarm over him, clambering onto his chassis and trying to find weak points in his armor. It is long enough for one particularly bold knob to reach his assault cannon and attempt to jam a crude bomb into the barrel. Ethan reacts with the precision of a warrior who has fought for 10,000 years. His assault cannon cannot be brought to bear on enemies this close, so he uses his power fist. He swats orcs off his chassis like they are insects, each impact sending bodies flying. The knob with the bomb dies when Ethan's power fist closes around him, crushing the greenskin and his explosive charge together. The resulting detonation damages the assault cannon's outermost barrel, but the weapon remains functional. More orcs are coming. Ethan can see them through the smoke, a green tide that seems endless. His tactical analysis systems are painting threat markers across his vision faster than he can eliminate them. He is being overwhelmed. This is not a sustainable position. He makes a decision. If he remains here, the orcs will eventually drag him down through sheer numbers. He needs mobility, he needs room to maneuver, He needs to break out of this trap. Ethan activates his dreadnought's full locomotive power and charges toward the main entrance, deciding that remaining stationary is no longer viable. If he stays in this workshop, the orcs will eventually drag him down through sheer numbers and persistent close combat. He needs mobility. He needs room to maneuver and utilize the full range of his weapon systems. He needs to break out of this trap before the structural damage to the building itself creates additional problems. The orcs in his path see tons of adamantium and ceramite bearing down on them like an avalanche given form and purpose. Some try to dodge, others try to brace themselves against the charge. A few, demonstrating either remarkable courage or remarkable stupidity, attempt to tackle the dreadnought directly. None of these approaches work. Ethan plows through them like they are not even there, crushing orcs beneath his massive feet, the servo-assisted joints of his legs providing more than enough force to shatter bone and pulverize flesh. The sound of breaking bodies accompanies his charge, a wet crunching that speaks of organic matter failing catastrophically when meeting forces it was never designed to withstand. His power, fist sweeps in wide arcs before him, clearing space like a farmer scything wheat at harvest time. Each swing is calculated, precise, designed to eliminate multiple targets with maximum efficiency. An orc caught by the backswing of the power fist is not just killed, but obliterated, the power field disrupting molecular bonds at the point of contact and the kinetic force doing the rest. Bodies, or pieces of them, fly backward to impact against walls and other orcs with bone-breaking force. One unfortunate greenskin is swatted so hard he actually embeds in the workshop's wall, creating a crude orc-shaped indentation in the metal surface before sliding down to leave a smeared trail. His assault cannon fires on full automatic now, conservation of ammunition momentarily less important than establishing a path to freedom. The remaining 5 barrels spit death in every direction that his targeting computer identifies as containing threats. The machine spirit of the assault cannon is awake and eager, its hunger for destruction matching its master's determination to escape. Spent shell casings pour from the weapon like brass rain, creating a literal waterfall of hot metal that bounces and skitters across the floor. The sound is deafening, a percussion performance of violence that drowns out everything except the screaming of dying orcs and the bellowing of those still trying to fight. The orcs at the entrance see death approaching with inexorable purpose and try to scatter, their survival instincts finally overcoming their enthusiasm for combat. But there is nowhere to go. The entrance is crowded with bodies, both living and dead. Those in front cannot retreat because of those pressing forward from behind. Those behind cannot see what is happening in front and continue to push forward, eager to join the fight. The result is a crushing press of green flesh that makes them perfect targets. Ethan explodes through the doorway in a shower of debris and dismembered orc parts. The doorframe itself, designed to accommodate vehicles and large equipment, is still too small for a charging dreadnought moving at full speed. The ceramite shoulders of his chassis impact the frame's edges and simply tear them away, bringing chunks of wall with them. Metal screams as it deforms. Structural supports groan under stress they were never meant to bear. And in the middle of it all, Ethan emerges into the open like a vengeful god, stepping forth from a temple dedicated to war. Outside, he finds himself in an open area surrounded by dozens of crude orc structures. And surrounding those structures, staring at him with a mixture of surprise and delight, are hundreds of orcs. Warboss Scrubnuts sees the dreadnought burst free from the workshop and grins. Now this is proper fighting. The Hume's metal box is in the open where his boys can get at it properly. He raises his power claw and bellows a command that needs no translation. Wag! The response is immediate and deafening. Hundreds of orc voices take up the cry. The wag! Energy that has been building throughout the battle surges to new heights. The orcs charge as a unified mass, a green tide of muscle and violence that crashes toward Ethan from all directions. Ethan plants his feet and opens fire. His assault cannon sweeps in controlled arcs, laying down overlapping fields of fire that cut through the charging orcs like a harvester through wheat. Every burst kills multiple targets. Every swing of his power fist crushes orcs to pulp. His heavy flamer bathes entire sections of the battlefield in cleansing fire, turning orcs into living torches that run screaming until they collapse. But there are so many. For every orc he kills, 2 more take its place. They are climbing over their own dead to reach him, using the bodies of their fallen comrades as cover. Rocket launches fire from multiple angles, and while Ethan's armor holds, each impact rocks his frame and drains his capacitor reserves. Big shooters chatter constantly, their bullets whining off his armor in showers of sparks. Then the heavier weapons arrive. An Orc Death Dread, a crude mockery of an Imperial dreadnought, controlled by a half-mad Gretchen pilot, stomps into view. It is covered in spikes and painted a garish combination of red and yellow, and it mounts a collection of weapons that would be comical if they were not so dangerous. The Death Dread opens fire with everything it has, and Ethan is forced to divert attention from the boys to deal with this new threat. His assault cannon targets the Death Dread's center mass and fires a sustained burst. Mass reactive rounds detonate against the crude armor plating, blowing chunks of metal away and exposing the internal mechanisms. But the Death Dread is surprisingly tough, held together as much by orc belief as by actual engineering. It returns fire with its own collection of big shooters and a single rocket launcher, forcing Ethan to dodge behind a building for cover. This is the moment the orcs have been waiting for. While Ethan is dealing with the Death Dread, a mob of knobs, led by Warboss Scrubnuts himself, charges in from the side. These are the tribe's elite fighters, larger and tougher than regular boys, equipped with power claws and boss poles and the absolute confidence that comes from winning countless fights through sheer brutality. Ethan detects them a second before they hit his flank, but a second is not enough time to fully react. Scrubnuts' power claw slams into the join between Ethan's leg and hip assembly, and even Contemptor armor has weak points. The power field disrupts the molecular bonds holding the armor plates together, and the claw's mechanical jaws close with crushing force. Hydraulic fluid begins leaking from the damaged joint. Ethan pivots despite the damage, bringing his power fist around in a backhand swing that catches Scrubnuts in the chest. The Warboss is thrown backward, his armor crumpled and his chest crushed, but he is not dead. Orcs are tough. Ethan follows up with a burst from his Stormbolter, and finally, the Warboss stops moving. But the other knobs are on him now, attacking from multiple angles. Power claws hammer at his armor, looking for weak points. One knob manages to climb onto his back and starts trying to pry open his sarcophagus with a crude cutting tool. Ethan spins and fires his heavy flamer directly upward, bathing his own back in flames to burn off the attacker. The knob screams and falls away, but not before his cutting tool scores a deep gouge in the sarcophagus armor. Ethan's ammunition counter shows he has 300 rounds remaining. His power reserves are at 60%. His hydraulic systems are damaged in 3 locations. His left knee servo is running 20% below optimal efficiency, and there are still dozens, perhaps hundreds of orcs surrounding him, with more arriving every minute as the sounds of battle draw in orcs from across the settlement. This is not a winnable fight. The tactical analysis is clear. He cannot defeat this many enemies alone. He needs to withdraw, find a defensive position, and wait for reinforcements. But where would he go? And who would send reinforcements to a world that the Imperium apparently abandoned millennia ago? The answer comes in an unexpected form. In the distance beyond the Orc settlement, Ethan's auger array detects a signature. It is faint, intermittent, but unmistakable. An Imperial transponder beacon, the kind used to mark landing zones and rally points. Someone else is on this world, someone with Imperial technology. Hope, a sensation Ethan has not felt in so long he barely recognizes it, flares within his consciousness. If there is an Imperial presence on Talasar Prime, then he is not alone. He must reach them. He he must make contact. Everything else is secondary. He activates his dreadnought's full combat mode, pushing systems beyond their normal operational limits. Power consumption spikes. Heat warnings flash across his vision, but his movement speed increases by 30%. He lowers his assault cannon and begins walking toward the signal, firing continuously to clear a path through the orcs. They try to stop him. They throw themselves at his legs, trying to trip him. They fire everything they have, desperate to bring down this implacable enemy who will not die, no matter how much punishment they inflict. But Ethan is a venerable dreadnought of the Adeptus Astartes, and he has fought in battles that make this skirmish look like a bar fight. He walks through them like a god of war, crushing orcs beneath his feet, blasting them apart with his weapons, burning them with his flamer. Every step takes him closer to that distant signal. Every orc that falls is one less obstacle between him and potential salvation. He walks, and the orcs die, and the settlement begins to burn as his heavy flamer ignites structures and fuel stores. Behind him, the rusty cog tribe watches, their prize walking away. They have lost their war boss. They have lost scores of boys, and they are losing the most impressive piece of loot they have ever found. Some of them want to give chase, to continue the fight until either they die or the dreadnought falls. But others, seeing the trail of destruction Ethan has carved through their settlement, decide that maybe this particular piece of loot is not worth the cost. The pursuit falters. The orcs let him go, turning their attention instead to fighting amongst themselves over who should be the next war boss and whether they should rebuild the workshop or use the materials to make more wagons. It is the orc way. Yesterday's enemy becomes today's forgotten problem as soon as something more immediate demands their attention. Ethan walks through the ruins of Talassar Prime, following the signal that promises contact with the Imperium he has served for so long. Behind him, the orc settlement burns. Before him, the unknown future awaits. He does not know what he will find when he reaches that signal. He does not know if the Imperium he knew still exists, or if it has changed beyond recognition. He does not know if there is a place for ancient warriors like him in whatever age this has become. But he knows his duty, and that, at least, has not changed in 5,000 years. He is a space marine. He serves the Emperor, and as long as his reactor beats and his weapons can fire, he will continue that service, no matter what the galaxy has become. The ancient dreadnought walks on through the ruins, a relic of a forgotten age, carrying within him memories of battles that have passed into legend, and the unwavering conviction that some things, some oaths, are truly eternal. Aftermath and implications. 3 days later, after following the signal through ruins and wastelands, navigating around orc patrols and avoiding the territories of the various warring tribes that control different sections of Talassar Prime, Ethan makes contact with the source of the Imperial signal. It is not what he expected. It is not a full Imperial Guard regiment staging for planetary reclamation. It is not a Space Marine strike force investigating rumors of heresy. It is not even a properly equipped Mechanicus Forge complex, with all the resources necessary to provide comprehensive maintenance. It is a small Mechanicus research expedition, numbering barely a dozen tech priests and perhaps 30 servitor retinues, investigating the ruins of Talassar Prime for archaeotech, lost standard template constructs, and any fragments of knowledge that might have survived the millennia since the planet's abandonment. They are part of a broader effort, spanning centuries and involving hundreds of such expeditions, to reclaim technology from worlds abandoned during various catastrophes throughout Imperial history. The Age of Apostasy left countless worlds depopulated or destroyed, their knowledge lost when their populations died or fled. Reclaiming even fragments of that lost knowledge has become a priority for certain factions within the Mechanicus. The expedition has established a small encampment in what was once an administratum complex, its thick walls providing some shelter from the elements and the occasional orc scouting party. Servitors patrol the perimeter, their programming simple but effective. Tech priests work inside portable laboratories, examining artifacts pulled from the ruins and cataloging everything according to protocols that date back to the founding of the Mechanicus itself. It is a small operation, the kind that happens on thousands of forgotten worlds throughout the Imperium, usually resulting in minimal discoveries, but occasionally uncovering something significant enough to justify the expense and risk. When the tech priest's sensors detect the approaching dreadnought, their initial response is alarm bordering on panic. Their auger arrays identify a large bipedal war machine approaching from the ruins, its reactor signature indicating active power systems, its weapons reading as armed and potentially dangerous. The silhouette matches profiles for both Imperial dreadnoughts and Orc-Def dreads, and given that they know orcs infest this world, they reasonably assume the worst. Servitors are ordered to defensive positions. What few defensive weapons the expedition possesses are activated and aimed toward the approaching contact. Several tech priests begin emergency shutdown procedures on sensitive equipment, preparing to evacuate if necessary. But when Ethan broadcasts his identification codes on standard Imperial frequencies, everything changes. The codes are old, incredibly old, predating most modern encryption schemas by millennia. But they are authentic, verified against records that the Mechanicus maintains in their deepest archives. More importantly, they identify the dreadnought as belonging to the Celestial Lions chapter, providing not just a chapter designation, but specific serial numbers that allow the tech priest to trace the war machine's history back through 10,000 years of carefully maintained records. The reaction shifts from alarm to shock, then quickly to excitement. A Contemptor pattern dreadnought, operational and crewed by an active pilot, is not just a rare find. It is a discovery that could justify a dozen expeditions of this size, possibly more. The Contemptor pattern represents technology from the Great Crusade, an age when the Imperium's technical capabilities vastly exceeded what currently exists. Most Contemptors still in service are jealously guarded by their chapters, maintained at tremendous expense, and rarely risked in combat because they are irreplaceable. Finding one that has been lost for 5 millennia, preserved by ancient stasis fields, potentially containing data and design specifications that have been lost to the ravages of time, is the kind of discovery that Magi dream about. But that the dreadnought contains a space marine who actually fought during the Emperor's time, who potentially possesses first-hand memories of the Great Crusade, who might be able to provide testimony about events that historians have been debating for 10,000 years, is nothing short of miraculous. The theological implications alone are staggering. This is a warrior who served when the Emperor still walked among humanity, when the Primarchs led their legions, when the Imperium was united in purpose and advancing across the galaxy with unstoppable momentum. The knowledge contained in his memory banks could reshape understanding of that era. The lead Magos, a venerable tech priest designated Xerxes 9 Delta, who has served the machine god for 3 centuries and overseen dozens of archaeological expeditions, personally performs the sacred rites to verify Aethon's authenticity. The process is extensive, involving not just code verification, but physical examination of the dreadnought's components, metallurgical analysis of the alloys used in its construction, and careful comparison of design elements against archived schematics from the Great Crusade era. Every measurement confirms what the identification codes claimed. This is genuinely a Contemptor from that legendary age, and the warrior within is genuine as well. The identification codes check out against multiple verification protocols. The dreadnought's serial numbers match records from the Celestial Lions chapter's founding, records so old they exist only in the most ancient archives, written in High Gothic variants that have not been in common use for millennia. And when Xerxes 9 Delta carefully interfaces with Ethan's memory banks, following protocols designed to avoid damaging the delicate neural pathways or corrupting the stored data, they find fragmentary battle logs that provide first-hand accounts of campaigns that historians have been debating for millennia. Reports of battles on worlds whose very names have been forgotten. Tactical assessments of enemies that no longer exist. Observations about Primarchs and legendary figures that could only come from someone who actually knew them personally. Xerxes 9 Delta immediately sends an astropathic message to Mars, to the Fabricator General himself, reporting the discovery in detail. The message is given priority coding, routed through the most reliable astropathic channels available. Such a discovery must be reported to the highest levels of Mechanicus leadership. After all, this could have implications for everything from technical research to theological doctrine. A living link to the age when the Omnissiah walked among humanity is not just valuable, it is sacred. The response, when it comes several weeks later, is explicit. The Dreadnought and its pilot are to be recovered and transported to Mars for study and preservation. The knowledge contained within Ethan's memory banks could be invaluable. His Contemptor pattern chassis represents technology that the Mechanicus would very much like to understand better. He is, in every sense, a treasure. But Ethan has other ideas. During the time it takes for the message to reach Mars and the response to return, he speaks with Xerxes 9 Delta about the current state of the Imperium. He learns about the 10,000 years of history he has missed, the loss of the Primarchs, the countless wars and Xeno's invasions, the slow degradation of technology and knowledge, the rise of the imperial cult, the countless threats that assail humanity from all sides. He also learns that the Celestial Lions still exist, though they were nearly destroyed during what is now called the Third War for Armageddon. The chapter has been rebuilt with assistance from other successor chapters, but they are a shadow of their former strength. They currently operate from a new fortress monastery on a different world, their original home lost during the Age of Apostasy, along with Talisar Prime. When Ethan requests that he be returned to his chapter rather than sent to Mars, Xerxes 9 Delta explains that this may not be possible. The Mechanicus has claimed salvage rights to him based on standard recovery protocols. He is technically Archaeotech now, a recovered relic that belongs to the Adeptus Mechanicus. The chapter can petition for his return, but such negotiations could take decades. Ethan's response is quiet but firm. He is not Archaeotech. He is not a relic to be studied. He is a space marine, a warrior of the Adeptus Astartes, and his place is with his chapter. If the Mechanicus attempts to prevent him from reaching his brothers, he will consider them hostile and act accordingly. The threat is delivered without anger, simply as a statement of fact. Xerxes 9 Delta, who has been a Magos for 300 years and has dealt with difficult situations before, recognizes that this is not a fight worth having. A functioning Contemptor. Dreadnought with an active pilot is an extremely dangerous opponent. More importantly, antagonizing one of the Emperor's space marines over a bureaucratic dispute would be theologically problematic and politically unwise. A compromise is reached. Ethan will allow the Mechanicus to perform non-invasive scans and data extraction from his systems, providing them with technical schematics and memory logs that could prove invaluable. In exchange, they will arrange for his transport to the Celestial Lion's current fortress monastery and provide the resources necessary to properly maintain and repair his ancient chassis. 6 months later, Ethan stands in the Hall of Remembrance of the Celestial Lions, surrounded by space marines who would be his distant descendants if such a term applied to chapters. They treat him with reverence and awe, this ancient warrior who fought when their Primarch still lived, who remembers battles from the Great Crusade, who has slept through most of their chapter's history and awakened to find himself in an age he does not recognize. The chapter master, a warrior named Ekene, welcomes him formally and pledges that the Celestial Lions will honor his service and provide him with everything he needs to continue his duty. Tech Marines immediately begin the process of restoring his dreadnought to full operational capacity, replacing damaged components and performing maintenance that is 5,000 years overdue. Chaplains spend hours in conversation with him, recording his memories and integrating them into the chapter's oral history. But Ethan finds it difficult to connect with these young warriors. To them, he is a legendary figure, a hero from a distant age when the Imperium was still strong and the Primarchs walked among men. To him, they are strangers, well-meaning and respectful, but ultimately, people he has no shared history with. Everyone he knew is dead. The galaxy he fought for has changed beyond recognition, and he is left wondering what his purpose is in this new age. The answer comes during the Celestial Lion's next deployment. An orc, whack, is threatening an Imperial hive world, and the chapter commits 2 full companies to its defense. Ekeen asks if Ethan wishes to join the assault, or if he would prefer to remain in the fortress monastery, serving as a keeper of knowledge and advisor to younger brothers. Ethan's response is immediate. He is a warrior. His place is on the battlefield. The fact that he does not recognize this age, that he feels like a ghost haunting a galaxy that has moved on without him, does not change his fundamental nature. He serves the Emperor. He fights his enemies, and as long as his dreadnought functions, he will continue to do so. So Brother Captain Ethan, Ancient of the Celestial Lions, goes to war once more. And when the orcs see him stride onto the battlefield, weapons hot and ready, they feel a moment of recognition. This is the metal Hume that killed so many of their tribe brothers. This is the walking war machine that burned their settlement and walked through them like they were nothing. Some of them run, but most of them charge because orcs are orcs, and the promise of a good fight always outweighs the risk of death. And Ethan meets them with the same cold fury he has brought to every battle for 10,000 years. The orcs on Talasar Prime never did manage to successfully loot a dreadnought. The Rusty Cog tribe eventually collapsed into infighting and scattered into smaller warbands. A few decades after Ethan's departure, an inquisitorial task force performed exterminatus on the planet, sterilizing it completely to prevent the orc infestation from spreading. Talasar Prime became a dead rock, circling its sun in silence, all traces of its history erased. But the story of what happened there, of ancient warrior who slept for 5,000 years and awakened to face impossible odds alone, has become legend within the Celestial Lions chapter. Young space marines are told about Brother Captain Aethon, who served during the Great Crusade, who slept through the age of apostasy, and who returned to fight in an age he does not recognize because duty demands it. It is a cautionary tale about the price of service. It is an inspirational story about unwavering dedication. It is a reminder that some oaths transcend time itself, and that the Emperor's Space Marines do not retire, do not surrender, and do not abandon their posts no matter what the galaxy throws at them. Conclusion. The question of what happens when orcs find a dreadnought that has been asleep for 5,000 years is answered not with a simple outcome, but with a sequence of events that reveals fundamental truths about both species. For the orcs, it demonstrated that not everything can be looted successfully. Some things are too dangerous, too powerful, too fundamentally alien to their nature to be tamed and repurposed. The dreadnought was not just a machine to be stripped for parts. It was a warrior, and when that warrior woke, he reminded the greenskins that humanity, even in its diminished state, can still produce weapons that make the galaxy tremble. For Ethan, awakening to find the Imperium changed beyond recognition, his brothers dead, and his world forgotten, could have been a moment of despair. Instead, it became an affirmation of his purpose. The details of the galaxy may have changed, but the fundamental truth remains. Humanity still faces enemies. The Emperor's servants are still needed. And duty, that most sacred of obligations, endures across any span of time. The encounter on Talasar Prime was not a glorious victory recorded in the histories. It was a desperate fight for survival between a lone space marine and an orc tribe that made the mistake of disturbing his rest. But it represents something important about the Warhammer 40,000 universe. The past is always present, buried beneath the ruins of failed civilizations and forgotten wars, waiting for the moment when it will rise again to shape the future. Dreadnoughts are walking tombs, yes, but they are also living testaments to the fact that some warriors refuse to be buried, some oaths refuse to be broken, and some duties continue long past the point where anyone remembers why they began. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, and in that war, even the dead do not rest. They wait in darkness, dreaming of battles yet to come, ready to wake when duty calls. 5,000 years is a long sleep. But for a space marine encased in adamantium and ceramite, sworn to eternal service to the Emperor of mankind, it is merely time enough to rest before the next war begins. If you enjoyed this deep dive into Warhammer 40,000 lore, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. There are countless stories in the grim darkness of the far future, tales of heroes and villains, of victories and defeats, of hope and despair. We will continue exploring them, one narrative at a time, uncovering the histories that make this universe so rich and compelling. Thank you for watching, and may the Emperor protect you in all your endeavors. In the grim darkness of the far future, there exists a fate so terrible that even the most hardened warriors of the Imperium would shudder to contemplate it. Imagine being entombed within a walking sarcophagus of ceramite and adamantium, your broken body kept barely alive by life support systems that hum and wheeze with every labored breath. You are one of the Emperor's finest warriors, a space marine of the legendary Alpha Legion, interred within a dreadnought after suffering wounds that would have killed any lesser being. You have walked the battlefields of 100 worlds, your massive footfalls shaking the ground, your weapons speaking death to the enemies of mankind. But then, in one catastrophic moment, everything changes. Your systems fail, your weapons fall silent, and darkness claims you. When consciousness returns, you find yourself not in the halls of your chapter, but in the clutches of the greenskin menace. The orcs have captured you, and what follows is a nightmare that transcends the boundaries of conventional warfare. To understand the true horror of this scenario, we must first comprehend what it means to be entombed within a dreadnought. These towering war machines stand as both monuments to heroism and prisons for the living dead. When a space marine suffers mortal wounds in battle, wounds so grievous that even the advanced medical arts of the apothecaries cannot restore them to fighting condition, the chapter faces a choice. They can allow their brother to die with honor, his gene seed harvested for the next generation, or they can preserve him in a different way. The greatest heroes, those whose experience and wisdom are deemed too valuable to lose, are instead interred within the armored shell of a dreadnought. The process is neither quick nor painless. What remains of the warrior's broken body is encased in an amniotic sarcophagus, a life support cocoon that keeps flesh and brain alive through a combination of ancient technology and the warrior's own enhanced biology. The interment process begins immediately after the warrior's mortal wounds are confirmed. Apothecaries work frantically to stabilize what remains of the body, removing damaged organs that cannot be saved while preserving the brain, spinal column, and whatever other tissue might be integrated with the dreadnought systems. The warrior often remains conscious during this process, experiencing every cut and extraction as his body is systematically dismantled and prepared for its new housing. This is deliberate. The chapter's chaplains believe that maintaining consciousness during interment reinforces the warrior's identity and helps prevent the psychological dissolution that can occur when a space marine is reduced to little more than a brain in a jar. The sarcophagus itself is a marvel of ancient technology, its origins stretching back to the dark age of technology and perhaps even beyond. It maintains the warrior's biological remains in a perfect state of preservation, providing nutrients, removing waste products, and regulating temperature and pressure to optimal levels. The amniotic fluid that fills the sarcophagus serves multiple purposes. It provides physical support for the fragile organic tissue, distributes nutrients evenly, and acts as a medium for the neural connections that will link the warrior's nervous system to the dreadnought's controls. Some describe the experience of floating in this fluid as peaceful, a return to the womb. Others find it claustrophobic and unsettling, a constant reminder of how much they have lost. The mind impulse unit that connects the warrior's consciousness to the dreadnought systems is perhaps the most sophisticated component of the entire assembly. It translates neural impulses into mechanical commands with such precision that the warrior can control the dreadnought's massive limbs, as naturally as he once controlled his own arms and legs. In theory, the interface is so seamless that the warrior should not even be aware of the translation occurring. He simply thinks, "Raise left arm," and the dreadnought's arm rises. In practice, however, there is always some degree of disconnection, a faint lag between thought and action that serves as a constant reminder that the body is no longer flesh but machine. The sensory experience of piloting a dreadnought is profoundly alien to those who have known only organic existence. Visual input comes from multiple optical sensors positioned around the chassis, providing 360-degree awareness, but in a format that must be interpreted rather than simply seen. Audio input arrives as pure data, frequencies and amplitudes that the brain must convert into meaningful sound. Tactile sensation is replaced by pressure readings and stress measurements, cold numbers that approximate the feeling of touch, without ever truly replicating it. Some dreadnought pilots describe the experience as being like wearing an incredibly sophisticated suit of armor, while others liken it to being a ghost possessing a mechanical body. Neither comparison fully captures the reality of existence as a walking weapons platform. The psychological impact of interment varies tremendously from warrior to warrior and from chapter to chapter. Some embrace their new form, viewing it as an opportunity to serve the emperor for centuries, or even millennia beyond their natural lifespan. They see themselves as honored veterans whose wisdom and experience will guide future generations of their chapter. These are the venerable dreadnoughts, the ancients who are awakened for important battles or consulted when difficult decisions must be made. Their sarcophagi are covered in purity seals and honor markings, testaments to countless victories achieved over their extended service. Other dreadnoughts struggle with their transformation, mourning the loss of simple pleasures like eating, drinking, or feeling the wind on their face. They serve because duty demands it, but they do not find joy in their existence. And some, particularly among the Chaos Legions, or those who spend too long in stasis without proper maintenance, descend into madness, their minds fragmenting under the weight of isolation and sensory deprivation. Between deployments, dreadnoughts enter stasis sleep, a state of suspended animation that slows their biological processes to near zero. This is necessary because maintaining full consciousness for extended periods without the sensory input that organic existence provides leads inevitably to psychological breakdown. The stasis chambers where dreadnoughts sleep are typically located deep within a chapter's fortress monastery, in halls lined with dozens or hundreds of sarcophagi containing the sleeping forms of ancient warriors. These chambers are places of profound reverence, tended by tech, priests and guarded by the chapter's most trusted warriors. When a dreadnought is awakened from stasis, it is always for important reasons: a major battle, a crucial campaign, or a threat that requires the wisdom and experience of the ancients. The awakening process is itself traumatic. Consciousness returns gradually, systems coming online one by one as the stasis field releases its hold. The warrior often experiences confusion upon awakening, memory of why he entered stasis, mixing with awareness of current circumstances in ways that can be disorienting. He may have entered stasis during one millennium and awakened in another, finding that centuries have passed and everyone he knew is long dead. The tech, priests who perform the awakening are trained to provide orientation gently, reminding the warrior of who he is and updating him on current events. But there is only so much that can be done to ease the shock of temporal displacement. Some dreadnoughts keep careful track of dates and events, maintaining a sense of continuity across their long service. Others simply accept that they exist outside normal time, summoned from sleep when needed and return to it when their work is done. The oldest dreadnoughts, those who have served for thousands of years, often report that their human memories fade with each awakening. They can remember battles fought and victories won, but the emotional context drains away, leaving only tactical data and strategic lessons. They forget the faces of brothers they once loved, the names of enemies they once hated, the reasons why particular moments mattered to them. This gradual erosion of identity is perhaps the cruelest aspect of dreadnought existence. The warrior who entered the sarcophagus 5,000 years ago may bear little resemblance to the entity that emerges today. The core remains the essential purpose and dedication, but the human elements that once defined him have been worn away by time and trauma. What remains is something closer to a weapon that can think than to a man who happens to be housed in a weapon. Different chapters have different philosophies about dreadnought deployment and maintenance. The Ultramarines treat their dreadnoughts with extreme respect bordering on reverence. Viewing them as living repositories of chapter history and tradition, they are awakened only for the most significant engagements and consulted regularly on matters of strategy and doctrine. The Space Wolves, by contrast, view their dreadnoughts as honored veterans who have earned the right to choose their own battles. A Space Wolf dreadnought might remain awake for years, participating actively in chapter affairs and offering mentorship to younger warriors. The Blood Angels dreadnoughts must contend with the additional burden of the Black Rage, the genetic curse that can drive their warriors into berserker madness. Many Blood Angel dreadnoughts are former warriors who fell to the Rage, but retained enough sanity to be interned rather than consigned to the Death Company. Their existence is a constant battle against the madness that threatens to consume them, making their service all the more heroic and tragic. Cybernetic neural links are forced into what remains of the nervous system, creating an interface between organic thought and mechanical action. The Mind Impulse Unit becomes the bridge between consciousness and war machine, allowing the entombed warrior to move the dreadnought's massive limbs, to aim its devastating weapons, to fight as he once fought when he possessed a whole body. But the cost is immense. The warrior can no longer feel the wind on his face, can no longer taste food or drink, can no longer experience the simple human pleasures that once defined his existence. Everything is filtered through sensors and data feeds, a cold digital interpretation of a world that was once warm and alive. Between battles, when the dreadnought is not needed, the warrior enters stasis sleep, a form of suspended animation that can last for years or even decades. During these long periods of unconsciousness, memories fade, connections to the living world grow tenuous, and the warrior becomes increasingly divorced from everything he once was. Now imagine this fate befalling not just any Space Marine, but one of the Alpha Legion. These warriors are the masters of deception, the architects of elaborate schemes that span decades or even centuries. They operate in the shadows, manipulating events from behind layers of misdirection and false identities. Their very existence is a web of lies so complex that even their own brothers cannot always separate truth from fiction. To be an Alpha Legionnaire is to live multiple lives simultaneously, to wear many faces, to be everywhere and nowhere at once. The mantra "I am Alfarius" is more than just a battle cry. It is a statement of philosophy, an acknowledgement that individual identity has been subsumed into the collective identity of the Legion itself. Every Alpha Legion warrior is trained in espionage, infiltration, and psychological warfare. They do not simply defeat enemies on the battlefield, they corrupt them from within, turn allies against each other, and create chaos that serves their inscrutable purposes. The Alpha Legion's history is shrouded in mystery and contradiction, which is exactly how they prefer it. Official Imperial records suggest they were the 20th and final Space Marine Legion, created during the first founding. Discovered late in the Great Crusade when their Primarch Alfarius was found leading a fleet of human rebels at the galaxy's edge. However, there are persistent rumors and fragmentary evidence suggesting that the Legion existed in some proto-form long before that, conducting covert operations in support of the Emperor's conquest of Terra and beyond. Some accounts speak of unmarked Space Marines appearing at pivotal moments during the Unification Wars, wielding authority backed by Alpha-level clearance that allowed them to override even the commands of the Thunder Warriors who served as humanity's first transhuman soldiers. The truth about Alfarius himself remains one of the Imperium's greatest mysteries. Officially, he was a single Primarch, found relatively late in the Great Crusade. However, the Alpha Legion's own lore suggests that Alfarius was actually one of two identical twin Primarchs, the other being Omegon. This dual nature was kept secret even from most of the Legion, known only to the highest ranks. The existence of two Primarchs sharing leadership allowed for unprecedented levels of strategic deception. Alfarius could be in two places at once, or could be seen falling in battle while Omegon continued to lead the Legion, creating confusion and uncertainty among allies and enemies alike. Some scholars of Legion history suggest that the relationship between the twins was more complex than simple brotherhood, that they represented two aspects of a single strategic consciousness, each capable of independent action but always working toward shared goals that neither fully articulated. The Alpha Legion's recruitment and training methods differed significantly from those of other legions. While most chapters recruited exclusively from specific worlds and cultures, the Alpha Legion drew candidates from across the Imperium, selecting not for physical prowess alone but for intelligence, adaptability, and capacity for deception. Their training emphasized psychological warfare, linguistic skills, and the ability to assume false identities convincingly. An Alpha Legion Marine might spend years embedded in enemy territory, living as a civilian or even serving in enemy forces, gathering intelligence and preparing the ground for eventual Alpha Legion operations. This made them invaluable for certain types of missions, but also created friction with other legions who viewed such methods as dishonorable or cowardly. The Legion's organizational structure reflected their emphasis on secrecy and compartmentalization. Unlike the rigid hierarchies of legions like the Ultramarines, the Alpha Legion operated in semi-autonomous cells, each capable of independent action, but coordinated through channels that even the cell members themselves might not fully understand. A given operation might involve multiple cells, working toward the same objective from different angles, none aware of the other's existence until the moment of convergence. This structure made the Legion extremely resistant to decapitation strikes or intelligence compromise. Destroying one cell rarely affected others, and captured operatives could reveal only limited information about the Legion's broader activities. During the Great Crusade, the Alpha Legion earned both respect and suspicion from their fellow Space Marines. They achieved remarkable victories through what appeared to be minimal force application, conquering entire worlds without firing a shot by engineering internal collapses of enemy governments or military structures. They pioneered techniques of false flag operations, appearing in the livery of other legions to accomplish objectives that benefited the Alpha Legion's agenda, while creating confusion about who was actually responsible. They studied the tactics and methods of all their brother legions, not just to learn from them, but to be able to impersonate them when necessary. This created particular tension with Primarchs like Robout Guilliman and Rogel Dawn, who valued straightforward approaches and found the Alpha Legion's methods distasteful and potentially dangerous to broader Imperial unity. The Alpha Legion's relationship with the Cabal and their role in the Horus Heresy represents one of the most controversial and mysterious aspects of their history. According to some accounts, the twin Primarchs were contacted by an organization of ancient aliens who claimed to possess knowledge of humanity's future. The Cabal supposedly showed Alpharius and Omegon two possible futures, one in which the Emperor won the heresy, but humanity slowly fell to chaos corruption over millennia, and another in which Horus won, leading to rapid chaos victory, followed by eventual chaos defeat and extinction as the dark gods consumed themselves with nothing left to corrupt. The Cabal apparently convinced the Alpha Legion that betraying the Emperor was the only way to ultimately save humanity from chaos, creating a paradoxical situation where the Legion betrayed the Imperium out of what they believed was loyalty to humanity's long-term survival. Whether this account is true, partially true, or complete fabrication designed to obscure the Alpha Legion's real motivations remains unknown. What is certain is that the Alpha Legion sided with Horus during the heresy, participating in atrocities like the Drop Site Massacre at Istvan V, where they helped annihilate 3 loyal legions. However, their actions throughout the heresy were marked by apparent contradictions. They fought against the Imperium, but also helped loyal forces escape certain destruction. They participated in Chaos rituals, but showed little genuine devotion to the Ruinous powers. They engaged in simultaneous operations that seemed to work at cross purposes. This has led to endless speculation about their true allegiance. Were they loyalists pretending to be traitors, hoping to undermine chaos from within? Were they traitors pretending to be loyalists, sowing confusion to aid Horus's cause? Were they playing both sides for reasons known only to themselves? Or had they transcended such binary loyalties entirely, pursuing objectives so complex and long-term that simple categories like loyal and traitor no longer applied? In the 10,000 years since the heresy, the Alpha Legion has continued to operate as fragmented cells throughout the galaxy, engaging in operations whose ultimate purpose remains opaque, even to those who study them most carefully. They infiltrate imperial institutions, corrupting officials and spreading heresy. They manipulate chaos cults, using them as pawns in schemes that may actually serve anti-chaos objectives. They fight alongside chaos forces one moment and against them the next. They appear wearing power armor painted in their traditional blue, green with Hydra emblems, or they operate in disguise as loyalist Space Marines, Imperial Guard, or even civilians. Every Alpha Legion cell claims to be following the true vision of Alpharius, yet no two cells seem to be working toward obviously compatible goals. The Legion's gene, seed remains relatively pure despite their 10,000 years of separation from the Imperium, suggesting they maintain some level of organizational continuity and discipline that prevents the degradation that affects many Chaos warbands. They recruit new members through methods that mirror their original practices, selecting candidates for intelligence and adaptability rather than simply grabbing the strongest fighters. This has allowed them to maintain operational effectiveness and cohesion that exceeds what most Chaos forces can achieve. However, it also means that joining the Alpha Legion is more like being recruited into an intelligence service than joining a conventional warband. New members find themselves caught up in schemes they do not fully understand, following orders that may seem contradictory, serving purposes that are never fully explained. The psychological profile of an Alpha Legion warrior differs significantly from that of other Space Marines. Where an Ultramarine finds certainty in codified doctrine and an Imperial Fist finds strength in unbending resolve, an Alpha Legion Marine embraces uncertainty and ambiguity as tools to be wielded. He must be comfortable with not knowing the full picture, with following orders whose purpose is hidden, with maintaining multiple cover identities simultaneously. He must accept that he may die in a mission whose objectives he does not understand, carrying secrets he was never told. This requires a particular kind of mental flexibility and trust in the collective wisdom of the Legion that many would find psychologically unbearable. It also means that Alpha Legion warriors are peculiarly vulnerable to existential doubt. When you can never be certain whether you are serving your stated cause or being manipulated toward ends you cannot see, maintaining morale and motivation becomes a constant challenge. But what happens when such a warrior, accustomed to operating in the shadows with perfect control over information and identity, finds himself trapped within the metal prison of a dreadnought? Already the experience is traumatic for any Space Marine, but for an Alpha Legionnaire, it represents a profound violation of everything they have been trained to be. No longer can they infiltrate enemy positions in disguise. No longer can they manipulate others through carefully crafted personas. They are reduced to a walking weapons platform, their subtlety replaced by brute force, their elaborate schemes limited by the mechanical constraints of their new form. And yet, even in this diminished state, an Alpha Legion dreadnought remains a formidable and dangerous entity. Their tactical acumen is undiminished, their understanding of warfare's psychological dimensions as sharp as ever. They serve their Legion not as front-line shock troops, but as strategic assets, deployed at critical moments when their experience and knowledge can turn the tide of battle. But now we come to the moment of catastrophe, the scenario that represents every dreadnought pilot's worst nightmare. Through some combination of battlefield misfortune, tactical miscalculation, or perhaps even intentional sacrifice as part of some deeper Alpha Legion scheme, the dreadnought has fallen into Orc hands. Perhaps it was disabled during a massive war, its systems overwhelmed by sheer weight of numbers. Perhaps it was captured during a carefully orchestrated trap, the Orcs demonstrating unexpected cunning under the leadership of a particularly intelligent warboss. Or perhaps, most disturbingly, it was deliberately abandoned as part of some incomprehensible Alpha Legion stratagem, the pilot unknowingly serving as a pawn in a game whose true objectives remain hidden even from him. Regardless of how it happened, the result is the same. A walking tomb containing centuries of combat experience and secret knowledge is now in the possession of the galaxy's most destructive and unpredictable Xenos race. Let us consider the possible scenarios that could lead to such a catastrophic outcome. The first and most straightforward possibility is overwhelming force. Orcs are masters of the numerical advantage, and even the most formidable dreadnought can be brought down when facing literally thousands of enemies attacking from all directions. An Alpha Legion dreadnought deployed to hold a critical choke point might find itself abandoned when the broader tactical situation changes, left to fight alone against an endless tide of greenskins. Its ammunition depletes, its armor accumulates damage, its systems begin to fail under the relentless assault. Eventually, a lucky shot penetrates a critical system, or a power claw wielding knob manages to wrench off an arm and the dreadnought topples. The Orcs swarm over it before it can self-destruct, if such systems even remain functional. and drag their prize back to their camp for examination. A second possibility involves betrayal or misdirection. The Alpha Legion is infamous for its use of false intelligence and manipulated information. What if the dreadnought was sent to a location based on intelligence that proved to be deliberately falsified, walking into a trap prepared by enemies who knew exactly where and when to strike? This could be the work of Chaos forces who have penetrated Alpha Legion command structures, or it could be Alpha Legion operatives working at cross purposes, pursuing conflicting agendas that result in one cell sacrificing another. It could even be a deliberate Alpha Legion ploy. The dreadnought knowingly sent into a situation where capture is likely because its capture serves some larger purpose that the pilot has not been informed about. This last possibility is particularly horrifying because it means the pilot's torment is not an unfortunate accident, but a calculated cost in a scheme whose benefits he may never understand or witness. A third scenario involves technological failure at the worst possible moment. Dreadnoughts are ancient machines, and even with the best maintenance, they can malfunction. An Alpha Legion dreadnought deployed on a critical mission might experience catastrophic system failure during combat, its weapons falling silent, its mobility freezing, leaving it a helpless target for Orc scavengers who recognize an opportunity when they see one. The failure might be due to genuine mechanical problems, or it could be sabotage by enemies who have infiltrated the Legion's tech priest support structure. Chaos corruption could be a factor, particularly if the Alpha Legion cell in question has been exposed to warp energies during their operations. Or it could be deliberate sabotage by other Alpha Legion cells. Internal conflicts within the fragmented Legion, playing out through proxy actions that sacrifice individual warriors for factional advantage. A fourth possibility combines elements of the previous scenarios in ways that are characteristically Alpha Legion. Imagine a complex operation where the dreadnought is intentionally placed in a position where it appears vulnerable, serving as bait to draw Orc forces into a kill zone where they can be destroyed by hidden Alpha Legion assets. But the operation goes wrong, the hidden assets are themselves ambushed or delayed, and the dreadnought finds itself truly vulnerable rather than merely appearing so. The Orcs attack as expected, but instead of being slaughtered by Alpha Legion reinforcements, they successfully capture their prize. From the pilot's perspective, he cannot know whether this represents a genuine failure of the plan, or whether his capture was actually the intended outcome all along. The apparent rescue mission being theater designed to convince him that his fate was accidental rather than deliberate. The moment of capture itself would be chaotic and terrifying. The dreadnought pilot experiences the sudden cessation of combat not as relief but as a new form of horror. His weapons are depleted or disabled, his mobility is compromised, and he can see through his optical sensors that he is surrounded by hundreds or thousands of Orcs, all of them eager to claim credit for his defeat. Some of them begin beating on his armor with crude weapons, testing its strength and looking for weak points. Others attempt to pry open access panels or cut through cables. The pilot tries to activate his self-destruct protocols, if such systems exist and remain functional, but finds them disabled or damaged. He tries to call for reinforcements or at least to transmit his final status report, but his communications systems are jammed or destroyed. He is alone, helpless, and at the mercy of enemies who do not understand the concept of mercy. The Orcs' initial response to capturing a dreadnought would be celebratory. They have defeated a mighty enemy war machine, and by Orc logic, that makes them mighty themselves. The warboss who claims credit for the capture gains significant status, potentially attracting more followers and strengthening his position within the warband's hierarchy. The mech boys who will examine and modify the dreadnought see an opportunity to enhance their own reputations, potentially creating something that will make other mechs jealous. Looters who participated in the battle compete to claim the best pieces of salvage, though the dreadnought itself is too valuable to be immediately stripped for parts. There would be arguments, possibly even fights, over who gets to work on the captured machine and who benefits from its eventual deployment. During the initial capture and transportation, the pilot remains conscious within his sarcophagus, experiencing every jolt and impact as the Orcs drag or carry his inert chassis back to their base. He can hear their guttural voices celebrating their victory, making crude jokes about the Humi and Dakan, debating what they should do with their prize. Some suggest immediate execution, cracking the sarcophagus open and killing the occupant. Others advocate for preserving the machine intact to see if they can figure out how it works. The mech boys, always the most pragmatic of orcs, argue for careful examination before making any irreversible decisions. Their voices carry weight because the warboss recognizes that the mech's expertise is necessary to make use of this unusual prize. The journey to the orc base provides the pilot with his first intelligence-gathering opportunity since his capture. Through his still-functioning sensors, he observes the orc forces, noting their numbers, equipment, organization, and morale. He identifies key individuals, the warboss who struts around claiming credit, the big mechs who examine his chassis with professional interest, the knobs who serve as the warboss's enforcers and lieutenants. He maps the terrain they traverse, noting defensible positions and potential escape routes, even though escape seems impossible. This is Alpha Legion training asserting itself, even in the most desperate circumstances. Gather intelligence, assess the situation, look for exploitable weaknesses. Never stop planning even when planning seems futile. Upon arrival at the orc base, the dreadnought is placed in what passes for a workshop among the greenskins. This is typically a large open area filled with scrap metal, half-completed projects, and the constant noise of mechs hammering, welding, and arguing over technical details. The dreadnought is secured with heavy chains and cables, both to prevent it from being activated unexpectedly and to keep other orcs from stealing pieces of it before the examination is complete. Guards are posted not to protect the dreadnought from enemy action, but to prevent opportunistic looters from helping themselves to valuable components. The pilot, trapped within his prison, can only wait as the mechs prepare their tools and begin their invasive examination of his mechanical body. The orcs are a unique threat in the grim darkness of the far future. They are not driven by the cold logic of the Necrons, nor do they serve the dark ambitions of chaos. They fight not for survival, not for territory, not for ideological reasons, but for the simple joy of violence itself. Combat is not a means to an end for the orcs, it is the end itself, the ultimate expression of their existence. They are biologically engineered for warfare, their very bodies growing larger and stronger with each battle fought and won. Their society is brutal meritocracy in its purest form. The biggest orc leads, and he remains leader only as long as he can defeat all challengers. This creates a culture of constant violence, where even allies might turn on each other if one perceives weakness in the other. But to dismiss the orcs as mindless brutes would be a fatal mistake, one that countless Imperial commanders have made to their eternal regret. The orc life cycle itself is a weapon of war. They reproduce through spores released when an orc dies, or even during times of great excitement and violence. These spores mature into new orcs without need for conventional reproduction, creating a self-sustaining cycle of warfare. Every battlefield where orcs fight becomes a potential breeding ground for future wargs. Imperial forces that defeat an orc invasion often discover years later that the world is infested again, new orcs having grown from spores left behind during the previous conflict. This makes the greenskins nearly impossible to truly eradicate. You can kill every orc on a planet, and still have the planet become an orc world within a generation. Orc culture revolves entirely around the concept of the Waig, a term that defies simple translation, but encompasses warfare, migration, religious fervor, and psychic phenomenon all at once. When a particularly powerful warboss emerges, his reputation and psychic presence can attract orcs from across entire sectors of space. They converge on his position, drawn by an instinctive urge to join the growing horde. This gathering creates a feedback loop. More orcs mean more psychic energy, which attracts even more orcs, until the war reaches critical mass and explodes outward in a tide of violence that can consume entire star systems. The Imperium has faced wargs numbering in the billions, green tides so vast that they blot out the stars and reduce whole civilizations to smoking ruins. Within orc society, there exist distinct clans, each with their own cultural practices and preferences. The Goths are the most aggressive and traditional, favoring direct combat and disdaining anything that smacks of cowardice. The Evil Sons are obsessed with speed, painting everything red and racing into battle with reckless abandon. The Bad Moons are the wealthiest clan, their teeth growing faster than other orcs and providing them with more currency for purchasing the best weapons and equipment. The Death Skulls are the looters par excellence, believing that blue is a lucky color and that anything not nailed down is fair salvage. The Blood Axes are considered somewhat odd by other orcs because they have learned tactics from human opponents and are willing to use Orn Orki. strategies like retreating when necessary. Each clan brings its own flavor to orc warfare, creating diversity within what might otherwise seem like a homogeneous horde. The greenskin economy is based on teeth, literally the teeth that orcs grow and shed throughout their lives. These serve as currency, with larger and more impressive teeth being worth more in trade. A wealthy orc might have gold teeth installed, both as a status symbol and as a form of portable wealth. The fact that teeth decay and lose value over time creates a natural inflation control in the orc economy, preventing hoarding and ensuring constant circulation of currency. Mech boys and other specialists trade their services for teeth, creating a functional market economy that operates according to principles no human economist would recognize, but that works perfectly well for orc purposes. Orc physiology is remarkable in its resilience and adaptability. They can survive wounds that would kill humans instantly. Their robust biology and latent regenerative abilities, keeping them fighting long after they should have fallen. An orc who loses an arm might simply have it sewn back on by a pain boy, or have it replaced with a mechanical prosthetic that is arguably more effective than the original limb. Their tolerance for pain is legendary. Orcs have been observed fighting enthusiastically while missing significant portions of their bodies, only stopping when critical damage finally forces them to acknowledge they are dead. This toughness, combined with their rapid growth and reproduction, makes them one of the most persistent threats in the galaxy. The orcs possess technology that by all rights should not function. Their weapons are crude assemblages of scrap metal, welded and bolted together with no regard for proper engineering principles. Their vehicles are ramshackle contraptions that violate basic laws of physics, and yet they work. This is because orc technology operates on a principle that human understanding struggles to grasp. It functions because the orcs believe it functions. The greenskins possess a latent collective psychic field, a gestalt consciousness that can make reality conform to their expectations. If enough orcs believe that a gun will fire, it will fire, even if its construction suggests it should explode in the user's hands. If they believe that painting a vehicle red makes it go faster, then painted red, it will indeed travel at higher speeds. This is not magic in any conventional sense, but rather a fundamental bending of physical laws through the sheer force of collective belief. Central to orc technology are the mech boys, specialists born with an innate understanding of machinery and engineering. Unlike human tech, priests who must spend decades learning their craft, mech boys emerge from the orc life cycle, already possessing knowledge encoded in their very genes. This genetic memory, inherited from the ancient brain boys who created the orc race millions of years ago, gives them an instinctive understanding of how machines work. They can look at a piece of alien technology and immediately grasp its function, even if they cannot articulate their understanding in words that other races would recognize. A mech boy does not study blueprints or perform calculations. He simply knows what needs to be done, and he sets about doing it with enthusiastic imprecision. The result is technology that appears chaotic and random, but is surprisingly effective within the context of orc warfare. Among the mech boys, the most talented and ambitious rise to become big mechs, individuals whose mechanical genius is matched only by their physical size and strength. These are the orcs who conceive and build the most impressive examples of greenskin engineering, the massive gargants that stride across battlefields like walking fortresses, the stompers that combine the firepower of entire tank companies in a single chassis, the elaborate force field generators that can stop everything from bullets to artillery shells. A big mech commands respect that rivals even that of warbosses, for without their skills, the orcs would be unable to maintain their war machines or create the weapons they crave. The relationship between mechs and the rest of orc society is symbiotic. The mechs need battles to test their creations and salvage new materials, while the warriors need the mechs to keep their equipment functioning and to provide ever more impressive weapons with which to fight. This brings us to the looters, the greenskin specialists in acquiring and repurposing enemy technology. Looters are opportunistic scavengers who roam battlefields in search of weapons, armor, and equipment that can be stripped from defeated enemies. They are thieves without shame, willing to steal from anyone, including their fellow orcs, if the opportunity presents itself. This behavior, which would be considered dishonorable in most societies, is accepted and even respected among the orcs, provided the theft is accomplished skillfully. A looter who can steal a weapon from under another orc's nose is demonstrating cunning and skill, traits that contribute to orc culture. even as they create constant friction within the warband. The looters bring their salvaged treasures to the mech boys, who then modify and enhance them to suit Orc aesthetics and capabilities. An Imperial Guard lasgun might be rebuilt into a shoulder-mounted def gun. A Space Marine bolter could be incorporated into a larger weapon system. The possibilities are limited only by the mech's imagination and the availability of scrap metal, which in Orc society is never in short supply. The Orcs have a long history of looting enemy vehicles and repurposing them for their own use. Imperial Guard Leman Russ tanks are particularly popular targets. Their robust construction and powerful weapons making them valuable additions to any Orc warband. When the Orcs capture such a vehicle, they immediately set about making it more Orky. Adding armor plates covered in spikes, mounting additional weapons in every available space, and of course painting it red to make it go faster. The fact that the Orcs' ballistic skill is significantly worse than that of trained Imperial gunners matters little when you have enough faith in your weapon's ability to hit the target. The vehicle may be less accurate than it was in Imperial service, but it compensates through sheer volume of fire and the psychological impact of its intimidating appearance. These looted vehicles can be upgraded with various Orc enhancements, reinforced rams for smashing through enemy lines, grabbing claws for seizing other vehicles, wrecking balls for destroying fortifications, and mysterious big red buttons that provide temporary boosts to speed or firepower through mechanisms that no non-Orc could hope to understand. But vehicles are one thing. A dreadnought is something else entirely. When Orcs encounter these towering war machines on the battlefield, they recognize them as particularly impressive targets. The dreadnought's combination of heavy armor, devastating firepower, and relentless advance makes it a threat that commands respect even from the battle-hungry greenskins. To defeat a dreadnought is a significant achievement, worthy of boasting and increased status within the warband. To capture one relatively intact is a prize beyond measure, the kind of trophy that could elevate a big mech's reputation to legendary status. The question is, what would the Orcs actually do with such a prize? This is where our scenario truly begins to unfold, where the horror for the entombed Alpha Legionnaire transitions from abstract possibility to immediate reality. The first challenge facing the Orcs is recognition of what they have actually captured. To the greenskins, the dreadnought appears to be a heavily armored vehicle, or perhaps a type of robot, a walking weapons platform that has somehow been rendered inactive. The concept that there is a living being inside, a warrior entombed within the machine's core, would not immediately occur to them. Orcs understand machines and they understand living things, but the dreadnought represents a fusion of both that exists outside their normal categories of experience. However, mech boys are not complete fools. Despite their crude methods and enthusiastic approach to engineering, when they begin their examination of the captured dreadnought, they will quickly discover anomalies that distinguish it from a simple vehicle. The sarcophagus at the machine's heart, the life support systems, the neural interface connections, all these elements will eventually reveal that this is not just a machine, but a prison containing something alive. The reaction to this discovery would vary depending on which Orcs are involved in the examination. A particularly bloodthirsty warboss might view it as an opportunity to extract the occupant and engage in face-to-face combat, though the severely injured state of the dreadnought pilot would make this a disappointing affair. A more mechanically inclined big mech might see it as a fascinating puzzle, a challenge to understand how the machine and the organism work together. The presence of a living pilot adds complexity to the engineering problem, making it more interesting from the mech's perspective. But the most likely response, given Orc nature, would be immediate and practical. Can this thing be made to work for us? Can we loot it, modify it, and turn it into another weapon in our growing arsenal? This is where the true nightmare begins for the Alpha Legion warrior trapped inside. Imagine awakening from forced shutdown. Your systems slowly coming back online after what might have been hours or days of unconsciousness. The first sensations are always the same: the amniotic fluid that surrounds what remains of your body, the hum of life support systems, the data feeds from external sensors beginning to resolve into coherent information. But something is wrong. The familiar walls of your chapter's fortress, monastery are absent. The respectful voices of tech, Marines performing routine maintenance, are replaced by harsh, guttural sounds that your language centers struggle to pass. Your external visual sensors feed you images that your enhanced mind initially refuses to accept. You are surrounded by Orcs. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, their green skin and brutal features filling your entire field of view. Massive hands prod at your armor, crude tools scrape against ceramite, and somewhere in the background, you can hear the distinctive sound of mechboy laughter. The realization hits you like a physical blow, though you no longer have the ability to feel physical blows in any conventional sense. You have been captured. Your dreadnought, your prison, and your weapon, your last link to the warrior you once were, has fallen into the hands of the enemy. Not just any enemy, but orcs, the most unpredictable and destructive force in the galaxy. For any dreadnought pilot, this would represent a catastrophic failure, a nightmare scenario that all the carefully maintained protocols and safeguards are meant to prevent. But for an Alpha Legionnaire, it carries additional layers of horror. What secrets do you carry in your long memory? What knowledge of your Legion's operations might be extracted from your data banks or from your own recollections? The Alpha Legion operates on the principle that information is power, and that controlling information is the key to controlling reality itself. But now you are in a position where you have lost all control over information, where your very existence has become a potential intelligence breach that could compromise operations spanning decades or centuries. Your training immediately kicks in, even in this impossible situation. You begin to assess options, calculate probabilities, look for any possible advantage that might be exploited. Your weapons systems are offline, either depleted during whatever battle led to your capture, or deliberately disabled by your captors. Your mobility is severely restricted, possibly by physical restraints or damage to your locomotion systems. Communication with your Legion is impossible, even if your Vox systems were functional, which they probably are not. There is no guarantee that anyone is listening, or that they would attempt a rescue operation. The Alpha Legion does not prioritize individual lives over mission objectives. And you were trained from your earliest days to accept that sometimes operatives must be sacrificed for the greater good. The question is whether your capture is part of some elaborate plan that you were not privy to, or whether it represents a genuine failure that your brothers will work to correct. As you try to make sense of your situation, the orcs begin their examination in earnest. Mechboys swarm over your chassis, their tools probing every joint and seam. They are looking for access points, ways to open your armor and see what lies beneath. The sensation is profoundly violating, even though you can no longer feel physical touch in the way you once did. The pressure sensors that provide your sensory feedback register each impact, each intrusion, translating them into data that your brain interprets as a kind of abstract sensation. It is like being touched by crude hands that care nothing for your dignity or your suffering, hands that view you as an object to be disassembled and understood. The mechboys are chattering among themselves in their guttural language, and while your enhanced linguistics capabilities allow you to understand some of their speech, the technical jargon they use is so laden with orcish idioms and concepts that much of it remains opaque. What you do understand is deeply disturbing. The mechs are discussing how to open your sarcophagus, debating whether to cut it open with power tools or try to find the proper access codes. Some argue for careful disassembly to preserve the machine's functionality, while others advocate for more direct approaches. The concept of your survival does not seem to factor into their considerations, except as a secondary concern, relevant only insofar as a living pilot might provide insights into how the machine operates. To them, you are a component of the dreadnought, perhaps a sophisticated organic computer that controls certain functions. Your personhood, your identity, your accumulated centuries of experience and memory, all of this is invisible to them or simply irrelevant. They care about what you can do, not who you are. Eventually, through methods that combine surprising mechanical insight with brute force, the mechboys manage to access some of your systems. Warning alerts cascade across your consciousness as unauthorized connections are made to your neural interfaces. It feels like invasive surgery performed without anesthesia, though the sensation is entirely mental rather than physical. Foreign code begins probing your systems, crude and aggressive in its approach, completely unlike the careful protocols that tech Marines would use. The orcs are trying to understand how you work, and they are not gentle about it. Data streams that should remain private and secure are being accessed and copied. Tactical information, combat records, communications logs, all of it flowing out to orc data, storage systems that cannot possibly understand the complexity of what they are recording. It is information warfare in reverse, with you as the victim rather than the aggressor. Some of the mechs display surprising cleverness in their examination of your systems. They quickly identify your weapons mountings and begin discussing how to replace your chapter-specific armaments with Orc equivalents. Your assault cannon, they decide, could be swapped out for a bigger, louder version that fires more bullets with less accuracy but greater psychological impact. Your power fist might be replaced with a crude grabbing claw studded with additional weapons. Every modification they propose makes you more orky and less like the precision instrument of war you once were. The indignity is profound, and yet there is nothing you can do to resist. Your motor functions are locked out, your weapons disabled, your Vox systems jammed or destroyed. You are utterly helpless, forced to observe as these Xenos desecrate everything you have become. But then something unexpected happens. One of the big mechs, larger and more heavily augmented than his fellows, begins to understand the true nature of your existence. He peers at the readouts being generated by your life support systems, sees the biological signatures, and experiences what passes for a revelation in the Orc mind. There is something alive in here, he announces to his fellows, something that makes the whole thing work. This is not just a machine but a living machine, a concept that the other Orcs find both fascinating and hilarious. The idea that the weak, soft humies would put one of their warriors inside a metal box and make him fight that way strikes them as both clever and pathetic. Why not just grow bigger and stronger like proper Orcs do? The big mech, however, sees opportunity where others see only curiosity. If the living part makes the machine work, then maybe they can make it work for them. What follows is a debate among the mechs that you can only partially follow, both because of language barriers and because some of their concepts simply do not translate into anything you recognize. They are discussing whether they can force you to pilot the dreadnought for them, turn you into an unwilling weapon in service to their WOG. Some argue that it should be simple, just threaten you with destruction until you comply. Others point out that you might prefer death to serving the enemy, and that threats might not be effective against a space marine who has already accepted his mortality. A few suggest more elaborate schemes involving rewiring your neural connections or finding a way to override your conscious control. The technological sophistication required for such operations is almost certainly beyond them, but Orcs have accomplished seemingly impossible feats through sheer belief and determination before. During this debate, you have time to consider your options, limited though they are. You could attempt to initiate a self-destruct sequence if such systems remain functional and accessible. Destroying yourself and your captors would at least prevent them from extracting any useful information or turning you against your former allies. But Alpha Legion doctrine suggests a different approach. In any scenario, no matter how dire, there may be opportunities to turn apparent defeat into eventual victory. Perhaps your capture could be used to gather intelligence on Orc operations. Perhaps you could find a way to sabotage their efforts from within. Perhaps you could even manipulate them into actions that serve the Legion's greater purposes, whatever those purposes might be. The uncertainty is maddening, because you do not know whether your capture was planned or accidental, whether you are an expendable pawn or a key piece in some vast game. The mechs eventually reach a decision that is characteristically Orc in its directness and complete lack of nuance. They will modify your dreadnought to make it more Orky, and in the process, they will see if they can make you work for them. If you cooperate, you will be put to use. If you resist, they will either find ways to force compliance, or they will strip your dreadnought for parts and discard what remains. The choice, they inform you through crude Vox transmission, is yours. Fight for them and survive, refuse and die. It is the kind of simple ultimatum that Orcs understand and respect. But you are not a simple creature, and your response will not be simple either. The modifications begin immediately, with multiple mech crews working on different aspects of your dreadnought simultaneously. They start by stripping away your chapter heraldry, the symbols and colors that identify you as Alpha Legion. Your carefully applied Hydra emblems are ground off. Your deep blue and green armor is painted over with garish Orc colors, reds and yellows and checkered patterns that make you look like a carnival attraction rather than a war machine. Each scrape of their tools feels like a violation of your identity, a forced transformation from one thing into another. They weld crude armor plates onto your chassis, providing additional protection, but also adding weight that will slow your movements and strain your already damaged systems. These plates are covered in Orc glyphs and symbols, that proclaim you as the property of whichever warboss or big mech currently claims ownership. Your weapons are next to be replaced, and here the mechs show both ingenuity and complete disregard for anything resembling proper engineering protocols. Your assault cannon, a precision instrument capable of firing hundreds of shells with remarkable accuracy, is removed and replaced with a massive contraption that appears to be 3 heavy bolters welded together with additional barrels grafted on. This monstrosity, which the mechs proudly declare is proper killie, fires in wild bursts that spray ammunition in roughly the direction of the target with no regard for accuracy or ammunition conservation. Your power fist is replaced with a huge mechanical claw, studded with saw blades, and equipped with a flamer that ignites whenever the claw grabs something. The mechs test this combination on a nearby piece of scrap metal, and they howl with laughter as the metal is simultaneously crushed and burned. This, they agree, is how a proper weapon should work. Inside your sarcophagus, you monitor these modifications with growing horror and grudging professional interest. The Orc technology should not work, but you can observe through your sensor feeds that it does work, after a fashion. The new weapons are crude and wasteful, but they will kill enemies just as effectively as your previous armaments, possibly more so through sheer volume of fire. The additional armor will make you slower but more difficult to destroy. The garish paint scheme will make you more visible on the battlefield, eliminating any chance of employing the stealth and misdirection that were once your primary weapons. You are being transformed from a precision instrument into a blunt instrument, from a surgical strike weapon into a tool of pure destruction. The Alpha Legion way is to fight in the shadows, to manipulate and deceive. But the Orc way is to charge directly at the enemy and overwhelm them through shock and violence. Your new masters are remaking you in their image. But the most disturbing modifications are those that interface directly with your neural systems. The big mech who first understood your nature as a living being inside a machine takes personal charge of this aspect of the work. He is attempting to create a control system that will allow Orc mechs to override your conscious control if necessary, essentially turning you into a puppet that can be operated remotely. The technology required for such a system is extraordinarily sophisticated, far beyond what Orcs should be capable of creating. And yet, through a combination of scavenged Imperial technology, Orc innovation, and the psychic gestalt field that makes impossible things possible, he is making progress. You can feel foreign connections being established in your neural network, backdoors being created in systems that were supposed to be secure and isolated. It is like having unwanted thoughts implanted in your mind, impulses that do not originate from your own consciousness, but from external sources. The Big Mech tests his control system by sending simple commands through the new neural pathways. Move your left arm, activate your optical sensors, run a diagnostic on your power systems. Each command feels like an intrusion, a violation of the most fundamental level. Your body, such as it is, no longer belongs entirely to you. The Orc can reach into your machine flesh and make it move according to his will. You resist, of course, drawing on decades of resistance training and mental discipline. A Space Marine's mind is hardened against psychic intrusion and mental domination, fortified by hypno, indoctrination, and sheer willpower. But this is not psychic intrusion in any conventional sense. The Orc is not attacking your mind directly, but rather hijacking the mechanical systems that translate your mental commands into physical action. Fighting it requires a different approach, one that you are still developing as the modifications continue. The process is not quick. Orcs may be enthusiastic about their work, but they are not efficient in the way Imperial tech priests would be. They take breaks to fight among themselves over proper techniques. They become distracted by other projects. They modify their modifications when new ideas occur to them. Days pass, possibly weeks. You lose track of time in the sensory, deprived environment of your sarcophagus. The only markers of time's passage are the incremental changes to your systems, the gradual accumulation of Orc modifications that transform you from Alpha Legion Dreadnought into something new and terrible. During the quiet periods, when the mechs have wandered off to attend to other matters, or to participate in whatever battles the warband is currently engaged in, you have time to think and plan. Your strategic training serves you even now. You begin to map the Orc warband's structure based on what you can observe through your limited senses. You identify the hierarchy of warboss, big mechs, and lesser Orcs. You note patterns in their behavior, weaknesses in their security, opportunities that might be exploited. Information is still your weapon. Even if you cannot yet act on that information, you also attempt to establish some measure of control over the modifications being made to you. When the mechs test your systems, you carefully calibrate your responses, creating the impression of compliance while actually maintaining as much independence as possible. You allow their control system to work when they test it under controlled conditions, but you search for ways to resist or override it when actual combat deployment occurs. It is a delicate game, one that requires precise judgment and flawless execution, and then comes the test. The warband is preparing for a raid on an Imperial world, and the warboss has decided that his new prize, his looted dreadnought, should participate in the attack. The mechs complete their final modifications and activate you fully for the first time since your capture. Your systems come online with a surge of power that feels overwhelming after the reduced state you have been kept in. Your new weapons are loaded with ammunition. Your enhanced armor plates are locked into place, and the Orc control systems are active and ready to override your commands if you show any sign of resistance. The big mech issues his orders through the neural interface he has created. You will fight alongside the Orcs in their attack. You will kill the enemies they designate. And you will prove your worth as a looted asset. If you perform well, you will be maintained and deployed in future battles. If you resist or fail, you will be scrapped and stripped for parts. The moment of truth has arrived. You are being deployed into combat, not as an Alpha Legion warrior fighting for the ideals you once believed in, but as a slave, soldier in an Orc Y, forced to wage war against the very Imperium you were created to protect. The psychological horror of this situation cannot be overstated. You are a Space Marine, a being whose entire existence is defined by loyalty to the Emperor and to your chapter. Everything you are, everything you have ever been, is predicated on this loyalty. To be forced to fight against the Imperium is a betrayal of the deepest kind, even if that betrayal is not voluntary. But you are also Alpha Legion, and the Alpha Legion understands that sometimes the greatest victories require sacrifices that others would find unacceptable. Perhaps this is one of those times. Perhaps your suffering serves some purpose known only to the highest levels of your Legion's command structure. As you are loaded onto an Orc transport vessel, surrounded by dozens of bellowing greenskins eager for battle, you make your decision. You will comply with the Orcs' commands, but only insofar as it serves your own purposes. You will fight in their battles, but you will look for opportunities to undermine them from within. You will gather intelligence on their operations, identify vulnerabilities, and wait for the moment when you can either escape or ensure that your captors pay a terrible price for what they have done to you. It is not the direct approach that most space chapters would favor, but it is very much the Alpha Legion way. In apparent defeat, you will plant the seeds of eventual victory. In seeming compliance, you will preserve your agency and your purpose. The raid begins with characteristic Orc enthusiasm. The transport crash lands on the Imperial world's surface, its crude landing system doing just enough to prevent total destruction. You are deployed alongside waves of Orc boys, their war cries filling the air as they charge toward the Imperial defenses. The defenders are Imperial Guard, brave men and women armed with lasguns and supported by a handful of tanks and artillery pieces. They are outmatched by the Orc horde, but they fight with the desperate courage of those who know they are defending their homes and families. Under normal circumstances, your presence on the battlefield would turn the tide in the Imperium's favor. A dreadnought supporting Imperial Guard infantry could devastate an Orc attack, break their momentum, and allow organized resistance to form. But these are not normal circumstances. You are fighting on the other side now, your weapons turned against those you were meant to protect. The big mech's commands come through your neural interface. Advance with the Orc line, engage enemy armor, suppress defensive positions. You can play, your massive footfalls shaking the ground as you move forward. Your new weapons open fire, the cobbled-together monstrosity of welded bolters spraying shells toward the Imperial positions. You can see the defenders' faces through your optical sensors, see the moment when they recognize what you are. See the confusion and horror as they realize a Space Marine dreadnought is fighting for the Orcs. Some of them hesitate, unable to process this impossible sight. Others redouble their fire, targeting you with every weapon they have. But your enhanced armor, both the original Ceramite and the crude Orc editions, turns aside their shots. You engage an Imperial Lemon Rust tank, your targeting systems easily identifying weak points in its armor. Under Orc control, You should be firing wildly, relying on volume of fire rather than precision. But you maintain enough control to deliberately miss critical shots while still appearing to comply with your orders. Your shells impact around the tank, forcing it to maneuver, buying its crew precious seconds. The orcs around you are too busy with their own combat to notice your subtle sabotage. They see you firing, see explosions near the enemy, and they assume you are contributing to the battle as ordered. It is a dangerous game, one that could be discovered at any moment. If the big mech realizes you are not fighting at full effectiveness, he could lock you down completely or worse. The battle rages for hours, and you are forced to participate in ways that sicken your warrior's soul. You cannot avoid all combat without revealing your resistance. Some Imperial Guardsmen die by your weapons, their bodies torn apart by shells that you fired under duress. Each death weighs on you, even though you know they would want you to escape, if possible, rather than die in a hopeless gesture of defiance. The Alpha Legion teaches that pragmatism must sometimes override honor, that the greater victory justifies temporary compromise. But this compromise feels less like strategy and more like collaboration, and the distinction grows hazier with each passing moment. You are walking a razor's edge between useful deception and genuine betrayal. The orcs, for their part, are delighted with their new weapon. The big mech watches your performance through remote sensors, and he transmits satisfaction through the neural link. You are performing adequately, proving your value to the warband. This means you will be maintained and deployed in future battles, which is both good and bad. Good because it keeps you alive and provides more opportunities for eventual escape or sabotage. Bad because it means more battles like this one. More situations where you are forced to fight against the Imperium you were sworn to protect. The psychological strain is immense, even for a Space Marine whose mind has been conditioned to withstand almost any torment. You are trained to resist physical torture, psychic assault, even the temptations of chaos. But you are not trained for this specific nightmare, being made complicit in crimes against the Imperium while retaining full awareness of what you are doing. As the battle concludes with an orc victory, and the Imperial defenders either dead or fleeing, you are recalled to the orc base along with the rest of the warband. The mechs perform post-battle maintenance, checking your systems for damage and reloading your ammunition. They chatter among themselves about your performance, debating what additional modifications might make you even more effective in future engagements. One suggests adding more weapons, perhaps mounting rockets on your shoulders. Another proposes increasing your speed by installing a bigger engine, though where they would find such an engine, or how they would integrate it with your existing systems, is unclear. The big mech considers these suggestions while examining the data recorded during the battle. He knows you held back in some way, though he cannot quite identify how. His crude monitoring systems are not sophisticated enough to catch your subtle sabotage. This is your opportunity, if you can maintain this level of performance, appearing to comply while actually undermining orc operations in ways too subtle to detect. You might survive long enough to either escape or send a signal to your legion. But the psychological cost is mounting. Each battle where you are forced to fight against the Imperium, each Imperial soldier who dies because you did not fight hard enough to stop the orc advance, each compromise you make in service to short-term survival, all of it accumulates like poison in your mind. You are still an Alpha Legion warrior, still capable of the mental discipline that allows you to play long games and make hard choices. But you are also still human, in whatever limited sense that term applies to a Space Marine entombed in a dreadnought. And humans have breaking points, even when those humans are post-human warriors designed to endure the unendurable. The strategic implications of your situation extend far beyond your personal suffering. An Alpha Legion dreadnought in orc hands represents a significant intelligence breach for your chapter. You carry in your memory banks decades or centuries of operational information, tactical data, communication protocols, and possibly knowledge of ongoing Alpha Legion schemes. The orcs cannot access this information in any conventional sense. They lack the technical sophistication and the inclination to perform detailed intelligence analysis. But what if they trade you to someone who does have those capabilities? What if Chaos Forces offer technology or resources in exchange for access to you? What if human renegades or Dark Mechanicus adepts see value in extracting your secrets? The potential for compromise is enormous, and it grows with each day you remain in captivity. From the Alpha Legion's perspective, your capture creates a complex strategic problem. Do they attempt a rescue operation, risking valuable assets to recover one dreadnought who may already be compromised? Do they write you off as lost and take measures to invalidate any intelligence you might reveal? Do they attempt to manipulate the situation to their advantage, perhaps using your captivity as bait for a larger operation against the Orc warband? The Alpha Legion is famous for its capacity to turn apparent disasters into eventual victories, but even they have limits. The decision-makers in your chapter, assuming they are even aware of your capture, must weigh multiple factors: your value as a source of experience and wisdom, the risk of information compromise, the resources required for rescue or neutralization, and the broader strategic picture that may include operations you know nothing about. But there is another possibility, one that aligns more closely with Alpha Legion doctrine. What if your capture was intentional? What if you were meant to fall into Orc hands as part of a larger scheme? The Alpha Legion is known for elaborate plans that span decades, for sacrificing individual pieces to achieve checkmate on a galactic scale. Perhaps you are carrying false information meant to be discovered by enemies who capture and interrogate you. Perhaps your presence in the Orc warband is meant to disrupt their operations in subtle ways, creating chaos that serves Legion purposes. Perhaps you are a time bomb, waiting for the right moment to detonate, either literally or metaphorically. The uncertainty is maddening, because if this is all part of a plan, you were not informed. Which means either you are not trusted with the full picture, or you are considered expendable enough that informing you was not worth the risk of compromise. The Orcs continue to use you in their battles, and you continue to walk the razor's edge between compliance and resistance. You develop a routine that allows you to contribute just enough to satisfy the mechs, while sabotaging operations in ways too subtle to detect. During one battle, you deliberately target enemy ammunition dumps rather than personnel, creating spectacular explosions that the Orcs love, but that actually cause less damage to Imperial combat effectiveness than direct fire would. In another engagement, you use your book to create choke points that slow the Orc advance, giving defenders time to prepare better positions. These are small victories, barely noticeable in the grand scheme of warfare, but they help you maintain some sense of agency in an otherwise impossible situation. The transformation is not complete, however. The mechs continue to modify you, adding new systems and replacing old ones as they acquire better materials or get new ideas. Each modification changes you a little more, making you less like what you were and more like what they want you to be. Your once proud blue-green armor is now a patchwork of Orc colors and crude symbology. Your weapons are a hodgepodge of Imperial and Orc technology welded together with complete disregard for compatibility. Even your silhouette has changed. Additional armor plates and weapon mounts have altered your profile until you barely resemble a standard dreadnought pattern. If your chapter saw you now, they might not immediately recognize you as one of their own. This physical transformation mirrors the psychological transformation you are undergoing, the slow erosion of identity that occurs when you are forced to act against everything you believe in. During quiet moments between battles, when you are placed in a storage area along with other looted equipment, you have time to reflect on your situation and consider long-term options. Escape seems increasingly unlikely. You are too large to move stealthily, and your systems are too heavily modified to function independently of Orc maintenance. Even if you could break free from your physical constraints, where would you go? You do not know what world you are on, or where the nearest Imperial forces might be located. Communication with your Legion remains impossible, both because your Vox systems are damaged, and because you have no way to authenticate your identity, even if you could send a message. For all they know, you are either dead or so compromised that any transmission from you should be treated as enemy deception. This brings us to the question of what the eventual outcome might be for a captured Alpha Legion dreadnought. Several scenarios present themselves, each with different implications for you and for the broader conflict. In the first scenario, you are eventually destroyed in battle, either by Imperial forces who do not realize or do not care that a Space Marine is inside the Orc modified chassis, or by enemy action that finally overwhelms even your enhanced defenses. Death would be a release in this case, an end to the torment of forced service and compromised loyalty. Your gene seed, if it was not removed before your interment in the dreadnought, would be lost. Your accumulated knowledge and experience would die with you, but at least you would not continue to be used as a weapon against the Imperium. In a second scenario, You are recaptured by Imperial forces who recognize what you are and undertake to restore you. This would require extensive technical work to remove the Orc modifications and repair the damage done to your systems. It would also require careful psychological evaluation to determine whether your time in Orc captivity has compromised your loyalty or your mental stability. Space Marines who have been forced to fight against the Imperium, even under duress, are often viewed with suspicion. You might face interrogation by inquisitors, examination by tech priests, and possibly even a tribunal to determine whether you can be trusted to serve again. The process would be humiliating and painful, but it would at least offer the possibility of redemption and restoration to your proper role. A third scenario involves rescue by Alpha Legion forces, assuming they decide you are worth recovering. Such an operation would be conducted with characteristic secrecy and misdirection. You might not even realize you are being rescued until the moment it happens. Alpha Legion operatives could infiltrate the Orc warband, sabotage your control systems, and extract you during the confusion of a battle or raid. Or they might manipulate events so that the Orcs deliver you to a location where recovery is possible, using deception to make the Greenskins think they are accomplishing their own objectives when they are actually serving Alpha Legion purposes. Upon rescue, you would be debriefed and evaluated. Depending on what you know and what you might have revealed, you could be returned to service, assigned to a different role, or in the worst case, terminated if you are deemed too great a security risk. A fourth and darker scenario involves your continued service to the Orcs until you eventually become more machine than marine, your identity completely subsumed by the modifications forced upon you. In this outcome, the warrior you once were ceases to exist in any meaningful sense. What remains is a weapon, a tool, a thing that fights because that is what it was made to do. The Orcs would not care about this transformation. They would simply continue using you until you were no longer useful. This represents the ultimate horror for a Space Marine, the complete loss of self and purpose. It is a fate worse than death, and it is frighteningly possible given the cumulative effects of trauma, isolation, and forced collaboration with the enemy. Finally, there is the possibility that your situation becomes permanent in a different way. Perhaps the Orc warband you serve is destroyed by external forces, but you survive and are abandoned among the wreckage. Without proper maintenance, your systems would eventually fail, leaving you trapped in a non-functional body on some forgotten battlefield. You might remain conscious for years or decades, aware but unable to act, waiting for either final system failure or discovery by someone who could either end your suffering or continue it. This is the nightmare that all dreadnought pilots fear. Regardless of their chapter or allegiance, immortality without purpose, existence without agency, consciousness imprisoned in a metal tomb that has become a coffin. The psychological impact of your situation cannot be overstated. You are experiencing trauma on multiple levels simultaneously. There is the physical trauma of being wounded so severely that interment in a dreadnought was necessary. There is the psychological trauma of losing your original body and being forced to adapt to a machine existence. There is the strategic trauma of capture by an enemy who should not have been able to capture you. There is the moral trauma of being forced to fight against the Imperium you serve. And underlying all of this is the existential trauma of uncertainty about whether your suffering serves any purpose, or whether it is simply meaningless torment inflicted by an uncaring universe. For an Alpha Legion warrior, this uncertainty is particularly acute, because you cannot know whether your situation is part of a plan or a genuine catastrophe. The Legion teaches that everything is part of the plan, that apparent setbacks are actually steps toward eventual victory, that individual suffering is acceptable if it serves the collective mission. But how much suffering is acceptable? At what point does the cost become too high? These are questions that Alpha Legion doctrine does not adequately address. Perhaps because to address them would be to admit that there are limits to what can be justified in pursuit of victory. As you continue your existence in Orc captivity, forced to participate in battles you oppose, you grapple with these questions without any clear answers. The Orcs, meanwhile, remain blissfully unaware of the complex moral and strategic dimensions of your situation. To them, you are simply another piece of looted equipment. More valuable than a looted tank because you can think and adapt, but still fundamentally a tool to be used. They do not understand the concept of a warrior's honor or the bonds of loyalty that define Space Marine existence. They fight because fighting is fun. and they assume everyone else fights for the same reason. The idea that you might be suffering psychologically, that forcing you to fight against your own side might be causing you distress, simply does not occur to them. And if it did occur to them, they would find it hilarious rather than troubling. Orcs appreciate a good fight, but they have no capacity for empathy, especially not for enemies they have captured and modified to serve their purposes. The big mech who created your control system occasionally checks in on your performance, reviewing battle data and adjusting parameters to improve your effectiveness. From his perspective, you are his greatest achievement, proof of his superior mechanical understanding. He has taken an enemy war machine and made it serve his warboss, creating a weapon that other mechs envy and seek to replicate. The fact that his achievement involves the torture and enslavement of a sentient being is irrelevant to him. All that matters is that his creation works and brings glory to his name. In his crude way, he is even proud of you, the way a craftsman might be proud of a well-made tool. This pride is perhaps the most insulting aspect of your captivity, to be treated as an object of craftsmanship rather than as a warrior deserving of respect. As time passes, you notice changes in your own psychology that alarm you. You are beginning to adapt to your situation in ways that suggest a deeper level of compromise than you are comfortable acknowledging. You find yourself anticipating the mech's needs during maintenance sessions, automatically adjusting your posture to make their work easier. You begin to recognize individual orcs by their vocal patterns and behavioral tics, something you would never have bothered with if you still saw them purely as enemies. Most disturbing of all, there are moments during battle when you forget that you are supposed to be sabotaging the orc efforts, moments when you simply fight as effectively as you can because that is what a warrior does. These moments pass quickly, and you reassert your resistance, but their very existence suggests that prolonged captivity is eroding your psychological defenses in subtle ways. This is Stockholm Syndrome at its most insidious, the gradual development of positive feelings toward captors simply because they have power over your survival and well-being. You are not so far gone as to feel actual loyalty to the orcs, but you are developing a kind of accommodation, a psychological strategy for coping with an unbearable situation. You tell yourself that this is just another form of the deception and misdirection that Alpha Legion warriors are trained to employ. By making yourself useful to the orcs, by becoming a valued asset rather than a liability, you increase your chances of long-term survival and eventual escape. But there is a fine line between useful deception and genuine collaboration, and you are not entirely certain which side of that line you are currently on. Your situation raises broader questions about the nature of loyalty, identity, and free will in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. What does it mean to be loyal when loyalty is enforced through mind control and neural override systems? Can actions taken under duress be considered betrayal, or are they simply the inevitable result of overwhelming force applied to a finite resistance? If your identity as an Alpha Legion warrior is defined by your actions, and your actions are no longer fully under your control, then who are you really? These are philosophical questions that few in the Imperium have time to contemplate. But for you, trapped in your metal prison with nothing but time between battles, they are inescapable. The Imperium's perspective on your situation would likely be uncompromising. To the Inquisition, any Space Marine who has fought against the Emperor's forces, regardless of circumstances, is suspect and potentially corrupted. The fact that you were forced to do so under Orc control would be considered an explanation, but not an excuse. You would be interrogated, examined for signs of taint or compromise, and quite possibly executed if any doubt remained about your loyalty. The Imperium does not have the luxury of nuanced judgment, it operates on absolutes, and anything that falls into grey areas is generally eliminated to be safe. Your long service to the Alpha Legion, your centuries of loyal combat, all of that would count for little if you were perceived as a potential threat to Imperial security. Your own chapter's response would depend on factors you cannot know from your current position. The Alpha Legion operates with multiple layers of secrecy and misdirection, compartmentalizing information so that capture of any individual operative cannot compromise the broader organization. This means that even if you were rescued and debriefed, there is no guarantee you would be told the truth about whether your capture was planned or accidental. The Legion might welcome you back as a valuable recovered asset, or they might view you as contaminated by your time in Orc hands and assign you to expendable missions until you prove your loyalty or die trying. The uncertainty is both frustrating and very much in keeping with Alpha Legion culture, where uncertainty is a tactical tool and absolute truth is always provisional. As your captivity extends into months and possibly years, you begin to understand that rescue may never come, that you may spend the rest of your existence as an orc war machine. This realization brings a kind of terrible clarity. If you cannot escape and cannot die, then you must find a way to make your situation serve some purpose, however small. You intensify your subtle sabotage efforts, becoming more sophisticated in your methods. You begin to influence orc battle tactics through your actions, steering them toward objectives that minimize Imperial casualties even while achieving orc goals. You gather intelligence on orc operations and commit it to memory in the hope that you might someday be able to transmit it to someone who can use it. You look for opportunities to cause internal conflict within the warband, exploiting orc psychology to create disputes and challenges that weaken their cohesion. These efforts give you purpose, help you maintain your identity as an Alpha Legion operative, even in circumstances that seem designed to destroy that identity. You are still fighting for the Imperium, you tell yourself, just in ways that no one except you can see or appreciate. It is cold comfort, but it is better than surrendering to despair. And if you are being honest with yourself, there is a part of you that finds a grim satisfaction in the challenge. Operating under such extreme constraints, maintaining your resistance in ways so subtle that even advanced monitoring cannot detect them, this is intelligence work at its most refined. If you survive this ordeal and are eventually debriefed, your experiences will provide valuable insights into orc psychology, technology, and operational methods. That knowledge could save lives in future conflicts, could give Imperial forces advantages they would not otherwise possess. But there is also the possibility that you are simply rationalizing, that you are constructing elaborate justifications for collaboration because the alternative, acknowledging that you have been broken and turned into a weapon against your own side, is too psychologically devastating to accept. The human mind, even a space marine mind, is capable of remarkable self-deception when faced with unbearable truths. You could be engaging in the very mental contortions that you once trained to identify and exploit in enemy personnel. The fact that you cannot be certain whether your resistance is real or imagined, whether your sabotage is effective or merely theater you are performing for your own psychological comfort, adds another layer of horror to your situation. Eventually, one way or another, your story will end. Either you will be destroyed in battle, your sarcophagus finally breached by enemy fire, and your long service concluded, or you will be recaptured by Imperial forces and face judgment for your time in orc hands. Or you will be rescued by the Alpha Legion and debriefed, your fate determined by factors far beyond your control. Or you will continue to serve the orcs until your systems fail and consciousness finally fades. Each of these outcomes represents a different kind of ending, some more favorable than others, but all of them final in their own way. The uncertainty about which ending awaits you is perhaps the cruelest aspect of your situation, because it prevents you from making peace with your fate. The story of an Alpha Legion dreadnought captured by orcs is ultimately a story about identity, agency, and the limits of human endurance. It asks what it means to be a warrior when you cannot choose your battles, what it means to be loyal when loyalty is enforced through mechanical override, what it means to be yourself when every aspect of your existence has been forcibly altered. These are questions without easy answers, and the Warhammer 40,000 universe is not known for providing comfort or resolution to those who suffer. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. And sometimes that war is waged within a single consciousness, trapped in a metal prison, and forced to fight against everything it once believed in. For those who encounter this strange amalgamation of space marine technology and orc engineering on the battlefield, it is a confusing and disturbing sight. Imperial forces might hesitate, uncertain whether to shoot at what appears to be a friendly dreadnought despite its orc modifications. That hesitation could prove fatal, as you are forced to engage them under orc control. Other space marines might recognize what has happened and respond with fury, viewing you as a desecration that must be destroyed to preserve the honor of the Astartes. The orcs themselves view you with a mixture of pride and pragmatism, pleased to have such an effective weapon, but always ready to scrap you for parts if you become more trouble than you are worth. In every case, you are seen as a thing rather than a person, an object to be used or destroyed depending on circumstances. The broader implications of your situation extend beyond the immediate tactical concerns. If the Orcs can successfully modify and deploy a captured dreadnought, what else might they be capable of? Are there other captured dreadnoughts serving in Orc warbands across the galaxy? Have the Orcs developed techniques for reverse engineering space marine technology that could lead to more sophisticated threats? These questions would concern the Adeptus Mechanicus and the various chapters that deploy dreadnoughts. New protocols might be developed to prevent future captures, perhaps including more robust self-destruct mechanisms or remote kill switches that can be activated if a dreadnought is compromised. Your suffering, then, might at least serve the purpose of identifying a vulnerability that can be addressed to protect future generations of warriors. But such cold strategic calculus provides little comfort when you are the one enduring the nightmare. You did not volunteer to be an object lesson in security vulnerabilities. You did not choose to become a cautionary tale about the dangers of Orc ingenuity. You were a warrior who served with honor for decades or centuries, and you deserve better than to end your days as a slave, weapon in an Orc warband. Yet the universe does not care about what you deserve, and the Imperium's harsh logic suggests that your personal suffering is acceptable if it serves the greater good. This is the fundamental cruelty of existence in the 41st millennium. Individual lives matter only insofar as they contribute to humanity's survival, and sometimes contribution requires sacrifice that no one should have to make. As we conclude this examination of what happens when Orcs capture an Alpha Legion dreadnought, we are left with a scenario that embodies the darkest aspects of the Warhammer 40,000 setting. It combines physical horror with psychological torment, strategic complexity with moral ambiguity, and the brutal practicality of Orc engineering with the sophisticated deviousness of Alpha Legion doctrine. The captured dreadnought becomes a symbol of how even the mightiest warriors can be reduced to tools in the hands of those who possess the will and means to break them. It reminds us that in the grim darkness of the far future, there truly are fates worse than death, and that honor and loyalty can become chains that bind us to suffering when the universe refuses to play by the rules we have internalized. The Alpha Legion warrior in this scenario faces challenges that test the very limits of what a space marine can endure. He must maintain his identity and purpose in circumstances designed to destroy both. He must find ways to resist when resistance seems impossible, and comply when compliance is the only way to survive. He must grapple with questions about loyalty, agency, and identity that have no clear answers. And through it all, he must accept that he may never know whether his suffering serves any purpose beyond the immediate satisfaction of his Orc captors. This is the ultimate test of faith. Not faith in the Emperor or in the Imperium, but faith that existence itself has meaning even when that meaning is hidden or absent. For those of us who study the lore of Warhammer 40,000, scenarios like this remind us why the setting has such enduring appeal. It does not flinch from depicting genuine horror, not the juvenile horror of monsters and gore, but the sophisticated horror of moral complexity and existential dread. It asks difficult questions about what it means to be human, what price we are willing to pay for security and order, and how we maintain our identities when the universe seems determined to strip them away. The captured Alpha Legion dreadnought is not just a cool concept for a battle scenario. It is a meditation on suffering agency and the limits of endurance in a universe that offers no guarantees and accepts no excuses. If you found this deep dive into one of the darker corners of Warhammer 40,000 lore illuminating, please consider subscribing to the channel. We explore these kinds of scenarios regularly, examining the implications and possibilities that emerge when we take the established lore seriously and follow it to its logical conclusions. Hit that like button if you enjoyed this particular journey into the nightmare of Orc captivity and Alpha Legion secrecy, and leave a comment telling us what other scenarios you would like us to explore in future episodes. The grim darkness of the far future contains multitudes of stories, and we are here to tell them, one terrifying tale at a time. In the deepest halls of every Space Marine Fortress monastery, far below the training grounds where neophytes first learn to wield a bolter, far beneath the chapels where battle brothers gather for prayer, there exist chambers that most of the chapter will never enter. These are places of absolute reverence and profound silence, lit only by the faint glow of stasis fields and the dim lumens of maintenance servitors. The air here tastes of sacred oils and incense, thick with the weight of millennia. And in these halls stand the sarcophagi, towering forms of ancient ceramite and adamantium, each one containing something more precious and more terrible than any relic blade or fragment of the Emperor's own armor. Within these armored tombs sleep warriors who walked when the Imperium was young. They fought beside primarchs whose names are now legend, witnessed the galaxy ablaze with the fires of the Horus heresy, and saw with their own eyes the moment when humanity's brightest dream became its darkest nightmare. They are dreadnoughts, the honored ancients, the undying witnesses to an age that the Imperium has spent 10,000 years trying to forget, to rewrite, to transform into myth and propaganda. And when these ancient warriors wake, when their mechanical voices crackle to life, after decades or centuries of dreamless sleep, they speak of things that no living soul in the 41st millennium was meant to know. The mere existence of these ancient warriors presents a profound paradox for the Imperium of man. They are revered as living relics, honored as embodiments of the chapter's history and martial prowess, consulted as sources of tactical wisdom accumulated over millennia of warfare. Yet they are also dangerous, for they remember. They remember a time before the imperial creed, before the ecclesiarchy declared the emperor a god, before 10,000 years of dogma and lies reshaped the truth of what happened during humanity's greatest civil war. They remember the primarchs not as demigods and saints, but as brothers and warriors, flawed and proud and all too human in their ambitions. They remember the emperor not as the divine master of mankind, but as a man, impossibly powerful and terrifyingly brilliant, but still a man, with a man's capacity for miscalculation and hubris. These witnesses to the heresy carry within their scarred minds a version of history that contradicts almost everything the modern Imperium believes about itself. They know that the traitor primarchs did not fall purely to the corrupting influence of chaos, but were driven to rebellion by legitimate grievances, by the emperor's own mistakes, by resentments that festered for decades before finally erupting into open war. They know that many of the rituals and beliefs that define the Imperium in the 41st millennium would have been considered rank heresy during the Great Crusade, when the imperial truth preached reason and science over superstition and faith. They know things about the nature of the warp, about the Emperor's secret projects, about the true relationship between the Space Marine legions and their primarchs that could shake the foundations of the Imperium if widely known. And so, when these ancient warriors wake, their words are heard by only a select few. Chapter masters consult them in private, behind sealed doors where no servitor or serf might overhear. Chaplains record their testimonies in cipher, in codes known only to the highest echelons of the chapter hierarchy. What these ancients say is weighed carefully, filtered, contextualized through 10,000 years of institutional memory and political necessity. Because the truth these warriors carry is not always convenient, not always useful, and sometimes actively dangerous to the carefully constructed myths that hold the Imperium together. This is the story of what happens when a dreadnought, who witnessed the Horus heresy, finally speaks. It is a story about memory and madness, about the weight of 10,000 years of existence, about the terrible burden of being the last living link to an age when the galaxy burned. It is a story about what the Imperium has forgotten, what it has chosen to forget, and what secrets are locked away in the armored tombs of warriors who can never truly die. The Living Tomb. What it means to be a dreadnought. Before we can understand what happens when a heresy-era dreadnought speaks, we must first comprehend what it means to exist as one of these undying warriors, to be sealed within a walking tomb of ceramite and steel, to trade mortality for an eternity of service that is both the highest honor a Space Marine can receive and a fate that some would consider worse than death. The creation of a dreadnought begins with catastrophic injury. Not the kind of wound that can be repaired with bionics and surgery, not the loss of a limb or even multiple limbs, but injuries so severe that the Space Marine's enhanced physiology, remarkable as it is, cannot sustain life. Imagine a warrior crushed beneath the rubble of a collapsing fortress, his spine shattered in 3 places, his legs destroyed beyond any hope of reconstruction, his internal organs ruptured and failing. Imagine a champion struck down by a chaos demon's blade, his body corrupted at the cellular level by energies that no amount of surgery can excise. Imagine a captain torn apart by an enemy dreadnought's power fist, his torso barely intact, his nervous system traumatized beyond repair. In any other circumstance, such warriors would receive the Emperor's Peace, a merciful bolt to the brain that would release their gene seed for implantation in the next generation of Space Marines. Death with honor, remembered in the chapter's halls of heroes, their names carved in stone and their deeds sung by the chapter's chroniclers. For most Space Marines, this is how their story ends, and they welcome it. Death in service to the Emperor, death in the defense of humanity is the ultimate expression of their purpose. But for a rare few, those whose deeds have marked them as truly exceptional, those whose tactical wisdom or combat prowess are deemed too valuable to lose, the apothecaries make a different choice. Instead of death, they offer a kind of immortality. The dying Space Marine is stabilized, placed into a state of suspended animation while the chapter's tech Marines prepare the sarcophagus that will become his new body. His ruined flesh is stripped away, piece by piece, until only the essential remains: a torso, perhaps fragments of limbs, the vital organs, and most importantly, the brain and nervous system. What's left of his body is then immersed in a thick, oily amniotic fluid that will sustain his remaining tissues for as long as the life support systems continue to function. The neural connectors are the worst part, according to the few accounts that exist of the process. Imagine having your consciousness directly wired into a machine, your every thought translated into mechanical impulse, your senses replaced entirely by Auspex arrays and targeting systems. The pain of this neural integration is said to be beyond human comprehension, even for a Space Marine with all his genetic enhancements and mental conditioning. Some don't survive the procedure, their hearts simply stopping from the shock despite all the drugs and life support. Those who do survive emerge forever changed, their perception of reality fundamentally altered. A dreadnought no longer sees through human eyes. He perceives the world through optical sensors and thermal imaging, through motion trackers and targeting reticules. Sound comes to him as data, wavelengths and frequencies rather than the organic experience of hearing. Touch is pressure readings on armor plating, temperature fluctuations in the hydraulics. The amniotic fluid in which his body floats is numbingly cold, and he cannot feel his own flesh, cannot move limbs that no longer exist. If he allows his consciousness to drift, if he stops actively engaging with the machine systems, his awareness returns to the sensation of his ruined body, and the pain of his injuries returns in full measure. So he must stay focused, must keep his mind merged with the machine, must think of himself not as a body in a shell, but as the shell itself. The dreadnought becomes his body, the assault cannons his arms, the ceramite armor his skin. This mental discipline is exhausting, a constant effort of will that must be maintained every moment he is awake. And over time, over the decades and centuries, this effort takes its toll. The line between the warrior and the machine begins to blur. Memories of his original body fade. The sensation of walking on human legs, of holding a bolter in human hands, of feeling the wind on his face. All these experiences become distant and unreal, like dreams half remembered upon waking. The psychological impact of this transformation cannot be overstated. Space Marines are already far removed from baseline humanity, their bodies transformed by genetic engineering, their minds conditioned by hypnotic indoctrination and psycho-conditioning. They are warrior monks, super soldiers, designed for one purpose and one purpose only. But even with all these modifications, they are still, in some fundamental sense, human. They have brotherhood, camaraderie, the bonds of shared purpose and shared suffering. They understand themselves as warriors among warriors, protectors of humanity's future. A dreadnought loses much of this. The other Space Marines in his chapter revere him, certainly, They approach him with respect, bordering on worship, seeking his counsel, requesting his blessing before battle. But they do not see him as one of them anymore. He is something else now, something ancient and terrible, a relic from another age. He cannot share a meal with his battle brothers, cannot clasp hands in the warrior's grip, cannot join them in the training cages or the meditation chambers. He exists apart, isolated within his armored shell, a consciousness trapped in a prison of his own flesh and metal. And so, to preserve what remains of their sanity, to prevent the complete dissolution of their identity into the machine, dreadnoughts are placed in stasis between deployments. Their power systems are cycled down, their consciousness allowed to drift into a state that resembles sleep, but is not truly sleep, for there are no dreams in the darkness of the sarcophagus. There is only absence, a void of non-being that might last for days or decades or centuries. When they wake, they have no sense of how much time has passed. Hours or years, it all feels the same, a sudden jolt from nothingness, back into the overwhelming flood of sensation that comes with activation. This cycle of waking and sleeping, of decades spent in the void, followed by brief periods of activity, creates its own peculiar horror. Imagine waking after what feels like minutes to discover that 50 years have passed. The chapter master who ordered you into stasis is long dead. The battle brothers you fought beside are scattered across the galaxy or honored in the halls of the fallen. The fortress monastery has been expanded and rebuilt. Passages you remember are gone, replaced by new construction. Even the language has shifted, slang and idioms you knew replaced by new phrases you don't understand. You are a stranger in your own home, a ghost from an earlier age, and everyone who knew you as more than a name in the chapter's records is dust and memory. Now imagine this happening not once, but dozens of times, hundreds of times. Each awakening brings the same shock, the same disorientation, the same crushing realization that time has moved on without you. The faces change, but the rituals remain. The chapter endures, but the individuals who compose it are different with each waking. And you remain, constant and unchanging, a fixed point in a galaxy that continues to evolve around you. For a dreadnought who has survived for millennia, who has witnessed the rise and fall of entire dynasties of chapter masters, who has fought in wars whose causes are now forgotten, the sense of disconnection from the present becomes overwhelming. The modern Imperium is not the Imperium he remembers. The chapter is not the legion it once was. The very purpose and meaning of service to the Emperor has been transformed by 10,000 years of theological evolution and institutional drift. And yet he continues, because that is all he can do. Continue to serve, continue to fight, continue to endure, until finally some enemy's weapon penetrates the armor and brings the mercy of true death. This is the existence of every dreadnought, and it is a burden heavy beyond measure. But for those ancient few who were interred during or shortly after the Horus Heresy, who carry within their scarred minds the direct experience of that terrible war, the burden is heavier still. Because they remember not just a different time, but a fundamentally different universe. They remember when the galaxy was being united under the banner of the Great Crusade, when the Primarchs walked among their legions, when the Emperor himself strode the battlefields of 1,000 worlds. They remember the moment when all of it came crashing down, when brother turned on brother, and the dream of a unified humanity died in fire and betrayal. And when these ancient warriors speak, their words carry a weight that transcends mere tactical advice or historical recollection. They speak of a truth that the modern Imperium has spent 10 millennia trying to bury, to forget, to transform into comfortable myth. They speak of the heresy not as ancient history, but as lived experience, raw and immediate and devastating in its implications. The Horus Heresy. What the ancients remember. To understand the significance of a heresy-era dreadnaught's testimony, we must first understand what he witnessed, what he experienced firsthand, what he carries locked within his mechanical tomb. The Horus Heresy was not simply a rebellion, not just another civil war in the long and bloody history of human civilization. It was the moment when the Imperium's greatest dream transformed into its darkest nightmare, when the Emperor's vision of a unified, rational, enlightened humanity, free from the tyranny of superstition and alien domination, was shattered beyond repair. The heresy began, as most catastrophes do, with the best of intentions and the most human of emotions. Pride, ambition, the gnawing sense of betrayal that festers when one believes they have been cast aside by someone they love. Horus Lupercal, greatest of the Primarchs, the war master chosen by the Emperor to lead the Great Crusade, while he returned to Terra for mysterious projects in the bowels of the Imperial Palace, came to believe that his father had abandoned him, that after centuries of conquest, after bringing world after world into compliance, after literally shaping the future of the galaxy through his tactical brilliance and charisma, he had been discarded, left to finish his father's work while the Emperor claimed all the glory for himself. The Chaos Gods, those ancient malevolent intelligences that dwell in the warp, saw this resentment and exploited it with terrible efficiency. They showed Horus visions of a future where the Emperor was worshipped as a god, where the Primarchs were forgotten or remembered only as myths and legends, where all their sacrifices and achievements counted for nothing. They whispered to him that the Emperor had used the Primarchs as tools, weapons to conquer the galaxy, to be discarded once their purpose was fulfilled. They promised him power, recognition, the throne of Terra itself, if he would only turn against his father and claim what was rightfully his. And Horus, wounded by what he perceived as the Emperor's betrayal, listening to the poisoned counsel of Erebus of the Word-Bearers, broke. His turn to chaos was not instantaneous, not a sudden moment of corruption. It was a gradual slide, a series of choices and compromises, each one seeming reasonable at the time, each one taking him further from the light of the Emperor's vision until finally there was no way back. He was committed to rebellion, and he would take half the Imperium with him into damnation. A dreadnought who lived through the opening moves of the heresy would remember the confusion, the absolute disbelief when the first reports came through. The Lunar Wolves, renamed the Sons of Horus, had turned traitor. The Death Guard, the Emperor's children, the World Eaters, all betraying their oaths to the Emperor. It was impossible, unthinkable. These were the Space Marine Legions, the finest warriors humanity had ever produced, led by demigods who had fought at the Emperor's side for 2 centuries. How could they turn traitor? But the reports kept coming, and with them, the horror. The virus bombing of Istvan III, where Horus purged his own legion of those he deemed insufficiently loyal, killing tens of thousands of Space Marines who would not follow him into treachery. The drop site massacre at Istvan V, where 7 loyalist legions deployed to crush the rebellion, only to discover that 4 of those legions, the Iron Warriors, the Night Lords, the Word-Bearers, and the Alpha Legion, were traitors as well. The trap was sprung, and the loyalist forces were slaughtered, cut down by those they thought were allies. The Iron Hands, the Raven Guard, and the Salamanders were devastated, their Primarch Ferrus Manus killed in single combat by his former friend Fulgrim. A warrior who fought at Istvan would remember the moment of betrayal, the sick realization as the guns that should have been targeting the traitors instead opened fire on the loyalists. He would remember the screams over the Vox channels, the desperate calls for support that would never come, the sight of battle brothers gunned down by those who had fought beside them only days before. He would remember the feeling of the galaxy tilting beneath his feet, the fundamental certainty of his existence, that Space Marines stood united in service to the Emperor, shattered in an instant. The war that followed would be etched into his memory in fire and blood. The burning of Prospero, where the space wolves, following what they believed were the Emperor's orders, destroyed the Thousand Suns' home world in a catastrophic assault that would drive Magnus the Red and his legion into the arms of chaos. The Shadow Crusade, where the Word-Bearers and World-Eaters rampage through the Ultramar sector, bringing fire and damnation to 500 worlds. The betrayal at Calth, where the Word-Bearers attempted to destroy the Ultramarines in a surprise attack that would leave scars on that system for 10,000 years. But perhaps most traumatic of all would be the memories of the Siege of Terra itself, when Horus brought his full might to bear on the throne world, when the traitor legions and their demonic allies assaulted the walls of the Imperial Palace in what would be the final confrontation of the war. A dreadnought who fought in the siege would remember battles that lasted for weeks without pause, his weapons growing hot from continuous fire, his ammunition stores depleted and replenished a dozen times, the bodies of friend and foe alike piling up until they formed new terrain features on the battlefield. He would remember the moment when the walls finally fell, when the traitors breached the Eternity Wall spaceport and began their push toward the inner palace. He would remember fighting on ground that had been holy to humanity for 30,000 years, the cradle of human civilization transformed into a charnel house, an abattoir where millions died for every meter of ground. He would remember the sky itself turning red with the reflection of the fires below, the stench of burning promethium and roasting flesh so thick it could be tasted even through a sealed helmet's rebreather. And if he was among those who fought in the final days, he would remember the moment when Horus lowered the void shields on his flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, inviting the Emperor to teleport aboard for a final confrontation. He would remember the psychic shockwave that rolled across the battlefield when Horus finally fell, when the Emperor struck him down with the full force of his psychic might, obliterating not just Horus's body, but his very soul, burning it from existence so completely that even the Chaos Gods could not resurrect their champion. He would remember the terrible silence that followed, the moment when the traitor forces, suddenly leaderless and abandoned by their demonic allies, broke and fled, streaming away from Terra in complete disarray. He would remember the dawn that broke over the Imperial Palace, revealing the true scope of the devastation, the millions of dead, the fortress walls reduced to rubble, the very land itself poisoned and corrupted by the touch of chaos. He would remember the sense, not of victory, but of catastrophe barely averted, of a civilization that had destroyed itself even in the act of preserving its existence. These are the memories that a heresy-era dreadnought carries, and they are not abstract historical knowledge or dry facts learned from records and chronicles. They are lived experiences, seared into his consciousness with an immediacy that 10,000 years of sleep cannot erase. When he speaks of the heresy, he does not recount the official version taught in the Schola Progenium, the sanitized narrative that paints the traitor primarchs as corrupted monsters who fell instantly to the seductions of chaos. He remembers the truth, that these were once warriors of unmatched valor and honor, that their fall was neither instant nor inevitable, that the Emperor himself bore some responsibility for the conditions that allowed the heresy to occur. This truth is dangerous. It complicates the simple narrative that the modern Imperium requires to maintain its stability. It raises questions about the Emperor's judgment, about whether the current theological framework that worships him as a god would have been acceptable to the man who walked among his legions during the Great Crusade. It forces an acknowledgement that the Imperium's enemies were once its greatest heroes, that the line between loyalty and betrayal was not always as clear as modern doctrine suggests. And so, when a heresy-era dreadnought speaks, his words are carefully controlled, carefully contextualized, carefully filtered through the institutional needs of the chapter and the Imperium as a whole, because the raw, unfiltered truth of what he witnessed could shake the very foundations of everything the Imperium has become. The long sleep, 10,000 years between waking time, does not pass normally for a dreadnought. While the rest of the galaxy ages, empires rise and fall, languages evolve, and technologies are lost and rediscovered, He exists in a state of suspended animation, his consciousness cycling through periods of activity measured in days or weeks, followed by decades or centuries of dreamless void. This disrupted perception of time creates a unique form of psychological trauma, a disjointed existence where the warrior experiences only fragments of history, waking for brief moments to fight and then returning to the darkness, each awakening bringing him further from the age he knew and closer to a future he barely recognizes. For a space marine interred during or shortly after the Horus Heresy, the effect is even more profound. When he first entered the sarcophagus, the Imperium was still reeling from the Civil War. The legions were being broken down into chapters during the Second Founding. The Emperor had just been installed upon the Golden Throne, and the survivors of the war were still trying to make sense of what had happened. The memory of the heresy was fresh, painful, immediate. The fallen Primarchs were not distant legends, but brothers and commanders the Loyalists had known personally, whose betrayals still burned with the heat of recent wounds. Now imagine sleeping through what comes next. You close your eyes on an Imperium that is fractured but recognizable, that still holds to the imperial truth, that understands itself as a secular empire of reason and enlightenment. You wake, perhaps decades later, perhaps a century, and the changes are subtle but noticeable. The language has shifted, the rituals have evolved. There are new traditions you don't recognize, new prayers being offered before battle. But it's still fundamentally the same Imperium, still fighting the same fight against the same enemies. You sleep again, and this time when you wake, more has changed. The survivors of the heresy are mostly gone now, replaced by new generations of space marines who know the Great Civil War only as history, as stories told by those who were there. The Imperium has begun to rebuild, to consolidate, to adapt to the new reality of its existence. Superstition is creeping back into human culture, despite the Emperor's vision of a rational, enlightened humanity. The seeds of what will become the ecclesiarchy are beginning to germinate, though they have not yet grown into the vast theological apparatus that will dominate the Imperium's future. You sleep again, waking perhaps 2 or 3 centuries after your interment. The changes are more dramatic now. The Imperium has reorganized itself, the loose confederation of the Great Crusade era transforming into a rigid, hierarchical structure. The imperial cult is growing in influence, though the very idea of worshipping the Emperor as a god would still be considered blasphemy by those who remember his actual teachings. The Space Marine chapters have developed their own distinct cultures and traditions, drifting away from the unified legion structure that defined the Great Crusade. Sleep, wake, sleep, wake. Each time the interval between awakenings grows longer as the chapter recognizes that the Ancient One's knowledge becomes less immediately relevant with each passing century. Each time the shock of waking grows more disorienting as the accumulated changes become harder to pass, harder to integrate into a coherent understanding of how the Imperium has evolved. Wake after 1,000 years, and the Imperium is almost unrecognizable. The imperial truth has been completely discarded, replaced by the imperial creed that declares the Emperor a god and humanity's only salvation. The ecclesiarchy has become one of the most powerful institutions in the Imperium, its cardinals and confessors wielding influence that rivals and sometimes exceeds that of planetary governors and system lords. The Space Marine chapters are no longer simply military organizations, but quasi-religious orders. Their battle, brothers as much warrior monks as soldiers, their rituals and traditions elevated to sacred status. The technology has regressed in many ways. Standard template. Construct systems that were commonplace during the Great Crusade are now lost artifacts, their principles forgotten, their operation maintained only through ritual and rote repetition, rather than genuine understanding. The Adeptus Mechanicus has transformed from an organization of scientists and engineers into a priesthood of machine worship, where every repair is a prayer and every activation a sacrament. Knowledge that was freely shared during the Crusade is now hoarded, encoded in mysteries and dogma, accessible only to the initiated. And the wars continue, but their nature has changed. The enemies are the same: traitor space marines, chaos cultists, alien invaders. But the Imperium's response has become more desperate, more brutal, more willing to sacrifice entire worlds rather than risk potential contamination. The optimism of the Great Crusade, the sense that humanity was on the verge of reclaiming its birthright as masters of the galaxy, has been replaced by a grim determination to simply survive, to hold the line against endless enemies, to maintain what remains rather than dream of expansion and growth. Wake after 5,000 years, and even your own chapter has transformed beyond recognition. The fortress monastery has been rebuilt multiple times, each reconstruction layering new architecture over old foundations, until the original structure is buried beneath millennia of additions and modifications. The chapter's traditions have calcified into rigid dogma, practices that began as practical solutions to specific problems, now elevated to sacred rituals that must be performed exactly as written, lest the chapter's honor be compromised. The very language spoken in the halls has evolved, new words and phrases replacing the old, until the dialect you learned during the Great Crusade sounds archaic and formal to modern ears. Wake after 10,000 years, as Bjorn the Fell-Handed does with each new generation of space wolves, and you are a living fossil, the last remnant of an age that might as well be mythology to those who wake you. The space marines who gather around your sarcophagus to hear your words have never known anything but the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. They have been raised in a culture of endless war, taught from childhood that the Emperor is a god, that suffering and sacrifice are the highest virtues, that hope for anything beyond survival is foolish optimism. The very concepts that defined the Great Crusade, reason, progress, human unity, are foreign to them, replaced by faith, tradition, and acceptance of humanity's diminished state. And yet, when they ask you to speak of the old days, to recount the wars of the Horus heresy, to tell them what it was like to fight beside the Primarchs, and to serve under the Emperor's direct command, what can you tell them? How do you explain a worldview so fundamentally different from their own that it might as well be alien? How do you describe the Great Crusade's optimism, its sense of building something permanent and glorious, when they have been taught that the Imperium's only purpose is to endure, to survive another day in a galaxy that wants nothing more than to destroy them? This is the peculiar torture of the ancient dreadnought. Not just the physical suffering of existence in the sarcophagus, not just the psychological burden of 10,000 years of scattered consciousness, but the existential horror of outliving his own world, of becoming a stranger in a civilization he helped to build. He is a living bridge between two ages, the Imperium that was and the Imperium that is, and the gulf between them is so vast that sometimes he wonders if they can even be considered the same civilization. Some dreadnoughts cope with this dislocation by retreating into the past, living more and more in their memories of the Great Crusade and the heresy, treating their periodic awakenings as brief intrusions into a dream rather than returns to reality. They engage mechanically with the battles they're deployed in, following orders, destroying the enemy, fulfilling their function as weapons of war, but their consciousness remains focused on another time, another war, another galaxy. They are ghosts, present in body, but absent in spirit, their minds dwelling in an age that can never return. Others attempt to adapt, to learn the customs and beliefs of the modern Imperium, to understand how their chapter has evolved and find their place in this strange new world. But this adaptation comes at a cost. To truly integrate into the 41st millennium, they must accept that much of what they fought for during the Great Crusade has been lost or perverted beyond recognition. They must make peace with the fact that the Imperium's transformation from rational empire to theocratic nightmare is permanent, that there is no going back to the vision the Emperor originally championed. They must learn to value what the Imperium has become, rather than mourn what it might have been. And a few, the strongest or perhaps the most stubborn, refuse either retreat or adaptation. They remain fully present, fully engaged, carrying their memories of the past as precious treasures that must not be forgotten, even as they operate within the reality of the present. These are the ones whose testimony is most valuable and most dangerous, because they can draw direct comparisons between the Imperium that was and the Imperium that is, can identify where the modern institution has strayed from the Emperor's original vision, can speak uncomfortable truths about how far humanity has fallen from the ideals that drove the Great Crusade. These are the ones whose words, when they finally speak, can change the course of their chapter's history, can challenge long-held assumptions, can force a reckoning with uncomfortable truths. And these are the ones whose testimony is most carefully controlled, most heavily filtered, most zealously guarded by those who understand the danger of allowing their full truth to be heard by the wider Imperium. The awakening, protocols and rituals. The process of waking a dreadnought, particularly one of the ancient few who dates from the heresy era, is never undertaken lightly. It is a sacred ritual, governed by elaborate protocols and wrapped in layers of ceremony that serve multiple purposes beyond the merely functional. These awakening rites are part technical procedure, part religious sacrament, and part psychological preparation, designed to ease the ancient warrior's transition from the void of suspended animation back into the overwhelming reality of consciousness, and to remind him of his purpose, his loyalty, and his place within the chapter's hierarchy. In most chapters, only the chapter master himself has the authority to order the awakening of a venerable dreadnought who dates from the heresy. The decision is never made capriciously, never in response to a minor threat or a routine deployment. These ancient ones are reserved for moments of true crisis, when the chapter faces an enemy that threatens its very existence, when their accumulated wisdom and combat experience become absolutely necessary, or, more subtly, when the chapter leadership requires counsel on matters of such sensitivity that only one who remembers the age before the current orthodoxy can provide appropriate perspective. The awakening begins in the deepest vaults of the fortress monastery, in chambers that are more shrine than armory, where the dreadnought has stood in silent vigil for decades or centuries. Tech Marines approach the sleeping giant with reverence, their movements slow and deliberate, their prayers to the Omnissiah spoken in whispers that echo through the vault's acoustics. They anoint the sarcophagus with sacred oils, trace protective sigils on its armor plating, light incense burners that fill the chamber with thick, pungent smoke. These actions serve both practical and symbolic purposes, preparing the ancient machine for reactivation while also establishing the ritual context for what is about to occur. The chaplain's role in the awakening is crucial. While the Tech Marines handle the mechanical aspects of bringing the dreadnought systems back online, it is the chaplain who speaks to the consciousness within, who provides the spiritual framework for the return to awareness. He stands before the sarcophagus, skull helm gleaming in the vault's dim light, and recites the litany of awakening, a prayer that is different for each chapter but always serves the same function, to remind the Ancient One of who he is, what he serves, and why he continues to fight. For a heresy-era dreadnought, this chaplain's prayer often includes specific reminders of the chapter's history, of battles fought during the Great Crusade and the heresy, anchoring the ancient warrior's consciousness in a continuity that stretches back to the founding. These references serve a dual purpose. They help orient the dreadnought, providing familiar touchstones that ease the shock of waking. But they also serve as subtle reminders of the chapter's orthodox interpretation of that history, framing the past in terms that align with current doctrine rather than allowing the Ancient One to impose his own understanding of events. The physical awakening itself is a gradual process. Power flows back into dormant systems, cycling through circuits that have been cold for decades. The amniotic fluid in the sarcophagus warms, life support systems humming back to life, delivering nutrients and stimulants to the withered flesh that remains of the warrior's body. Neural connectors fire, sending impulses through pathways that have been silent, reconnecting the consciousness to the mechanical frame that serves as its body. Sensors come online one by one, optical systems activating, oral receivers beginning to process sound, motion detectors and targeting arrays running diagnostic routines. But consciousness does not return instantly. There is a period, sometimes lasting hours, when the dreadnought exists in a liminal state, neither fully asleep nor truly awake, his awareness drifting through layers of memory and sensation as his mind reconnects with the machine. During this time, he may speak, his vocalizer stuttering to life to voice fragments of recollection, names of battles long finished, the voices of warriors long dead, echoes of the past bleeding into the present. The chaplain and tech marines who attend the awakening listen to these utterances carefully, for they can provide insight into the Ancient One's mental state, revealing what memories dominate his consciousness, what traumas may have resurfaced during his long sleep. Finally, true consciousness returns, and with it, the terrible shock of existence. Imagine being torn from nothingness back into being, from the peaceful void of non-awareness, into the overwhelming flood of sensation that comes with the dreadnought's mechanical senses. Every input is immediate and intense, targeting data, thermal readings, structural integrity reports, ammunition counts, all of it hitting the consciousness simultaneously in a cascade of information that must be processed and integrated. And with awareness comes disorientation. How long has it been? Days, years, centuries? The dreadnought has no internal sense of time passed during his sleep, no way to gauge the interval except by external clues. He must ask, and the answer, when it comes, is often shocking. 50 years since your last awakening, Ancient One. A century and more, honored ancestor. The last time you walked, the chapter master was someone else entirely. All your old battle brothers have passed to the Emperor's side. This moment of disorientation is carefully managed by the chaplain, who provides context, explains what has changed, brings the ancient warrior up to date on the current state of the chapter and the Imperium. But this briefing is selective, emphasizing information that is immediately relevant while downplaying or omitting details that might be troubling or contradictory to chapter doctrine. The chaplain is not simply providing facts. He is constructing a narrative, shaping the Ancient One's understanding of the present in ways that serve the chapter's interests. For Heresy-era dreadnoughts, this briefing often includes specific assurances about the continued strength of the chapter, about victories achieved during his sleep, about the preservation of traditions he would recognize from his own time of service. These assurances serve to anchor him psychologically, to provide continuity between the age he remembers and the present in which he now finds himself. But they also serve to forestall questions that might arise about how much has changed, about how far the chapter and the Imperium have drifted from the principles that guided them during the Great Crusade. The awakening concludes with a statement of purpose, the chaplain explaining why the Ancient One has been roused from his slumber. A great enemy threatens the chapter, honored ancestor. The orcs mass at our borders in numbers not seen for 1,000 years. A demon prince of the ruinous powers has manifested on the world we defend. We face traitor marines who bear the colors of those who betrayed us at Istvan. Your wisdom and your wrath are needed once more. This statement serves multiple functions. It provides the dreadnought with immediate focus, channeling his consciousness toward a concrete objective, which helps to manage the disorientation of waking. It reminds him of his purpose, his function as a weapon in service to the chapter and the Emperor, and it establishes clear boundaries for his participation in chapter affairs. He has been awakened for a specific mission, and once that mission is complete, he will be returned to sleep. There is no expectation that he will involve himself in the chapter's broader governance or question the decisions of the current leadership. But of course, things are rarely so simple. A heresy-era dreadnought does not wake as an obedient weapon, ready to be pointed at an enemy and deployed without question. He wakes with 10,000 years of experience, with direct memories of the Emperor and the Primarchs, with knowledge of battles and strategies that predate the chapter's very existence. He has earned the right to question, to offer counsel, to speak his mind on matters of tactics and doctrine. And it is in these moments when the Ancient One begins to engage with the present, not just as a warrior, but as a conscious participant in the chapter's fate, that the carefully constructed protocols of awakening can begin to break down. This is when the chapter leadership must decide how much autonomy to grant the Ancient One, how much of his testimony to accept at face value, and how much to filter, recontextualize, or quietly suppress. Because a heresy-era dreadnought who is fully engaged, who is asking questions and making observations about how the chapter and the Imperium have changed, can quickly become a source of disruption rather than strength. His very presence forces the current generation to confront uncomfortable truths about how far they have strayed from the ideals of the Great Crusade. And that confrontation can shake the foundations of belief and tradition that hold the chapter together. The testimony. What forbidden knowledge they carry. When a dreadnought who witnessed the Horus heresy finally speaks, truly speaks, rather than simply responding to questions with the answers his questioners expect, the knowledge he reveals can be simultaneously enlightening and devastating. These ancient warriors carry within their scarred consciousness truths that the modern Imperium has spent 10 millennia trying to bury, to rewrite, to transform into comfortable myth. They remember the Great Crusade not as ancient history, but as lived experience. And their testimony, if heard without the filters and reinterpretations that usually mediate it, can fundamentally challenge the orthodoxies that define the 41st millennium. First and foremost, they remember the Emperor as a man rather than a god. To a heresy-era dreadnought, the very idea of the imperial cult, of declaring the Emperor divine and demanding his worship, would have been considered rank heresy during the Great Crusade. The imperial truth, which the Emperor preached with absolute conviction, held that there were no gods, that all supernatural phenomena were merely insufficiently understood natural forces that reason and science, rather than faith and superstition, would light humanity's path forward. The Emperor specifically forbade his worship, punishing those who attempted to deify him, viewing such devotion as a dangerous regression to the superstitious thinking that had held humanity back during Old Night. An ancient warrior who fought under the Emperor's direct command would remember this clearly. He would remember the speeches the Emperor gave, emphasizing human potential and self-determination rather than divine intervention. He would remember the Primarchs as the Emperor's sons, yes, but also as tools, as weapons carefully crafted for specific purposes in the grand project of reclaiming the galaxy for humanity. He would remember the clinical efficiency with which the Great Crusade operated, its systematic approach to bringing worlds into compliance, its emphasis on infrastructure and governance rather than conversion and faith. Now imagine that warrior waking in the 41st millennium to discover that the Imperium has become everything the Emperor warned against. That the Imperial Creed teaches that the Emperor is not merely divine, but the one true God. That all of humanity's achievements are credited to his divine will rather than human effort. That faith is valued above reason and prayer above analysis. That the ecclesiarchy, an institution that would have been banned as heretical during the Great Crusade, is now one of the most powerful organizations in the Imperium, its cardinals wielding influence that rivals planetary governors and sector lords. The Ancient One's initial reaction would be shock, perhaps even horror. How did this happen? Why did this happen? Who allowed the Imperium to transform so completely from the Emperor's original vision? But as he is briefed on the history of the intervening millennia, as he learns about the desperate struggles that have marked the 10,000 years since the heresy, he might begin to understand, even if he does not approve. The imperial cult arose not from a deliberate perversion of the Emperor's teachings, but from humanity's desperate need for something to believe in during the dark years after the Emperor was installed upon the Golden Throne. It grew because it filled a psychological need that the cold rationality of the imperial truth could not address. But understanding why the change occurred does not make it easier to accept. And when the ancient warrior is asked to speak about the Great Crusade, to provide guidance to the current generation based on his memories of that age, he faces a terrible dilemma. Does he speak the truth as he remembers it, knowing that truth contradicts the fundamental beliefs of the modern imperium? Or does he filter his testimony, recontextualizing his memories to align with current doctrine, preserving the comfort of the younger generation's beliefs at the cost of historical honesty? Similarly, heresy-era dreadnoughts remember the traitor primarchs, not as they are depicted in current imperial propaganda, as monsters who fell instantly to chaos corruption, but as they actually were, as warriors and leaders of immense capability who fell to betrayal through a combination of pride, manipulation, and legitimate grievances. An ancient warrior who fought alongside or against these primarchs during the heresy would remember Horus as the charismatic leader who inspired absolute loyalty in his legion, who won seemingly impossible victories through brilliant tactics and personal valor. He would remember Fulgrim as an aesthete and perfectionist, obsessed with elevating the emperor's children to the highest standards of excellence. He would remember Mortarion as a grim, pragmatic warrior who detested the use of psychic powers and valued resilience above all else. These memories are dangerous because they humanize the traitors. They make their fall comprehensible rather than simply evil. They suggest that under different circumstances, with different choices, the heresy might have been prevented or might have played out very differently. This is not a narrative that the modern imperium can afford to accept. The official history requires that the traitor primarchs be portrayed as irredeemably evil, as monsters whose corruption was inevitable, because to suggest otherwise is to open the door to sympathy, to understanding, to the possibility that their grievances against the emperor might have been justified. An ancient warrior who speaks honestly about what he remembers of the traitor primarchs risks being accused of heresy himself, of spreading doubt about the emperor's wisdom, of suggesting that the primarchs' rebellion had legitimate causes. And yet, if asked directly, how can he lie? How can he betray his own memories, his own experiences, his own understanding of the warriors he fought beside and against? The tension between historical truth and political necessity creates a profound ethical dilemma for these ancient witnesses. They also remember details about the emperor's secret projects, about the webway, about the true purpose of the Great Crusade, that have been lost or deliberately suppressed in the modern era. A heresy-era dreadnought would know that the emperor did not return to Terra simply to administrate the growing imperium, as many in the 41st millennium believe. He returned to work on the Webway project, an attempt to create a human-controlled passage through the warp that would free humanity from dependence on warp travel and protect them from the predations of chaos. He returned to complete the most crucial phase of his grand plan, the phase that would have secured humanity's future and made the Imperium truly invincible against its enemies. Magnus the Red's attempt to warn the Emperor about Horus's betrayal using forbidden psychic powers despite the Council of Nicaea's prohibition shattered the wards protecting the Webway project and allowed demons to pour through into the Imperial Palace's lower levels. The Emperor was forced to abandon the Webway and take personal command of the defense against the demonic incursion, which is why he could not immediately respond to Horus's rebellion. This catastrophic mistake, born of good intentions, but executed with disastrous consequences, set in motion a chain of events that would ultimately doom the Emperor's grand vision. An ancient warrior who was privy to even fragments of this knowledge would understand the heresy in a fundamentally different way than the modern Imperium does. He would see it not just as a rebellion driven by chaos corruption, but as a tragedy of miscommunication and poor timing, where Magnus's attempt to save the Imperium actually crippled it, where Horus's rebellion succeeded in large part because the Emperor was trapped in the Webway fighting demons, rather than leading the loyalist response. He would understand that the Imperium's current desperate state, its vulnerability to chaos, its dangerous dependence on warp travel, all stem from that one moment when Magnus broke through the psychic wards and destroyed the Emperor's greatest work. This knowledge contextualizes much of what followed: the Emperor's decision to teleport directly to Horus's flagship rather than wait for reinforcements, the brutal efficiency with which he destroyed his most beloved son rather than attempting to redeem him, the establishment of the Imperium's current rigid defensive posture. But it is knowledge that is rarely shared with the wider Imperium, knowledge that is kept closely guarded because it raises uncomfortable questions about the Council of Nicaea's prohibition on psychic powers, about the Emperor's decision to keep his projects secret, even from his most loyal sons, about whether the heresy might have been prevented if the Primarchs had been fully informed about what the Emperor was attempting to achieve. Perhaps most dangerous of all, heresy-era dreadnoughts remembered the diversity that existed within the legions during the Great Crusade, the different philosophies and approaches that each Primarch brought to the Emperor's project. They remember that there was no single correct way to be a Space Marine, that the Ultramarines' emphasis on structure and codification was no more valid than the Space Wolves' embrace of their feral heritage, or the Salamanders' focus on protecting civilians. They remember a time when the legions could disagree on fundamental matters of doctrine and philosophy without being accused of heresy, when innovation and experimentation were encouraged rather than feared. The modern Imperium, by contrast, has ossified around a very specific interpretation of what the Emperor intended, one that prioritizes conformity and tradition over adaptation and innovation. The Codex Astartes, written by Robert Guilliman after the heresy, has become something close to scripture for most chapters, its tactical doctrines treated as divinely inspired rather than as one Primarch's attempt to prevent another large-scale rebellion. Chapters that deviate too far from the Codex are viewed with suspicion, accused of potential instability or secret heresy. An ancient warrior who remembers the Legion era would see this conformity as a betrayal of the Great Crusade spirit, which valued results over adherence to doctrine, which judged success by outcomes rather than by how closely one followed prescribed procedures. He would remember campaigns where different Primarchs approached the same problem in radically different ways, and all achieved success through methods that fit their particular strengths and philosophies. He would remember the creative tension between the legions as a source of strength rather than a potential weakness. But to speak this truth openly, to suggest that the modern Imperium's emphasis on conformity and rigid adherence to the Codex represents a loss rather than a gain, is to invite accusations of dangerous thinking, of promoting the kind of independence that led to the heresy in the first place. The institutional memory of the modern Imperium has transformed the heresy into a lesson about the dangers of Primarch independence and Legion autonomy, and any suggestion that perhaps the pendulum has swung too far in the other direction is viewed as potential heresy. These are just some of the uncomfortable truths that heresy-era dreadnoughts carry within their consciousness. Their testimony, if delivered without filter or reinterpretation, could fundamentally challenge the beliefs and assumptions that hold the modern Imperium together. And so, when they speak, their words are carefully managed, carefully contextualized, carefully filtered through the institutional needs of their chapter and the theological orthodoxies of the ecclesiarchy. The raw truth of what they witnessed is too dangerous to be shared without mediation, too threatening to the comfortable myths that the Imperium requires to maintain its cohesion. The impact on chapter culture. When a heresy-era dreadnought provides testimony to his chapter, the impact ripples outward in ways both subtle and profound, shaping the chapter's understanding of its own history and traditions, influencing tactical and strategic decisions, and sometimes forcing a reckoning with uncomfortable truths about how far the chapter has drifted from its founding principles. The Ancient One's words carry weight that transcends mere historical interest. They They are treated as sacred wisdom, direct transmission of knowledge from an age that most of the chapter knows only through fragmentary records and stylized legends. For chapters that are direct descendants of the legions that fought in the heresy, the presence of a dreadnought who remembers that time provides a living link to their founding, a connection to the genetic and spiritual heritage that defines their identity. When the Ancient One speaks of battles fought during the Great Crusade, of tactics employed by the Legion's Primarch, of traditions that were common practice during those early years, he is not simply recounting history, but providing guidance on what it means to be a true son of their founding father. This guidance can be transformative. Consider a chapter that has, over the millennia, developed traditions and practices that diverge significantly from those of their parent legion. Perhaps they have adopted new combat doctrines in response to specific enemies or battlefields. Perhaps they have integrated elements of the culture of their recruiting worlds that were not present in the legion's original makeup. Perhaps they have simply evolved naturally, as all organizations do over 10,000 years, developing new rituals and beliefs that serve current needs rather than historical precedent. When an ancient dreadnought who remembers the Legion era wakes and observes these changes, his response can vary dramatically based on his personality and his understanding of why traditions matter. Some Ancient Ones embrace evolution, understanding that traditions must adapt to serve their purpose rather than being preserved for their own sake. They see the chapter's innovations as evidence of vitality, of an organization that remains dynamic and responsive, rather than ossified and brittle. When they speak, they contextualize the chapter's current practices within the broader tradition, showing how new methods fit within the spirit of the Legion's approach, even if they differ in specific details. But other Ancient Ones react with horror or anger to what they perceive as deviations from the true path. They see the chapter's evolution as corruption, as a betrayal of the Primarch's vision, as evidence that the chapter has lost its way and must be corrected. When these ancients speak, their testimony becomes a challenge to the current chapter master and his officers, a demand that the chapter return to older ways, abandon innovations that have proved successful, realign itself with traditions that may no longer be practical or relevant in the context of 41st millennium warfare. This conflict between preservation and evolution, between honoring the past and adapting to the present, is one of the most significant impacts a heresy-era dreadnought can have on chapter culture. His very existence forces the chapter to examine its own traditions critically, to justify its practices not just in terms of current effectiveness, but in terms of continuity with its founding principles. And this examination can be painful, revealing discontinuities and contradictions that were comfortable to ignore until an undeniable authority from the past demanded explanation. Consider how this dynamic plays out in chapters that have adopted the imperial cult in ways that would have been heretical during the Great Crusade. Many chapters, particularly those founded during later foundings, treat the emperor as divine, incorporate prayers and religious rituals into their daily routines, view their service as a form of worship rather than simply military duty. For these chapters, the existence of an ancient warrior who remembers when such practices would have been considered superstitious, nonsense, creates a profound theological tension. The Ancient One might speak carefully, framing his memories in ways that do not directly contradict current beliefs. But his very existence, as someone who served under the Emperor's direct command, without viewing him as divine, creates an implicit challenge to the chapter's theology. If the Emperor did not demand worship during the Great Crusade, if he specifically rejected such devotion, what does that say about the modern Imperium's insistence that he is a god? Was the Emperor's original position wrong, a mistake that the Imperium has since corrected? Or has the Imperium fallen into the very superstition the Emperor fought to eliminate? And if so, what obligation do the Astartes have to correct this error? These are not comfortable questions, and most chapters prefer not to address them directly. Instead, they develop complex theological frameworks that allow them to honor both the emperor's historical position against worship and the modern Imperium's insistence on his divinity. The emperor was always divine, they argue, but during the Great Crusade, he walked among humanity in mortal form and hid his true nature because humanity was not yet ready for such knowledge. His prohibition on worship was a test of faith or a strategic deception designed to protect humanity from the predations of chaos. The imperial truth was never meant to be permanent, but rather a temporary measure appropriate to a specific phase of humanity's development. An ancient dreadnought might accept these rationalizations, or he might not. If he challenges them, if he insists that the emperor's prohibition on worship was sincere, and that the modern imperial cult represents a fundamental betrayal of the emperor's vision, the chapter leadership faces a crisis. They cannot simply ignore or contradict the Ancient One, whose authority is too great, whose knowledge too direct. But neither can they accept his interpretation if it undermines the theological foundations of their current practices. The result is often a kind of uneasy compromise, where the Ancient One's testimony is acknowledged but carefully contextualized, where his memories are honored but reinterpreted through the lens of modern doctrine. The impact of a heresy-era dreadnought's testimony extends beyond theology to practical matters of tactics and strategy. An ancient warrior who fought during the Great Crusade, and the heresy possesses combat experience that spans scenarios and enemy types that many modern chapters have never encountered. He has fought against other Space Marines in conditions of total war, something that most loyalist chapters in the 41st millennium have limited experience with. He has witnessed the deployment of super-heavy assets and strategic-level operations on a scale that is rarely matched in the modern era, when the Imperium's resources are too depleted for such massive campaigns. He has observed the tactical approaches of multiple Primarchs, learning directly from the greatest military minds humanity has ever produced. This experience makes heresy-era dreadnoughts invaluable advisors when the chapter faces unusual or particularly dangerous threats. A Space Marine chapter that encounters a significant force of traitor. Astartes might wake their Ancient One specifically to gain insight into how to fight their own kind effectively. A chapter planning a major campaign might seek the Ancient's counsel on strategic-level planning, drawing on his experience with the kind of large-scale operations that are now rare but occasionally necessary. A chapter facing an enemy that has proved particularly difficult to defeat might ask the Ancient One if he remembers similar foes from his own time and how they were overcome. But this advisory role can also create tension. Modern Space Marine doctrine has evolved significantly since the heresy, shaped by 10,000 years of experience fighting enemies that did not exist or were not significant during the Great Crusade. The Tyranids, the Necrons in their current awakened state, the Tau Empire, all these represent threats that a heresy-era dreadnought has never faced. When the Ancient One offers tactical advice based on his experience fighting orcs or traitor marines, is that wisdom applicable to enemies with fundamentally different capabilities and strategic objectives? The chapter master must navigate this carefully. The Ancient One's advice cannot be simply discarded. His authority is too great and his experience too valuable. But neither can it be followed blindly. The galaxy has changed, and tactics that worked during the Great Crusade may not be optimal in the present. The result is often a synthesis, where the ancient strategic principles are adapted to modern circumstances, where his understanding of enemy psychology and tactical fundamentals is applied to threats he has never personally encountered. Perhaps the most profound impact a heresy-era dreadnought can have on chapter culture is on the identity and self-understanding of the Space Marines who serve alongside him. These warriors have been raised in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, taught that suffering and sacrifice are their inevitable lot, that the Imperium's best days are behind it, that all they can do is hold the line against entropy and corruption. They view their service as a kind of martyrdom, glorious perhaps, but ultimately tragic, a holding action against the inevitable decline of humanity. Now imagine these warriors encountering an ancient who remembers a time when the Imperium was expanding, when humanity was on the offensive rather than the defensive, when victory seemed not just possible but inevitable. The Ancient One's memories, even filtered through 10,000 years and the trauma of the heresy, carry an echo of the Great Crusade's optimism, its sense of building something permanent and glorious, its belief in human potential and destiny. This perspective can be both inspiring and devastating to Space Marines, who have never known anything but the Imperium's current desperate state. On one hand, it reminds them that the Imperium's decline is not inevitable, that humanity has been in worse positions before and recovered, that the current crisis, however severe, is not necessarily terminal. On the other hand, it forces them to confront how far the Imperium has fallen from its original promise, how much has been lost, how the compromises and adaptations that seem necessary have accumulated into a fundamental transformation of what the Imperium was meant to be. This confrontation with the gap between the Great Crusade and the present can inspire a renewed sense of purpose in some warriors, a determination to reclaim at least some of what was lost, to fight not just for survival, but for the possibility of a better future. In others, it breeds bitterness and despair, a sense that the Imperium is beyond redemption, that the best they can hope for is to delay the inevitable rather than achieve any meaningful victory. And in a few, it plants seeds of radicalism, a willingness to challenge the status quo, to question whether the current orthodoxies are truly serving the Emperor's vision, or merely perpetuating a system that has failed. This is why the testimony of heresy-era dreadnoughts is so carefully controlled, why their words are filtered through chaplains and chapter masters before reaching the broader brotherhood, why certain truths are emphasized while others are quietly suppressed. Because these ancient warriors do not just carry historical knowledge, they carry the power to reshape how their chapter understands itself, its purpose, and its place in the Imperium. And that power, like all power in the grim darkness of the far future, is dangerous, capable of building up or tearing down, of inspiring greatness or breeding destructive radicalism. Bjorn, the Fell-Handed, the last of the company of Russ. Among all the heresy-era dreadnoughts who still serve in the 41st millennium, none is more legendary, more ancient, or more significant than Bjorn the Fell-Handed of the Space Wolves chapter. Bjorn is not simply old, he is the oldest warrior in the Imperium, who has not fallen to chaos, the last living being, aside from the Emperor himself, who can claim to have fought in the Horus heresy and survived into the present. He is a direct link to Leman Russ, having served in the Primarch's personal Wolf Guard, having fought at Russ's side during some of the Great Crusade's most critical campaigns, having been chosen by the Primarch himself to remain behind when Russ departed on his mysterious final journey into the Eye of Terror. Bjorn's story, as much as can be reconstructed from fragmentary records and his own carefully managed testimonies, spans 10,000 years of Imperial history. He was there at the scouring of Prospero, when the Space Wolves destroyed the Thousand Suns' home world on what they believed were the Emperor's orders, an action that would drive Magnus the Red and his legion into the arms of chaos and set in motion events that would shape the course of the heresy. He was there during the heresy itself, fighting against traitor forces, witnessing the betrayals and the battles that tore the Imperium apart. He was there when Leman Russ returned from the Eye of Terror and then departed again on his final journey, leaving Bjorn behind to watch over the chapter in his absence. After Russ's disappearance, Bjorn became the first Great Wolf, the chapter master of the Space Wolves, leading his battle brothers through the tumultuous years of the Scouring when the Loyalist forces hunted down the remnants of the traitor legions. He served as Great Wolf for decades, perhaps even a century, before finally being grievously wounded in battle during the Proxima Rebellion in the early 31st millennium. His injuries were so severe that even Space Marine physiology and the chapter's apothecaries could not save him. The only option was interment in a dreadnought sarcophagus, transforming him from the chapter's leader into one of its most sacred relics. For the first few centuries after his interment, Bjorn remained active, fighting at the forefront of the Space Wolves' battles. His presence on the battlefield, a reminder of the chapter's continuity with its Primarch and its founding. But eventually, the strain of constant consciousness in the dreadnought form began to take its toll. The Tech Marines and Wolf Priests recognized that Bjorn's sanity required periods of rest, of disconnection from the overwhelming sensory input and the weight of existence in the sarcophagus. They began placing him in stasis between major conflicts, waking him only when the chapter faced threats severe enough to require his participation, or when his counsel was deemed essential for some critical decision. Over the millennia, these periods of sleep grew longer. Bjorn was awake for weeks or months of activity, then placed back in stasis for decades or even centuries. By the 41st millennium, the Space Wolves have developed a tradition of waking Bjorn only once every 1,000 years or so, bringing him forth to preside over the chapter's great feast, to hear the tales of what has transpired during his sleep, to offer his wisdom to the current generation of Space Wolves, and then, after a brief period of waking, returning him to his slumber. This careful management of his conscious periods has allowed Bjorn to survive for 10,000 years, where other Heresy-era dreadnoughts succumbed to madness or mechanical failure long ago. But this survival has come at a terrible cost. Bjorn exists in a state of profound temporal dislocation, experiencing the 41st millennium not as a continuous flow, but as a series of snapshots separated by vast gulfs of unconsciousness. Each time he wakes, the Space Wolves he knew are gone, replaced by new generations who know him only as legend. The Fortress Monastery has been rebuilt and expanded. The galaxy has changed in ways both subtle and dramatic, and Bjorn must reorient himself, must catch up on centuries or millennia of history in the space of a few hours or days, must find his place in a chapter that has continued to evolve in his absence. The Space Wolves treat Bjorn's awakenings as sacred events, times when the living link to their Primarch walks among them, when they can hear directly from one who served in Leman Russ's own retinue, who remembers the Primarch not as a distant legend, but as a brother and commander. When Bjorn speaks of Russ, the entire chapter listens in reverent silence, absorbing every detail, every anecdote, every insight into the Wolf King's character and philosophy. These testimonies become the foundation for the chapter's understanding of what it means to be a Space Wolf, how to embody the Primarch's legacy, how to remain true to the traditions established during the Legion's founding. But Bjorn's testimony is also carefully managed. The Space Wolves are deeply aware of the contradiction between the rough, pragmatic warrior culture they have developed and the theological orthodoxy of the wider Imperium. They know that Leman Russ would not have approved of the Emperor being worshipped as a god, that the Primarch's relationship with his father was complex and sometimes strained, that the Great Crusade was driven by practical concerns about human survival rather than religious fervor. These truths are incompatible with the Imperial Creed, and so when Bjorn speaks of Russ and the Emperor, his words are contextualized, reinterpreted, shaped into forms that can coexist with modern Imperial theology. Bjorn himself seems to understand this necessity. After 10,000 years, after countless awakenings, each revealing how much further the Imperium has drifted from the Emperor's original vision, he has made his peace with the gap between the truth he remembers and the myths the present requires. When younger Space Wolves ask him about the Primarch, he tells them stories that are true but carefully curated, that emphasize Russ's tactical brilliance and savage nobility, while downplaying aspects of the Primarch's character that would be problematic in the context of modern Imperial culture. He speaks of the Emperor with respect, but not reverence, acknowledging his power and genius while avoiding the language of divinity that the imperial creed would demand. This careful navigation of the line between historical honesty and political necessity is perhaps Bjorn's greatest service to the Space Wolves in the 41st millennium. He provides them with continuity and legitimacy, a direct link to their founding that no other chapter can match, while also understanding that the raw, unfiltered truth of what he remembers could destabilize not just his chapter, but the wider Imperium. He is wise enough, or perhaps simply weary enough, to know when to speak and when to remain silent, what truths to share, and what secrets to carry to his eventual final rest. But there are moments when the weight of this compromise becomes visible, when Bjorn's frustration with the gap between past and present breaks through his careful diplomatic exterior. In some accounts, he has been known to express contempt for the more extreme manifestations of the imperial cult, to mock the excessive rituals and prayers that have become standard in many parts of the Imperium. He has been recorded challenging space wolves who approach him with too much reverence, reminding them that he is a warrior, not a saint, that their Primarch would be ashamed to see his sons acting like superstitious pilgrims rather than savage warriors. These moments of honesty are treasured by the space wolves, who see in them echoes of their Primarch's own direct, no-nonsense approach to life and war. But they are also carefully contained, shared within the chapter, but not broadcast to the wider Imperium, where such criticism of the imperial creed could be construed as heresy. The Space Wolves understand that Bjorn's value lies not just in what he says, but in what he represents. Continuity with a past that grows more mythical with each passing century, living proof that the chapter's traditions stretch back to the very founding of the Imperium. Bjorn's combat deployments in the 41st millennium are rare and carefully considered. When the Space Wolves do wake him for battle, it is always in response to threats of such magnitude that his participation is deemed essential. He has fought against demon princes who once served in the traitor legions, against whom his direct experience of the heresy makes him uniquely valuable. He has led assaults on worlds held by chaos cults that sought to resurrect ancient evils from the time of the heresy. He has stood in defense of Fenris itself when the chapter's homeworld came under attack, his very presence on the battlefield serving as a rallying point for the defenders and a terror to the enemy. In these battles, Bjorn demonstrates why he has survived for 10,000 years. His tactical instincts, honed over millennia of warfare, allow him to read the battlefield with an insight that no amount of training can replicate. His combat skills, though filtered through the mechanical systems of his dreadnought form, retain the savage precision that made him one of Leman Russ's finest warriors. His True Claw, a massive power weapon crafted specifically for his dreadnought form, tears through enemy armor with devastating efficiency. His assault cannon speaks with the voice of righteous fury, its shells finding their targets with accuracy that borders on prescience. But perhaps most importantly, Bjorn's presence on the battlefield has an effect that transcends mere combat effectiveness. Space Wolves, fighting alongside the fell-handed, fight with enhanced courage and ferocity, inspired by the knowledge that one of the Primarch's own warriors stands with them, that they are part of a tradition that stretches back 10,000 years to the very founding of their legion. Enemy forces, particularly those who understand what Bjorn represents, often experience a corresponding demoralization, faced with an opponent who was old when their grandsires were yet unborn, who has survived battles that destroyed entire armies, who cannot be intimidated or impressed by threats that would terrify lesser warriors. This psychological impact is one of the reasons the Space Wolves are so careful about when and how they deploy Bjorn. His presence on the battlefield is a statement, a declaration that the chapter considers the threat significant enough to wake one of its most sacred relics. Deploying him casually would diminish his symbolic power, would transform him from a legendary figure into just another battlefield asset. So the Space Wolves wait, they marshal their forces, they attempt to solve problems through conventional means. And only when all else fails do they make the decision to wake the Ancient One and bring him to war. The broader Imperium knows of Bjorn, of course. His existence is not a secret, and his occasional deployments are recorded in Imperial archives and become the subjects of reports that filter through the Administratum's vast bureaucracy. Inquisitors have requested audiences with him, seeking his testimony on various historical matters, or his insight into the nature of chaos and the traitor legions. Other chapters have sent representatives to Fenris, hoping to speak with the ancient warrior and gain his counsel on matters related to their own heresy-era origins or their battles against traitor forces. The Space Wolves manage these requests with extreme care. They cannot simply refuse all outside access to Bjorn. His significance is too great, and his testimony too valuable. But they also cannot allow unrestricted access, cannot risk the Ancient One saying something that would be misinterpreted or used against the chapter or the Imperium. So they negotiate, they mediate, they ensure that any meetings with outsiders occur under conditions they can control, that Bjorn's words are properly contextualized, that the ancient warrior understands the political sensitivities involved in speaking to representatives of other institutions. In this way, Bjorn has become not just a warrior or even a symbol, but a carefully managed resource, a living repository of knowledge and continuity, whose testimony is too valuable to be freely shared, but too significant to be completely restricted. He stands at the intersection of history and mythology, memory and propaganda, truth and necessary fiction. And in that liminal space, he serves the Space Wolves and the wider Imperium by being both the genuine article, a true veteran of the heresy who remembers what actually happened, and a carefully constructed legend, a symbol whose meaning is shaped as much by what he doesn't say as by what he does. Bjorn's ultimate fate remains uncertain. The Space Wolves believe that he will endure until the Wolf Time, the apocalyptic final battle when Leman Russ will return, and the chapter will fight its last war. Whether this is prophecy or simply hope is unclear, but it reflects the profound symbolic importance Bjorn holds for the chapter. He is not just a veteran or a relic, he is a promise that the connection to the Primarch has not been broken, that when Russ returns, he will find at least one of his original warriors waiting for him, that the thread of continuity from the Legion's founding to its final day will remain unbroken. Until that day, if it ever comes, Bjorn will continue his existence, waking briefly to fight and counsel before returning to the darkness of stasis, a fixed point in a galaxy that continues to change around him, the last witness to an age that grows more mythical with each passing century, the keeper of truths that the Imperium both treasures and fears. The psychological horror of extended existence. The existence of a dreadnought, particularly one who has survived for millennia, represents a form of suffering that is difficult for those who have not experienced it to fully comprehend. It is not simply physical pain, though the process of interment and the constant awareness of one's ruined body certainly involve that. It is not simply psychological trauma, though the isolation and the passage of time create their own mental tortures. It is something more fundamental, a kind of existential horror that comes from existing in a state that defies human understanding of what life should be, trapped between life and death, consciousness and oblivion, human and machine. The physical aspects of this horror begin with the interment process itself. Imagine the moment when the dying Space Marine realizes that he will not be granted the mercy of death, that instead he will be locked into the sarcophagus, his ruined body preserved in a state of living death. The neural connectors are installed while he is still conscious, still aware. The pain of having his nervous system directly wired into mechanical systems so intense that even Space Marine conditioning cannot fully suppress it. The sensation of his body being immersed in the cold amniotic fluid, of his lungs filling with the thick, oily substance that will sustain him, of his physical senses being replaced one by one with mechanical equivalents. This initial trauma is just the beginning. Once interred, the dreadnought must learn to exist in a state that contradicts every instinct, every natural understanding of what it means to be embodied. He cannot feel his body in any normal sense. He exists as a consciousness floating in fluid, his perception of the physical world mediated entirely through sensors and data feeds. Touch becomes pressure readings. Sight becomes optical data. Sound becomes wavelengths and frequencies. Even the sense of his own position in space, the proprioception that allows humans to know where their limbs are without looking, must be reconstructed from mechanical feedback. This sensory alienation creates a constant low-level anxiety, a sense of disconnection from reality that never entirely goes away. The dreadnought must actively maintain his connection to the mechanical frame that serves as his body, must focus on interpreting the sensory data in meaningful ways, must fight against the tendency to drift away from the overwhelming flood of mechanical input and retreat into the dark silence of his own consciousness. And this fight is exhausting, a constant expenditure of mental energy that leaves no room for rest or relaxation. The alternative to maintaining this connection is worse. If the dreadnought allows his focus to slip, if he stops actively engaging with the machine systems and lets his awareness drift back to his own organic body, he becomes acutely conscious of his condition, of his destroyed flesh, of the pain that has been suppressed but never truly eliminated. In these moments, he experiences the full horror of his situation, the realization that he is a fragment of a person locked in a metal coffin, kept alive by machines, unable to touch or taste or feel anything in the way he once did. The psychological impact of these moments of awareness can be devastating, driving some dreadnoughts to the edge of madness. So the dreadnought must maintain a careful balance, staying connected enough to the machine to function effectively, but not allowing himself to think too deeply about what he has become. He must exist in a kind of perpetual dissociation, treating his consciousness as if it is the machine rather than a prisoner within it. This psychological gymnastics is necessary for survival, but it comes at a cost to his sense of identity, to his understanding of who and what he is. The temporal aspect of dreadnought existence compounds these psychological horrors. The cycle of waking and sleeping, of brief periods of activity separated by decades or centuries of stasis, creates a fragmented experience of time that is profoundly disorienting. Each awakening is a shock, a jarring transition from nothingness to overwhelming sensation, accompanied by the realization that time has passed, that the world has moved on without him, that he is once again a stranger in a future he did not experience. For a heresy-era dreadnought, this temporal fragmentation is even more extreme. He has not simply missed years or decades. He has missed entire millennia of history. Civilizations have risen and fallen. Technologies have been lost and partially rediscovered. The very language has evolved to the point where his speech patterns sound archaic and formal. The religious and cultural assumptions that shaped his original understanding of the world have been completely replaced by new orthodoxies that he finds alien and sometimes disturbing. This creates a profound sense of isolation, a feeling of being fundamentally disconnected from the present. The other Space Marines in his chapter may revere him, may seek his counsel and his blessing, but they do not understand him. They cannot understand him. The experiences that shaped his worldview, the values and beliefs that defined his identity, all belong to an age that exists now only in history and legend. He has no peers, no comrades who share his perspective, no one with whom he can speak as an equal, rather than as a venerated relic or a source of historical wisdom. This isolation is compounded by the nature of his consciousness during the periods of stasis. Unlike normal sleep, where dreams provide some continuity of conscious experience, the dreadnaught's stasis is a complete void. an absence of consciousness so total that each awakening feels like being newly created. He has no sense of how much time has passed. The moment of going into stasis and the moment of waking are experienced as consecutive despite the decades or centuries that separate them. This discontinuity makes it impossible to develop any sense of narrative continuity, any feeling that his existence is a coherent story rather than a series of disconnected episodes. The social dynamics surrounding a heresy-era dreadnought create their own form of psychological stress. The younger Space Marines who interact with him treat him with profound reverence, approaching him as one might approach a sacred relic or a holy shrine. They speak to him in formal, ritual language, asking carefully rehearsed questions, hanging on his every word as if it were scripture. This reverence, while well-intentioned, creates a barrier to genuine communication. The ancient warrior cannot simply speak to his battle brothers as comrades, cannot share the casual camaraderie that defines Space Marine brotherhood. Every interaction is freighted with significance. Every word he speaks, analyzed for deeper meaning. This lack of genuine social connection accelerates the erosion of his humanity. Without peers, without equals with whom he can engage authentically, he begins to lose touch with the social aspects of identity that make someone a person rather than simply a consciousness. He becomes more and more like the machine that houses him, responding to inputs with appropriate outputs, fulfilling his function efficiently, but without the spark of genuine engagement that characterizes human interaction. Some heresy-era dreadnoughts cope with these psychological pressures by retreating into memory, spending more and more of their conscious time reliving the past rather than engaging with the present. They experience their awakenings as interruptions, brief necessities to be endured before they can return to the more comfortable world of their memories, where they still have bodies and comrades and a sense of purpose that made sense. These dreadnoughts become increasingly unreliable as tactical assets, their attention drifting during battles, their responses delayed as they struggle to pull themselves out of memory and into present awareness. Others cope by embracing the machine, accepting their transformation, and actively working to suppress the remaining organic aspects of their consciousness. They become more and more mechanical in their thinking, treating every problem as a tactical challenge to be solved through the application of appropriate force, losing the capacity for emotional engagement or moral complexity. These dreadnoughts become extremely effective weapons, but lose much of their value as advisors or sources of wisdom, because their perspective becomes too alien, too disconnected from the human concerns that motivate most decisions. And a few, the strongest, or perhaps the most stubborn, manage to maintain some balance between these extremes. They remain conscious of their humanity, even as they operate through a mechanical frame. They engage with the present, while honoring the memory of the past. They maintain relationships with their battle brothers, despite the barriers of time and reverence. But this balance is precarious and exhausting, requiring constant effort to maintain. And even these strongest warriors show signs of erosion over the millennia, their personalities slowly compressing into simpler, more rigid forms, as the parts of them that were most flexible and adaptive are worn away by time and trauma. The question of death becomes increasingly complex for heresy-era dreadnoughts. In one sense, they have already died. Their bodies are ruined beyond recovery. They exist only through artificial life support. By any reasonable definition, they should be granted the Emperor's peace and allowed to rest. But they are also still conscious, still capable of service, and the value of their experience and wisdom is deemed too great to waste. So they continue, trapped in a state that is neither life nor death, but something in between, something that partakes of the worst aspects of both. Many heresy-era dreadnoughts eventually develop a complex relationship with the concept of their own destruction. On one level, they desire it, yearn for the peace that would come with true death, release from the burden of existence in the sarcophagus. But they are also loyal warriors, unwilling to abandon their duty, while they still have the capacity to serve. And beneath both these feelings is often a deeper fear, the terror that death might not bring the peace they hope for, that consciousness might continue in some form even after the destruction of the sarcophagus, trapped in an even more complete isolation than they currently experience. This ambivalence manifests in their combat behavior. Some heresy-era dreadnoughts develop a reckless disregard for their own preservation, charging into situations that would give other warriors pause, perhaps unconsciously seeking the final destruction that would release them from service. Others become extremely cautious, fighting efficiently but avoiding unnecessary risks, determined to survive until the chapter explicitly releases them from their obligation. And some oscillate between these extremes, their approach to combat varying based on their mental state, how recently they have been awakened, and how heavy the burden of existence feels in that particular moment. The chapter leadership must manage these psychological pressures carefully. They cannot simply ignore the suffering of their ancient warriors, both because it would be cruel and because a dreadnought who has lost his sanity is as dangerous to his own side as to the enemy. They must provide enough engagement to keep the ancient ones mentally active, but not so much constant waking that the psychological strain becomes unbearable. They must honor the dreadnaught's service while also being alert for signs that the burden has become too great, that mercy requires releasing the warrior from his obligations and granting him the peace of true death. This is, perhaps, the darkest secret of heresy-era dreadnoughts, that the greatest honor a Space Marine can receive, the privilege of continuing to serve beyond death, is also a form of torture that stretches across millennia. That these ancient warriors, these living links to the Imperium's founding, are held in a state of perpetual suffering because their knowledge is too valuable to lose and their service too necessary to forego. That the reverence with which they are treated masks a fundamental cruelty, the exploitation of warriors who have already given everything in service to the Emperor, but are denied the rest they have earned because the Imperium's desperate circumstances require every possible resource be utilized to its maximum. This is the psychological horror at the heart of the dreadnaught's existence, and it is a horror that compounds with every awakening, every century of fragmented consciousness, every moment of awareness that this is not life as it should be, but a shadow of life, a mechanical simulation of existence that becomes more hollow and less meaningful the longer it continues. How chapters handle the truth. The presence of heresy-era dreadnoughts creates profound challenges for chapter leadership, requiring a delicate balance between honoring the ancient warriors' knowledge and managing the disruptive potential of their testimony. Different chapters have developed different approaches to this challenge, shaped by their own cultures, their understanding of history, and their willingness to confront uncomfortable truths about how much they have diverged from their founding principles. Some chapters, particularly those that trace their lineage directly to the most loyal of the first founding legions, treat their heresy-era dreadnoughts as sacred sources of absolute truth. When these ancient warriors speak, their testimony is recorded verbatim, studied intensively by the chapter's librarians and chaplains, incorporated into the chapter's understanding of its own history and identity. These chapters view their ancient ones as direct links to the Emperor's vision, as authorities whose perspective on the Great Crusade and the heresy carries more weight than any second-hand account or institutional interpretation. This approach has its advantages. It allows the chapter to maintain a more accurate understanding of its own history, to preserve details and perspectives that might otherwise be lost to time and institutional drift. It creates a culture that values historical continuity and takes seriously the question of whether current practices align with the chapter's founding principles. And it gives the heresy-era dreadnoughts a sense of purpose and respect that helps maintain their sanity and their commitment to continued service. But this approach also creates significant challenges. Heresy-era dreadnoughts, who are given full authority to shape their chapter's understanding of history, may provide testimony that contradicts current imperial orthodoxy that challenges the theological frameworks that define the modern imperium, that suggests the emperor's vision was fundamentally different from what the imperial creed teaches. If this testimony is recorded and preserved without mediation or reinterpretation, it becomes a potential source of heresy, evidence that could be used by inquisitors or other outside authorities to question the chapter's loyalty or doctrinal purity. The Ultramarines and their successor chapters have developed particularly sophisticated approaches to managing this tension. They honor the testimony of their ancient warriors, while also subjecting that testimony to extensive analysis and contextualization. When a heresy-era dreadnought speaks of Robert Guilliman and the Great Crusade, his words are recorded, but they are then examined by the chapter's librarians, who provide historical context. Note where the ancient warrior's memory might be incomplete or influenced by personal bias, and interpret his testimony in light of the Codex Astartes and other authoritative sources. This approach allows the Ultramarines to maintain respect for their ancient warriors, while also ensuring that the final historical record aligns with established doctrine. The Ancient One's testimony becomes one source among many, valued but not definitive, incorporated into a broader understanding of history that serves the chapter's needs rather than challenging its foundational assumptions. The disadvantage is that this extensive mediation can strip away much of what makes the testimony valuable in the first place, the raw, unfiltered perspective of someone who was actually there, who experienced the events firsthand, rather than learning about them from records and chronicles. Other chapters take a more restrictive approach, limiting access to their heresy-era dreadnoughts and carefully controlling what testimony is shared with the broader brotherhood. In these chapters, only the highest echelons of leadership, the chapter master, the senior chaplains, perhaps the masters of the various companies, are permitted to directly interact with the ancient warriors. When the dreadnoughts speak, their words are heard by this select few, and it is this leadership cadre that determines what information should be shared with the rest of the chapter and how that information should be framed. This approach maximizes the leadership's control over potentially disruptive knowledge. If the ancient warrior says something that contradicts current doctrine or reveals uncomfortable truths about the chapter's or the Imperium's history, the leadership can decide to suppress that information, to recontextualize it, or to share only carefully edited versions that serve the chapter's institutional needs. The Ancient One's testimony becomes a resource available only to those with the authority and discretion to use it properly, rather than something that might destabilize the beliefs and commitment of the Chinese rank-and-file battle brothers. The disadvantage of this restrictive approach is that it reduces the ancient warrior's value to the chapter as a whole. If only a handful of leaders can interact with him, if his testimony is filtered through multiple layers of mediation before reaching the broader brotherhood, then much of his potential to inspire, to provide continuity, to connect the current generation with the chapter's founding, is lost. The heresy-era dreadnought becomes more symbol than source, more icon than advisor, his actual knowledge and experience subordinated to what the leadership believes the chapter should know about its past. The Space Wolves, true to their contrarian nature, have developed an approach that falls somewhere between these extremes. Bjorn the Fell-Handed is accessible to the chapter as a whole during his brief periods of waking, and when he speaks, his words are heard by any Space Wolf who chooses to attend. But the context in which this speaking occurs is carefully managed. Bjorn's testimonies are delivered during sacred feasts and rituals, in an atmosphere of celebration and brotherhood, rather than formal instruction. His stories about Lehman Russ are framed as entertainment, as the sharing of memories among brothers, rather than as authoritative historical accounts that must be incorporated into official doctrine. This approach allows the Space Wolves to honor Bjorn's testimony, while also maintaining flexibility in how they interpret and apply his words. If Bjorn says something that contradicts current practice or suggests uncomfortable truths about the Primarch or the Emperor, it can be treated as the reminiscence of an old warrior rather than a binding pronouncement that requires action or adjustment. The chapter benefits from Bjorn's presence and wisdom while retaining the authority to make its own decisions about how to integrate that wisdom into its ongoing evolution. Some chapters face unique challenges because their heresy-era dreadnoughts carry testimony that directly contradicts the chapter's preferred narrative about its own history. Consider a chapter that was created during the Second Founding from the loyalist elements of a legion that turned traitor during the heresy. Such a chapter has a strong institutional interest in emphasizing its loyalty, in distancing itself from the traitor legion, in demonstrating that it represents the true spirit of the Primarch, uncorrupted by chaos. The existence of a dreadnought who remembers the legion before it fell, who knew the Primarch personally, who can testify to the qualities that made that Primarch great, as well as the flaws that led to his fall, creates significant complications for this narrative. The chapter leadership in such cases must walk a very fine line. They cannot simply suppress or ignore the ancient warrior's testimony. His knowledge is too valuable and his presence too significant. But they also cannot allow him to speak freely because what he remembers might humanize the traitor Primarch, might suggest that the fall to chaos was not inevitable, might raise questions about whether the current chapter has strayed too far from some aspects of the original Legion's culture and traditions. The solution often involves very careful management of what questions the Ancient One is asked, what context he speaks in, and how his testimony is recorded and preserved. The Dark Angels and their successor chapters face perhaps the most extreme version of this challenge, because they possess ancient warriors who remember the schism within their own legion during the heresy, when approximately half of the legion turned traitor under the influence of Luther. These fallen angels are the subject of the Dark Angels' deepest shame and most closely guarded secret. The existence of dreadnoughts who witnessed that schism firsthand, who knew both the loyalist and traitor elements of the legion, who can provide direct testimony about what happened and why, is both invaluable and terrifying to the chapter's leadership. These ancient warriors are kept in the deepest vaults of the rock, the Dark Angels' fortress monastery, their very existence known only to the inner circle of the chapter's highest leadership. They are awakened only under the most carefully controlled conditions, consulted only about matters directly relevant to the hunt for the fallen, their testimony shared with absolutely no one outside the inner circle. The knowledge they carry about the Legion's schism is considered too dangerous to risk any potential exposure, and so these Ancient Ones exist in an even more profound isolation than other heresy-era dreadnoughts, cut off not just from the present, but from their own chapter's rank and file. Across all these different approaches, certain common themes emerge in how chapters manage the testimony of their heresy-era dreadnoughts. First is the principle of mediation, the recognition that raw, unfiltered testimony from an ancient warrior can be disruptive and destabilizing, and that some level of contextualization and interpretation is necessary to integrate that testimony into the chapter's current operations and beliefs. Second is the principle of selectivity, the understanding that not all of the Ancient One's knowledge needs to be widely shared, that some truths can be restricted to those with the authority and discretion to handle them appropriately. Third is the principle of reverence, the maintenance of profound respect for the ancient warriors, even when their testimony is being carefully managed and filtered, ensuring that they continue to feel valued and that their service is honored. But beneath all these practical considerations lies a deeper ethical question that most chapters prefer not to examine too closely. By filtering and managing the testimony of heresy-era dreadnoughts, by deciding what truths to share and what to suppress, by recontextualizing their memories to serve current, institutional needs, are the chapters honoring these ancient warriors or exploiting them? Are they preserving valuable knowledge or distorting it beyond recognition? Are they maintaining necessary stability or perpetuating comfortable lies? The Ancient Ones themselves often understand the game being played around their testimony. After 10,000 years, after countless awakenings, each revealing new ways the Imperium has transformed, they have learned that raw truth is rarely welcomed. that what the modern age requires from them is not accuracy, but legitimacy, not historical precision, but symbolic validation. And so they often become complicit in their own management, offering testimony that they know will be well received, framing their memories in ways that align with current needs, understanding that this is the price of continued relevance and respect. But this complicity comes at a psychological cost. It requires the ancient warrior to become a curator of his own memories, to sort through his experiences and decide which are safe to share and which must be kept locked away. It requires him to participate in the distortion of his own history, to become party to the transformation of truth into myth, and it adds another layer to the burden of his existence. The knowledge that he is not simply a witness to history, but an active participant in its rewriting. That the chapter values him not for what he actually knows, but for his willingness to say what it needs him to say. The broader implications for the Imperium. The existence of heresy-era dreadnoughts and the knowledge they carry has implications that extend far beyond the individual chapters they serve. These ancient warriors represent a profound challenge to the carefully constructed historical narrative that underpins the modern Imperium's identity and legitimacy. They are living proof that the official history taught in the Schola Progenium, enshrined in the records of the Administratum, and preached from the pulpits of the ecclesiarchy, is, if not entirely false, at least incomplete and heavily distorted by 10,000 years of institutional self-interest and theological evolution. The highest echelons of imperial governance are acutely aware of this problem. The Inquisition, particularly those ordos concerned with doctrinal purity and historical truth, maintains careful watch over known heresy-era dreadnoughts. Inquisitors periodically request access to these ancient warriors, seeking their testimony on matters ranging from the nature of chaos corruption to the exact sequence of events during specific battles of the heresy. These requests are invariably sensitive affairs, requiring negotiation between the Inquisition and the affected chapter, balancing the Imperium's legitimate need for accurate historical information against the chapter's interest in maintaining control over its own sacred relics. Some chapters cooperate fully with these inquisitorial requests, understanding that the information their ancient warriors provide serves the broader interests of humanity's survival. Others resist, viewing inquisitorial interest as an unwelcome intrusion into chapter affairs, a potential threat to the Ancient One's sanity or well-being, or a risk that sensitive information about the chapter's history or practices might be exposed to outside scrutiny. The resulting negotiations can drag on for years or decades, with the Inquisition applying various forms of pressure while the chapter deploys every available delay tactic and bureaucratic obstacle. The testimony that emerges from these carefully managed encounters rarely provides the kind of clear, definitive answers the Inquisition seeks. Heresy-era dreadnoughts, whether instructed by their chapter leadership or simply wise from experience, understand that giving complete, unfiltered testimony to inquisitors would be dangerous for themselves, their chapter, and potentially the wider Imperium. They speak carefully, offering information that is technically accurate but heavily contextualized, that answers the immediate questions without revealing broader patterns or uncomfortable truths, that satisfies the Inquisitor's need for data without challenging the fundamental assumptions that shape imperial policy. But occasionally, something slips through. An ancient warrior, disoriented from waking or simply too honest to dissemble effectively, provides testimony that contradicts official history in significant ways. He describes the Emperor not as the divine master of mankind, but as a brilliant but flawed human leader. He explains that the traitor Primarchs fell not solely due to chaos corruption, but because of legitimate grievances and the Emperor's own mistakes. He reveals details about the Great Crusade that suggest it was not the glorious expansion of human enlightenment depicted in imperial propaganda, but a brutal campaign of conquest that destroyed as much as it created. When this happens, the implications can be profound. The Inquisitor who receives this testimony must decide what to do with it. He can report it accurately, potentially triggering a wider investigation into the reliability of official imperial history and the loyalty of those who maintain alternative narratives. He can suppress it, recognizing that the stability of the Imperium depends on maintaining certain comfortable fictions regardless of their relationship to truth. Or he can contextualize it, interpreting the ancient warriors' words in ways that align with orthodox belief, while technically acknowledging their content. Most often, the Inquisitor chooses some combination of the latter two options. The Ancient One's testimony is recorded but classified at the highest levels of secrecy, accessible only to those with the authority and need to know. It is interpreted as the possibly corrupted or mentally deteriorated recollections of a warrior who has existed too long in the half-life of the dreadnought sarcophagus, his memories potentially tainted by the trauma of his existence or by exposure to warp energies during his millennia of service. The information is noted, but not allowed to challenge the broader narrative that holds the Imperium together. But not all Inquisitors are willing to suppress or dismiss testimony from heresy-era dreadnoughts. Some, particularly those of the Ordo Hereticus, who are charged with maintaining doctrinal purity, view these ancient warriors as potential sources of evidence that the Imperium has strayed from the Emperor's true vision. These radical inquisitors argue that if the Emperor explicitly rejected his own worship, if the imperial truth was his sincere belief rather than a tactical position, then the entire theological structure of the modern imperial cult is built on a foundation of heresy, that the ecclesiarchy, rather than being the defender of the faith, is actually perpetuating the greatest betrayal of the Emperor's vision that has ever occurred. These radical views are, of course, extremely dangerous and extremely rare. Most inquisitors who develop such interpretations are quickly identified and either brought back to orthodoxy through re-education or quietly eliminated by their more conventional colleagues. But the fact that even a few inquisitors have reached such conclusions, based on testimony from heresy-era dreadnoughts, demonstrates the potential of these ancient warriors to destabilize imperial ideology if their knowledge were to be widely disseminated. The Adeptus Ministorum, the institutional apparatus of the imperial cult, is equally concerned about heresy-era dreadnoughts and the knowledge they carry. Cardinals and confessors understand that these ancient warriors represent a potential challenge to the Church's authority and legitimacy. If it became widely known that the Emperor explicitly rejected worship, that the imperial truth rather than the imperial creed represents his actual beliefs, the theological foundations of the Ministorum would be fatally undermined. But the Church cannot simply denounce heresy-era dreadnoughts as unreliable or heretical. These warriors are too widely revered, their service too obviously sincere, their sacrifice too complete to be easily dismissed. Instead, the Ministorum has developed elaborate theological frameworks that attempt to reconcile the ancient warriors' testimony with current doctrine. The Emperor's rejection of his own worship is reinterpreted as a test of faith, as a means of protecting humanity from the temptations of chaos by denying them the comfort of divine protection until they were ready for such knowledge, as a strategic deception designed to prevent the dark gods from realizing the Emperor's true divine nature. These theological gymnastics are necessary because the alternative, admitting that the modern Imperium's core beliefs directly contradict the Emperor's expressed will, is unthinkable for an institution whose entire authority rests on its claim to represent the Emperor's divine mandate. So the Church does what institutions do when faced with inconvenient truths. It reinterprets, it contextualizes, it constructs elaborate frameworks that allow it to technically acknowledge reality while fundamentally denying its implications. For the Space Marine chapters themselves, the existence of heresy-era dreadnoughts creates a peculiar form of institutional memory that both enriches and complicates their identity. These ancient warriors provide continuity with the chapter's founding, a direct link to the legions and primarchs from which they descend. They offer tactical and strategic wisdom accumulated over millennia. They serve as powerful symbols of the chapter's history and traditions. But they also represent a form of institutional conscience, a living reminder of what the chapters were meant to be, against which their current state can be measured and potentially found wanting. Some chapters embrace this role, viewing their heresy-era dreadnoughts as valuable checks against institutional drift, as sources of perspective that can help the chapter remain true to its founding principles, even as the galaxy around it changes. These chapters periodically wake their ancient ones specifically to consult on matters of tradition and identity, asking whether proposed changes to doctrine or practice align with the chapter's original character and purpose. Other chapters resist this role, viewing their ancient warriors primarily as tactical assets and symbols, rather than as active participants in the chapter's ongoing evolution. These chapters prefer to keep their heresy-era dreadnoughts in stasis as much as possible, minimizing their exposure to how much the chapter has changed, avoiding the difficult conversations that might arise if the ancient ones were given opportunity to comment on the chapter's current state. And some chapters fall somewhere between these extremes, valuing their ancient warriors' perspective, but also carefully managing when and how that perspective is sought. Understanding that while continuity with the past is important, so is the chapter's need to adapt to changing circumstances and remain effective in the present. The broader question of what role heresy-era dreadnoughts should play in shaping the Imperium's future remains unresolved. Should these ancient warriors be consulted more widely, their testimony used to correct historical errors and challenge comfortable myths? Or should they be carefully managed and restricted, their knowledge preserved, but not allowed to disrupt the stability of an Imperium that depends on certain foundational beliefs, regardless of their relationship to truth? Is the Imperium better served by historical accuracy or by maintaining useful fictions? And who has the authority to make these decisions, to determine what truths should be shared and what should be suppressed? These are not merely academic questions. In a galaxy where belief shapes reality, where the power of faith can literally manifest miracles, and where doubt can create weaknesses that chaos exploits, the relationship between truth and utility becomes genuinely complex. Perhaps the ancient warrior's testimony about the Emperor's rejection of worship is historically accurate, but does sharing that truth serve humanity's interests when faith in the Emperor's divinity is one of the few things that holds the Imperium together? Perhaps the raw facts about the traitor Primarch's legitimate grievances are true, but does acknowledging those grievances help humanity survive when absolute loyalty and unquestioning obedience are essential to the Imperium's defense? Heresy-era dreadnoughts embody this tension. They are simultaneously sources of truth and potential sources of destabilization, valuable resources and dangerous liabilities, honored relics and carefully managed threats. And the Imperium's various institutions must navigate this tension constantly, deciding case by case, moment by moment, what role these ancient witnesses should play in shaping humanity's understanding of its past and its vision for its future. The ultimate irony is that the ancient warriors themselves, these heresy-era dreadnoughts, who have survived 10,000 years of service, who have witnessed the entire arc of the Imperium's transformation, from the enlightened rationalism of the Great Crusade to the superstitious desperation of the 41st millennium, may not even care about these broader implications. After millennia of existence in the sarcophagus, after countless cycles of waking and sleeping, many of them have lost the capacity to concern themselves with grand questions of truth and stability, historical accuracy and institutional need. They continue to serve because service is what they know, because duty is all that remains after time and trauma have stripped away everything else. They speak when asked to speak, fight when ordered to fight, sleep when returned to stasis. The question of what their testimony means, how it should be used, what implications it has for the Imperium's future, These are concerns for those who still have the luxury of caring about such things, who still possess the fullness of human consciousness, necessary to engage with abstract questions of meaning and purpose. The ancient ones themselves exist in a simpler, more immediate reality. Wake, fight, sleep, remember, forget, continue, endure, until finally, if they are fortunate, an enemy's weapon penetrates the armor and brings the mercy of true death, releasing them from a service that has stretched across 10 millennia and a burden that no living being was meant to bear. Conclusion. When a dreadnought who witnessed the Horus heresy finally speaks, his words carry the weight of 10,000 years of history, lived experience that spans from the bright optimism of the Great Crusade through the devastating betrayal of the heresy to the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. He is a living bridge between ages, a consciousness that has endured when it should have died, preserved not out of mercy, but because his knowledge is deemed too valuable to lose and his service too necessary to forego. The testimony these ancient warriors provide is carefully managed, filtered through layers of institutional mediation, shaped to serve the needs of the present rather than simply reflecting the truth of the past. What they remember about the emperor, about the primarchs, about the causes and conduct of the heresy, often contradicts the comfortable myths that the modern imperium requires to maintain its stability. And so their words are contextualized, reinterpreted, sometimes suppressed, transformed from raw historical truth into something that can coexist with the theological and political orthodoxies that define the 41st millennium. But beneath all this careful management, beneath the rituals and protocols and theological frameworks, the truth remains. These ancient warriors remember when the Imperium was different, when humanity aspired to something more than mere survival, when the emperor walked among his subjects as a man rather than being worshipped as a god. They remember when the galaxy seemed conquerable, when the future appeared bright, when the great project of reunifying humanity and reclaiming the stars felt not just possible, but inevitable. They remember the moment when all of it came crashing down, when brother turned on brother, and the dream died in fire and betrayal. They remember the heresy not as ancient history, but as lived trauma, a wound that has never truly healed despite 10,000 years of attempted recovery. They carry within their scarred consciousness the knowledge of what humanity has lost, what it might have been, what it still could be, if only it could overcome the weight of its own history and the inertia of its accumulated mistakes. This knowledge is their gift and their curse, the reason they are revered and the reason they are carefully controlled, the source of their value and the root of their suffering. They are witnesses to truth in an age that often cannot afford truth, repositories of history in an era that requires myth, voices from a better time speaking to an age that can barely comprehend what that better time was like. And so they continue, waking and sleeping, fighting and remembering, serving and enduring, until finally the mercy of true death releases them from a burden that no one should have to bear, but that someone must carry if the Imperium is to maintain any connection at all to its founding vision and its original purpose. In the end, perhaps that is the real significance of these heresy-era dreadnoughts. Not the specific facts they remember or the tactical wisdom they provide, but simply their existence itself, proof that the connection to the past has not been completely severed, that somewhere in the depths of fortress monasteries across the galaxy, warriors who remember what the Imperium was meant to be still draw breath, still serve, still hope that perhaps, someday, humanity might reclaim at least some of what it has lost. Until then, they wait in the darkness of stasis, dreaming dreams that are not dreams, existing in a state between life and death, ready to wake when called, to speak when asked, to fight when needed, carrying forward a legacy that spans 10,000 years and a truth that the Imperium both treasures and fears. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the lives and testimonies of heresy-era dreadnoughts, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. There's so much more to explore in the grim darkness of the far future, and your support helps make videos like this possible. What aspect of Warhammer 40,000 lore would you like to see covered next? Drop your suggestions in the comments below. Until next time, for the Emperor. There is a silence in the sacred halls that was never meant to exist. Not the reverent quiet of warriors at rest, but something far more terrible. The kind of silence that screams of absence, of loss so profound it echoes through adamantium and ceramite, like a wound that will never heal. You wake to this silence, and in that first moment of consciousness, returning after decades or perhaps centuries of darkness, you reach out through the neural networks that connect the sepulchres, searching for the familiar presences of your fellow ancients. Brother Cassius, who fought at Istvan and remembered the face of the Emperor. Sister Morgana, whose tactical acumen had saved 3 worlds from corruption. Ancient Thaddeus, whose dry humor could still make the Vox speakers crackle with something approaching laughter, even after 8,000 years of war. But there is nothing. The network is empty. The other sarcophagi stand cold and silent, their life support systems powered down permanently, their occupants granted the final rest that you have been denied. You are alone. You are the last dreadnought in your chapter, the final ancient of a brotherhood that once counted dozens of your kind, among its honored dead who refused to die. And in that realization, in that moment, when the full weight of this terrible distinction settles upon the remnants of your consciousness, you understand that you have become something more than a warrior entombed in a walking tomb. You have become the last keeper of 10,000 years of memory, the final witness to battles that shaped the galaxy, the sole repository of wisdom that will die with you when you finally fall. The tech marines who perform your activation move with practiced efficiency, but you can sense the difference in how they approach your sarcophagus. There is a reverence there that borders on desperation. You are not just another ancient to be awakened for battle. You are the last, and in a chapter slowly dying from 1,000 wounds, you represent something they cannot afford to lose. Every diagnostic reading is checked 3 times. Every seal is inspected with microscopic precision. They whisper prayers to the machine god and the Emperor with unusual fervor, as if they know that when you march to war, you carry with you the last living connection to everything their chapter once was. And perhaps they are right to be afraid, because you remember. You remember when the halls of the fortress monastery rang with the voices of 10,000 warriors, when every company was at full strength, when the gene seed vaults overflowed with the legacy of heroes. You remember the chapter at its height, glorious and terrible, a force that made even the forces of chaos recoil in terror. But you also remember the slow decline, the catastrophic battles that claimed hundreds of brothers at a time, the gene seed that was lost or corrupted, the recruiting worlds that fell to Xenos invasion or were swallowed by warp storms. You remember it all. Every moment of glory and every step of the descent into this twilight existence, where your chapter clings to survival by its fingertips. The weight of being the last ancient is not merely the weight of memory, though that burden alone would crush a lesser being. It is the weight of responsibility, the knowledge that when you fall, and there are no more like you to take your place, something irreplaceable will be lost. The young Marines who now make up the bulk of your chapter's remaining strength have never known the old ways, never heard the stories as they were meant to be told, never understood the depths of the brotherhood that once defined your kind. They see you as a relic, a weapon to be deployed when all else fails, a walking shrine to be revered from a distance. But they cannot comprehend what you have lost, what the chapter has lost, in the silencing of those other voices that once spoke alongside yours in the darkness between battles. This is what it means to be the last dreadnought in your chapter. This is the burden you carry with every thunderous step across the battlefield, with every moment of consciousness stolen from the merciful darkness of stasis sleep. You are memory made flesh and steel. You are history walking. You are the final guardian of everything your chapter was, even as you watch it become something else entirely, something diminished and desperate and fighting for survival against odds that would have been unthinkable in the days of your chapter's glory. The nature of the cage. To understand what it means to be the last ancient, you must first understand what it means to be a dreadnought at all. The transformation is not an honor, no matter what the chaplains proclaim over your broken body as they prepare you for entombment. It is a sentence, a condemnation to a half-life that stretches across centuries, while everything you were slowly erodes into something that can barely remember being human. The process begins in agony and ends in a darkness so profound that madness becomes not a risk, but an inevitability that you fight against with every fragment of will you possess. When a space marine is mortally wounded beyond even the incredible recuperative abilities of the gene seed and the arts of the apothecaries, a choice must be made. Death would be merciful. Death would grant the warrior his final rest, allow his gene seed to be harvested and passed on to create new brothers. Let his name be inscribed in the rolls of honor and his sacrifice be remembered with pride. But if that warrior is deemed worthy, if his experience and wisdom are judged too valuable to lose, then mercy is denied. Instead, what remains of his shattered body is rushed to the fortress monastery's deepest vaults, where the tech marines and apothecaries work their dark miracle of preservation. The surgery is brutal beyond description. What flesh remains is carved away with surgical precision. Organs that cannot be saved are removed. Limbs that served faithfully for decades or centuries are severed without ceremony. Pain suppressors can only do so much, and even a space marine's enhanced ability to endure suffering has its limits. The procedure itself has been known to kill those whose bodies were too damaged or whose minds could not withstand the horror of what was being done to them. But for those who survive, for those whose consciousness persists through the butchery and the cutting and the systematic destruction of everything they were, something worse than death awaits. The sarcophagus is both womb and tomb, a coffin lined with amniotic fluids and life support systems. It contains what remains of the warrior. A torso, perhaps. A head, certainly, for the brain must be preserved. Sometimes an arm or portions of the spine if they can be salvaged. The rest is machinery, neural links driven into the nervous system like roots seeking purchase in dead soil. The mind impulse unit connects directly to the brain, creating a cybernetic bond that allows the entombed warrior to control the massive frame of the dreadnought as if it were his own body. But it is not his body. It will never be his body. Every sense he once possessed is replaced by mechanical simulacra that transmit data rather than sensation. Vision becomes Auspex readings and tactical displays. Hearing is reduced to acoustic sensors that pass sound waves into digestible information. Touch, that most fundamental of human senses, is gone entirely, replaced by pressure readings and structural integrity monitors. The dreadnought pilot sees the world through optical sensors mounted in the armored head that sits atop the towering frame. He hears through mechanical ears that can detect enemy movements across kilometers, but cannot truly appreciate the sound of rain falling on ceramite plating. He exists in a state of profound sensory deprivation, cut off from the physical world in ways that no amount of technology can truly bridge. The psychological toll is immense. Between battles, dreadnoughts are placed in stasis sleep, a state of suspended animation that can last for decades or even centuries. This is not done merely to preserve the ancient technology, though that is certainly a consideration. It is done because keeping a dreadnought pilot conscious for extended periods inevitably leads to madness. The isolation, the sensory deprivation, the slow realization that you are more machine than man, it all combines to break even the strongest mind. Some pilots go feral, like Murderfang of the Space Wolves, consumed by uncontrollable rage that makes them dangerous to enemy and ally alike. Others retreat so far into themselves that they become little more than automata. executing commands with mechanical precision, but no longer possessing anything that could be called personality or will. The lucky ones, warriors like Bjorn the Fell-Handed, maintain some semblance of their humanity across millennia of service. But even they admit to the crushing loneliness, the sense of being adrift in time while the world moves on without them. Bjorn has served for over 10,000 years, has witnessed the entirety of the Imperium's history since the Horus Heresy, has spoken with heroes whose names are now legend. But he also acknowledges that the price of this longevity is profound. Every time he wakes, there are fewer who remember the world as it was. Every time he sleeps, he loses a little more of what made him who he was. The memories remain, stored in the organic portions of his brain and the databanks of his sarcophagus, but they become more like history lessons than lived experiences. The emotional context fades, the faces blur, the voices that once meant everything become whispers in the darkness. This is the reality of being a dreadnought. You are a consciousness trapped in a machine, granted a form of immortality that is indistinguishable from damnation. You serve your chapter because that is all you have left, because without purpose, you would drown in the existential horror of your existence. And when your chapter has many dreadnoughts, when the sacred halls hold dozens of sarcophagi, and you can commune with other ancients during those rare moments of wakefulness, there is at least some comfort in shared suffering. You are not alone in your torment. Others understand what you endure. Others can remember with you, can validate that you were once more than this shell of ceramite and adamantium. But when you are the last, when all the other sarcophagi have fallen silent, and you wake to find yourself utterly alone in your mechanical imprisonment, the cage becomes so much smaller. The darkness between battles becomes absolute, and the question that haunts every waking moment is no longer how long you can endure, but whether there is any point in enduring at all. The sacred halls of the dead who cannot die. Within every Space Marine Fortress monitor